Part 4. Absent Gods. Chapter 30. The bodies tangled atop each other, a mess of loss and suffering Alex wished he couldn't understand. The world atop the tower lay dark in ways he hadn't felt in 10 years. Not since Shah. Only this time, the culprit sat on her knees at a pistol's end.
"Can you stand?"
Alex asked. Harsh wind swatted rain down his face. Lilac said nothing. No weapon in her hands. She might have dropped it among the knives strewn over the tower's peak. They glimmered patchwork in the lightning where their blades shone through the blood. The priestly deaths appeared self-inflicted, but they were still Lilac's fault. Or were they Alex's? He could have swallowed the deaths of those priests below more readily, set the ladder faster and clambered up before these pointless sacrifices began. They might not have listened, and Lilac's gambit had worked in some way. Alex had only caught the barest red and white flicker as he ascended the ladder, but the giant's size and presence made her nature unmistakable. A goddess strode from the tower moments ago and disappeared into the storm, light as a feather because she wanted to be. Gods had that power. "She lied," Lilac muttered. Alex tucked his pistol beneath his coat and slipped past the holster to grab his iron cuffs.
"Give me your hands."
Lilac sat unmoving. She'd been capable of mumbling to herself about God's absence while he'd climbed onto the tower's platform, but now she seemed lost. Alex leaned down, drew one slender arm to the other, and cuffed Lilac's wrists. A tug at the short chain between them said the cuffs would hold. He helped Lilac unresisting to her feet. Her eyes watched the damp floor.
"I'm taking you to Ace Investigations,"
Alex said, ushering her toward the ladder.
"And then the police."
"She lied," Lilac whispered again, and then shuddered. Did she mean the goddess?
"Gods do that sometimes."
Alex started down the ladder first and looked up until Lilac began to follow. She was stunned, but not catatonic. The full force of a goddess's presence must have struck harder than she'd been prepared for, and Alex couldn't blame her. As his sole encounter with Logoi years ago, he'd barely managed to swear loyalty to the Logos police. But more than avoiding gods, he wanted to escape the bodies. The bloodshed was too thick and familiar. His breathing lightened as he descended into Beckoning Tower, and Lilac followed to a rickety platform, another ladder, every step bringing them closer to the ground floor. Even here, they weren't free of corpses. Alex made out the tattered robes below. Those poor priests. A shadow slid across them. Alex paused mid-ladder until he spotted a tan trench coat crossing the firelight. Wild, tawny hair with hints of strawberry twisted with rainwater beneath a soppy fedora. The newcomer clutched an even soppier umbrella at his side.
"God, what a mess,"
Cecil said, and then he cupped one hand beside his mouth and craned his neck toward the tower's inner shaft.
"Happy evening. Anyone alive?"
Alex leaned over the ladder.
"What are you doing here?"
he snapped.
"Fancy seeing you too, dear Alex. You told me to come if I didn't find Lilac at the temple."
Cecil flopped his fedora against his hip and then tugged it back onto his head.
"Can you guess if I found Lilac at the temple?"
Alex guided Lilac to the wooden staircase and led her to the ground floor.
"Suppose you can,"
Cecil said, and he gestured at the bodies.
"She stick these two?"
Alex's boot heel ground against stone. The bodies felt bigger now, but he could weather them. He'd seen worse.
"One of them did it to himself,"
he said, pointing to one body.
"The other, it was an accident."
She lied, Lilac said again, her voice little more than a frail whimper. Cecil drew Lilac into a one-armed hug she couldn't return. "There now," he said, doting. "That damn Alex can't blame you for everything." "She coerced them," Alex said, pointing up the ladders. "There must be a dozen dead at the top, and they'd all be alive if not for her and her blood sacrifice and that goddess." Cecil's eyes grew to full moons over Lilac's shoulder. "A goddess? Don't." Alex took Lilac's arm and drew her toward the fire. Its warmth soothed, and he wished they didn't have to head back into the storm tonight. Cecil padded after, his boots squished with rainwater. "Did her ritual work?" Alex sat Lilac by the fire, where the dead covenant had likely gathered. They would never again swap stories over these flames, and no matter the result, Lilac was to blame. She'd cut a merciless wound across Valentine these past couple days, but now look what had become of the Valentine butcher. "She lied," Lilac said. "Who lied to you?" He almost pitied her. Lilac blinked hard and leaned closer to the fire. "Ada." "Ada," Cecil repeated, his face mixing glee with astonishment. "You called up Ada? The Ada? First of the gods, lost city of Ados? That Ada? That is what you said, yes?" Lilac gave a curt nod. "Valentine is Ados." Alex rubbed a hand along his jaw. Fresh stubble scratched his fingertips. A 9-limbed star drove through his thoughts, its pointed painted in blood. He thought of Thale's secret photographs showing what horrors some god had done to an officer who dared ask why they'd left. Could that god have had 9 heads? "What about Lagoe?" Alex asked. "Wasn't she your goal?" "She lied," Lilac said for the upteenth time, her tone flat. One cuffed hand clutched a glob of empty air. "Ada was trapped in the coral stone and pretended she was Lagoe. Told me the gods didn't go by choice. Maybe all of them are trapped. But she was stuck in there for hundreds of years. She doesn't know what happened to Lagoe. To any of them." Cecil knelt beside Lilac and patted her arm. "That's not so bad, right? With a goddess an egg, yes? Counts for something, whichever one she is." Alex paced between Lilac and the fire. Its heat sent his thoughts bubbling, as if to bake the rain out of his skin and clothes would free his mind. God's gone, no one knew why. God's not gone by choice. God's gone, a goddess returned. "What if it's true?" Alex asked. He nodded at Lilac, and raindrops danced off his fedora. "Why did the gods leave? The big question. We've all asked it. They chatter about it in the newspaper, on the radio, 10 years of speculation and gossip, but no answers. Were we unworthy? Were they testing us? Was it apathy? Sensible theories, the gods are fickle and unpredictable, but each agreeing at the same time? Might as well herd cats." Cecil's eyes flicked back and forth. Lilac's gaze stuck to Alex, drinking him in. She'd wanted answers, perhaps more than anyone else, whatever her reason. His suspicions felt outrageous, sure, but no more than every god collectively putting oceans between themselves and the Holy Land 10 years back. "Maybe they didn't choose to go," Alex said. "What if they were manipulated, driven off? Like somebody told the gods to scram, and they listened." Cecil scoffed. "What, all of them?" "They're all gone, aren't they?" Alex rubbed his jaw again. "It's possible." "Who'd do it?" Cecil asked, lurching to his feet. "Moreover, what could do it? How do you intimidate an unkillable god?" "Rubbish." "Who stands to gain?" That question is a detective's best friend. Alex eyed Lilac, and she eyed him right back. No answers between them, but she was running the same question through her head. Quick thoughts, swift actions. She was a killer, but not a fool. Cecil shrugged, almost exaggerated. Easy answer. The glories stand to gain. Embers flecked Alex's boots, and he kicked dust at the flames. Fire warmed, but it also burned. Nothing in life came neat and tidy. Back when the State House contracted Ace investigations, every case had come with twists and turns. No sooner had they trailed a woman's husband to his lover than found she was trying to set him up for murder or some other overcomplicated plot. The glories were a simple answer for simple thoughts, and a good detective couldn't ignore a possible tie between tonight's events and the god's disappearance.
I've never heard of a god who feared a glory, Alex said. They left for some other reason. Someone stands to gain, and I want to know who.
We have to find out, Lilac said, a fiery crackle in her voice. She looked more awake now, as if the question had shattered stones in her head. If we find out why they left, maybe we can bring them back. Not just Ada. All of them. Alex studied her terse face, the way her fists clenched beneath the iron cuffs. She wanted Lugoe back, but he was a thought to return Valmidian, Corambol, Savas, on and on, gods in abundance. Would Valmidian retake her city from Ada? The gods might risk another holy war. If they'd put Ada inside the coral stone Lilac mentioned, they might do it again. Threads tangled in Alex's mind. There could be some tie between Ada's imprisonment, her release, and the other god's abandonment of the Holy Land. He teased at the threads, but he couldn't yet find the knots. Hard to trust liars and killers. Cecil threw up his hands. What's the bloody point? The gods are gone. They're too far away to do anything about this now. Besides, we already got a goddess the way I'm hearing. I'm sorry if I see a blessing and don't want to kick mud all over it, especially when said blessing can crush my skull between her fingertips. He pinched 2 fingers. Like a rotted olive. She's not a blessing, Lilac said. Lugoe and the rest put Ada away for a reason. An echo to Alex's thoughts. Lilac was a liar and a killer, sure, but she was right. Listen to you. Cecil glanced over the fire, his hair fraying at the ends. What's the trouble? She'll stop the glories. We should head to her temple and pay respects. She might have gone there. She told me so, Lilac said. She said she'd bathe the temple steps in blood. The vision forced itself into Alex's head, the temple's white marble foundation running over as a growing red puddle slopped down the steps, filling the plaza, and he shuddered as if he'd soaked his trench coat again in the rain. What of it? Cecil asked. Ada's temple, Ada's rules. Why the blood? Lilac creaked to her feet, iron clinking between her wrists. To cast a miracle? Of what kind? She's already here. She wants me to bring her mother to her. Her tone turned brittle. And she wants Arcadia. Thoughts of bloodshed melted around Arcadia's face. Alex saw her present self, and then the adolescent he'd known. He saw the 17-year-old cadet who'd faced the goddess Lugoe alone in the Logos temple to transform her body and love herself from skin to bone. If another goddess called, would Arcadia answer? That would make her a witch of the old, the kind who betrayed her sworn god for the sake of another. Alex tried to steady his voice.
Ada's mother?
Medes, Lilac said, but I don't know if there's another goddess in the city. Ada might have forgotten we're only mortals, can't summon by will alone. Or maybe someone else found a way to summon Medes.
And why Arcadia?
Alex asked. Ada didn't say. Lilac shifted from foot to foot. Hard to believe that despite the blood on her clothes, her skin appeared clean. We could find Arcadia and talk to her. Alex thought of asking gentle Arcadia about bloodthirsty gods and almost laughed.
Why would she know anything?
Because she almost died yesterday, and Ada's miracle saved her. Lilac opened and closed her fists. Through blood, through the coral stone. Yesterday's dinner slid over Alex's thoughts. Arcadia had seemed odd, but Alex had written that off as nerves over friend meeting lover and meeting lover's mother. Had she almost died and then sat alone with that knowledge? Both possibilities could be true. Alex had known Arcadia most of his life. She was not an open book, but she had welcomed him, and him alone, outside the Logos temple the night of her miracle. If she'd almost died, wouldn't she have spoken up?
I'm not sure what's real or not yet,
Alex said.
But if this Ada is tied to the gods' disappearance, if we're walking close enough to why they left us to find the truth, I want to know.
He aimed a finger at Lilac.
You're not off the hook, only delayed.
Thunder shouted through beckoning towers' walls.
If we live through the night.
Lilac nodded, but her eyes narrowed as if to say, We'll see.
Great! We all care about Ada now,
Cecil said. He drew Lilac close and readied his tattered umbrella to cover them both.
To the temple, then?
Alex approached the front door.
To Arcadia. We'll see if she has a clue about any of this.
If anything Lilac said was real. He opened the front door and led the group into the storm. Cecil muttered something under his breath and then ushered Lilac to follow.
At the very least, if we get Arcadia, we'll be bringing the goddess what she wants.
His umbrella coughed open in a spray of rainwater.
And we can get a drink along the way.
Chapter 31. Arcadia had lost count of how many sandbags she dropped in front of the barricade's iron gate. The gate was the barricade's greatest weakness, worse than any chipped or cracked stone. It was meant to open, a way in and out of the city via Old Town, and the flood fighters were too busy to dig new foundations and block the way with stone and mortar. Had she known better yesterday, Arcadia would have thrown sandbags here before the storm began. Evacuation without them seemed smart when you thought there was time. This rainy season, there was no time. Trucks stalled halfway through Old Town, which forced the slow and laborious work of carrying bags by hand through the water to the gate. Arcadia could only shove one truck onward at a time and plough it toward the gate herself. Anything to slow the flood, even if the bags arrived half-soaked already. She thought she heard someone calling her name as she hefted another bag from the truck. It splattered onto the dampening mound, and she took a moment to breathe. Old Town still needed evacuating. She hoped the residents saw to that themselves now.
Captain?
Jason peeped. Arcadia turned to him. He and Karina were lugging a waterlogged sandbag between them. Other agents darted between gate and truck, but their eyes kept flashing Arcadia's way, Leander among them, having returned to the barricade against orders for some damn reason. Cassus had returned too. Arcadia didn't have the heart to send them away when they wanted to help. She turned to Jason.
What do you need? I didn't want to interrupt, Jason said. We appreciate you with our whole hearts. It's just, would you mind not whistling like that?
Whistling? Arcadia asked. Jason hefted his and Karina's bag onto the pile, breath rushing out, and then turned back to Arcadia.
"Or whistle anything else?"
Jason asked.
"That old river song's giving us the creeps."
Karina nodded beside him. Arcadia's mouth closed and opened.
"I didn't realize I was whistling."
A sharper whistle shot from atop the barricade, where Cassis clutched the ring of a broad oil lantern in one hand while hunkered against stone. It would burn fast, the way she kept the flame bright behind its glass. She lowered 2 fingers from her lips. "Someone's wading through the water, Cap." Arcadia hefted another sandbag onto the pile. They were nearly spent. "Do you know them?" she asked. "I can't tell. It's a man, I think."
"Or a man-shaped," Karina said. She sounded afraid. "You think a glory would swim up to the gate?"
Jason asked. Arcadia scanned the sandbag blockade. They couldn't open the gate now. Its iron door swung inward. No one was getting in or out through the west-facing side of Valentine unless they climbed the barricade or somehow ascended Bay Ridge. A heavy whump sound echoed across Old Town. Streetlights stuttered, their bulbs begging someone to stop the downpour before they drowned forever. The whump came again, and the night spilled ink. The power was out. Headlights cast golden cones up the block from the iron gate, but they shined frail against the rising water. Cassis's lantern glowed sun-like above. Arcadia was grateful she'd let it burn so bright. She waited for a third whump, the power fighting its way back to life, but none came. A pale halo beyond the flat rooftops and their gurgling gutters suggested the rest of Valentine still had electricity. Doubtful Old Towns would come back any time soon. "Enough of this," Arcadia said, tearing the 2-way radio from her belt. "HQ, this is Captain Arcadia Mearn of the Flood Fighters. We've lost power in Old Town. I need trucks, sandbags, and—" She didn't want to say it. Didn't want Thale to know she needed his aid, but pride wouldn't help the city and its people. "I need reinforcements at the gate. Bring lots of light."
"Mearn?"
Her radio fussed and crackled.
"Gate and... unclear. Can... repeat?"
Arcadia shook the radio. "Power's out in Old Town. We need help." Static answered. Her fingers tensed to crush the device into antenna and wires, easy as a tin can, but she jammed it onto her belt and went fishing inside her pouches for the coral stone. She needed a miracle right now. Far down the block, a soft orange light flickered alive behind glass. Another lit a nearby window. Across the street from the gate, hopeful orange eyes filled windows and doorways, each staring patiently through the storm. Old Town was coming alive again in flashlights, candles, oil lamps, anything the neighborhood's people could use to break the stormy darkness and keep the flood fighters in the light. Jason laughed. Cassis and Karina exchanged grateful smiles. A few of the agents cheered. Arcadia remained stone-faced. Too many lights in too many windows and doorways. Too many people remained in Old Town, more than she'd suspected before now.
"Burning the midnight oil in the truest sense,"
Jason said, grinning.
"But if we're burning it now, what'll we burn at midnight?"
Leander asked. He fished a pocket watch from his uniform's belt, but it slipped through his fingers and vanished into the flood. No telling whether the flood fighters had already crossed midnight. Cassis leaned her lantern farther over the wall. "The man who's coming, he's getting closer. Definitely human." She drew back. "Something's not right." Arcadia ordered the man brought up by rope. Agents climbed truck and barricade to stand with Cassis, and she helped Jason hold Leander's legs as he sank behind stone to fetch their visitor. Arcadia would have done it herself, but one slip in her hand might damage the barricade. She went back to the sandbags, threw another onto the pile, another. Shadows and light danced over her eyes, and she glanced up at a nearby window, where two children's round faces glowed with candlelight. They waved at her. She waved back. "Water's rising!" Cassis shouted. "It's a wave coming in!" How was that possible? The sea couldn't have risen so much. Leander shouted from behind the wall. "Got him! Pull us up, quick!" Cassis and Jason hauled Leander onto the barricade's top, the stranger in tow, and then they lowered the stranger toward the truck, where Arcadia could look him over. "Water was up to his middle," Cassis said. Her lantern glared high over the man's face as everyone gathered nearby. "What's wrong with him?" He was a grey-haired man with bronze skin. A raw rash streaked crimson, blister-coated fingers down his scalp and face. His eyes stretched wide open, filled with red bumps. Heavy breath gasped in and out from his gaping mouth. But he said nothing and didn't seem to know where he was. "Like in the stories," Leander said. His breath smoked in cold clouds. Arcadia knew what he meant. Everyone knew. The glories had blinded this man and burned his mind. He'd been wading through the water for no telling how long. Cassis shook her head. "Not enough to drown us. They have to drive us mad first." A distant cry tugged at Arcadia's heart, and she turned to the wall. No one else seemed to notice until a moment later, their ears muffled by rainfall, thunder, and likely their own thoughts of a crumbling world, but they turned too. Somewhere out on the floodplains, a soul cried in pain, maybe in death. Cassis's lantern changed in her swinging arm. "Something big is coming, Cap." Her lantern arm quaked in fear. "On the rising tide." Tide? This far inland? Could the rain bring the water level that high? Or had the sea actually come to Valentine? But if the glories could move the sea itself... Arcadia didn't want to finish the thought. "It's swaying from the gate," Cassis said. "It's... Catch me!" Her knees bent as the barricade shuddered. Rain splashed off the top in a thick waterfall and took Cassis down. Her lantern flew into the water, dousing its oil-fueled sunshine. Arcadia lunged, grabbed Cassis out of the air and sloshed backward. Cassis slid loose and set foot beside Arcadia. The flood water churned at her thighs. "Thanks, Cap." She grasped her lantern's iron ring, but there would be no lighting it now. She dropped it again in the slop. "If someone has a light, I'll head back up." She was too good. They all were. Leander handed over his flashlight and Cassis clambered onto the barricade, but the small cone couldn't match her lantern's brilliance. What did that say about the night itself? Cassis threw her hand over her mouth to stifle a scream. Arcadia hopped up the truck and clambered onto the barricade, where her eyes followed Cassis's flashlight beam. A dark mass rocked against the greener side of the barricade. It smelled of salt water and brine. Another low moan rippled through the water, the poor animal's final death cry. The glories had killed a whale. A young one, too. Wasn't it just like the glories to prey first on the elderly and the young? Even in its adolescence, the whale was enormous, but the glories wouldn't have provoked a grown adult. Too risky, and they were such cowards. Air-breathing creatures trapped in the sea. Small wonder the gods had made them sacred. "They're enjoying this," Cassis said. "Thousands of years they've been waiting for this. Might as well take their time." "Because they couldn't do it before," Arcadia said. She turned from the whale and looked across her agents dotted around flooded Old Town. In the beginning, men were prey, but that wasn't the end of it. The glories have come for us since the dawn days. They came during the Holy War. They came when the dawn gods left. They probably tried to come when the holy tree burned. Always wanting their prey again. But we aren't prey animals anymore. We didn't have fire, or ships, or guns in the dawn days. They're flesh and blood, same as us. We'll all die someday with or without the gods, but the glories have no gods, and we do. You've seen what I am. I will be the gods' divine instrument. Arcadia had hoped to stoke spirits and boost morale. Jason looked ready to shout encouragement. Karina had hopeful eyes. But another tremor rocked the wall and sent Arcadia's boots slipping. She kept her balance and grabbed Cassis by the shoulder to keep her from sailing off into the floodplains. Another whale had struck somewhere along the barricade. Cassis gave a grim smile and aimed her flashlight west. The water's lowering. Wherever the flashlight's beam touched, frothing water slid back from stone. The night yawned, the sea itself taking a deep breath, and a deeper roar began at the back of its oceanic throat. Arcadia didn't know this sound, but it was bigger than any whale. Bigger than Old Town. She wrapped an arm around Cassis's waist and clambered off the barricade. No one moved below. Even without the goddess's strength in their ears, they had to hear this roar. Had they given up? How could she blame them? What could they possibly do? Arcadia set Cassis into the water and pressed her shoulder to the barricade. Cold water soaked through her sleeve into skin and muscle. She needed another miracle, but ague was running short these days, and she couldn't let her hands down to touch the coral stone in her belt pouch. She had to hope the power of Medes bled through on its own. "I will be that godly instrument," Arcadia muttered, determined. She braced herself for impact. The rolling roar smothered all other sounds. The barricade had no give to it. Either it would stand, or it would crack and crumble, nothing in between. The work of mankind against the work of the glories. Given time, water eroded stone, but this was a single night. Sea-born thunder pounded through the earth. The barricade shuddered beneath a mighty wave, and frothing water crested the top, but no stone was stronger than water right now, when mankind needed it to be. Maybe they could last the night, the storm, even the season. And then Arcadia heard the crash. The water was a thrusting force, and it would follow the path of least resistance. The barricade had no give, would either stand or crack, yes, but its gate was a solid iron door meant to swing inward, and only a soggy heap of sandbags kept it standing in place. The sandbags weren't enough. A fist of briny water punched the gate open. The sandbag mound exploded into a cloud of damp clumps. Floodwater, seawater, foamed and bubbled into the street, swelling with sea life, debris, and the eternal rhythm of the tide. The water climbed Arcadia's waist, abdomen, to her chest. Beside her, the truck lifted unmoored from the mud and began to float. She grabbed it by the undercarriage rim before it could pin anyone against a building and crush them, but she let go when her agents began to scream. Lights poured toward the gate, flitting across churning water as grey fins stabbed across its surface. The sea had come to Valentine, and sharks swam the city streets. Arcadia knew little about them, whether they travelled solo or in schools. They seldom ate people out at sea, but the glories had forced the sharks into a strange and hostile territory. Worse was the water. People's homes would flood, and they'd be trapped and drowning. There were too many problems now, and only the one Arcadia to face them. Someone whimpered beside her. Jason ran hands down his face, muttering, "No, no," again and again. Cassis shook her head, but her flashlight kept fixed on the barricade's broken gate. Others gasped and mewed and sobbed. They were floodfighters and would stop the glories where they could, but no one was prepared for this. Not even Arcadia. She watched through the rainwater at what next surged through the gate. A snakish body, thick as two side-by-side trucks, pressed into the city. Ropes of scaly flesh danced down its trunk and battered at bloated sandbags and floating hunks of wooden debris. Sea snakes swam at its sides, each one colourful and venomous, but they were nothing compared to what they flanked. There were different kinds, categorized by sailors and marine biologists. Some resembled dragon-like whales, called fool's whales. Others appeared as enormous serpents. Still others echoed giant squids. This one mixed snake and squid. It had to run 35 feet, maybe 40, from head to the tip of its tail, its serpentine body lined with car-thick tentacles, and a bony carapace covered its thick head. Arcadia thought it looked a little like a glory. Fitting, seeing how it had come to be here in the first place. The glories had driven a sea monster into the city. Chapter 32. No cabs crossed through Lee Village when Lilac returned to the reins, wedged between Alex in the lead and Cecil beside her. Water spit from puddles down the sidewalk and through the streets. The library stood dark across the street, but lights dotted the houses up the block, where Alex hooked around the corner. "You want to traipse through the North Temple district?" Cecil asked. "Why not cut through the Temple Plaza?" If Alex answered, Lilac didn't hear. He faced ahead as the group crossed into the North Temple district and then drew them into a tighter cluster as other pedestrians flitted in and out of doorways, down fire escapes, and up the street. Cecil kept glancing south as if a stiff wind might blow him toward the temple without separating him from his drenched fedora and pathetic umbrella. He might have been right to long for a goddess's protection, even a liar like Ada. How was Lilac any different? Cecil found another comfort when Alex paused at a phone booth a stone's toss from a liquor shop, its front window ringed with pink neon. Alex opened the phone booth, while Cecil opened the shop door and vanished inside. "Radiance Hotel is north," Alex said. "I don't want to walk there and back if we have to head elsewhere, like the headquarters or Old Town." He passed a coin into Lilac's palm. "Get them on the horn and see if Arcadia's home." Lilac slipped into the phone booth. Its glass rattled when Alex slid the creaky door shut. Rainwater crawled down every window and distorted the world beyond. Lilac breathed deep, absorbing the momentary privacy, even with the cuffs still clutching her wrists. One hand lifted the black earpiece, the other slipped Alex's coin into the slot, and she leaned her lips close to the mouthpiece. "Operator," a harried woman said. She sounded out of breath. "Radiance Hotel," Lilac said, and waited. She listened to the earpiece's new silence and the tapping rainwater against the phone booth roof, and other sounds beyond. People were shouting, laughing, crying. A boxy radio on a nearby open window still spat static and odd bits of distant piano music. To close her eyes and forget, Lilac could almost believe this was an ordinary night in an ordinary rainy season. But the gods were gone. And the glories had come, and Ada was a liar, and Lagoe wouldn't return, and maybe that was Ada's fault if Alex was onto something. When Lilac had asked why the gods were gone, she echoed the despair of the Holy Land. When Alex asked, he wanted an answer, and his tone suggested he might find it. If Ada had anything to do with Lagoe's absence, Lilac wanted to know. She deserved to know. The earpiece crackled. "I'm sorry, no one's picking up," the operator said. She sounded haggard now, perhaps ready to abandon her post. Lilac wouldn't keep her. "Thank you for trying." She slung the earpiece back onto the phone, listened to the coin jangle inside, and then forced open the squealing phone booth door. At the next intersection of brick houses, a small black car parked on both sidewalk and street. Scratches marred the paint over its rear doors. A woman bounced a crying baby in the back seat, while at the front, a burly person in a torn shirt turned a crank in the narrow hood, as if the car could bring the family somewhere safe. More crying echoed down a nearby alley, and someone shouted for "Cal!" from the south. People were panicked, and they had good reason. Flooding west of the city, bloodshed threatened at its core. Hope seemed as scarce as gods in Valentine. Fitting, seeing how this city was really Lost Ados. "Well?" Alex stood stiff beside her. His fedora dribbled rain. He was lucky to have so little hair. "No answer," Lilac said, and she shut the phone booth. The line might be down, or everyone might have ditched the hotel. Would Arcadia stay if it's that bad? "She wouldn't sit idle," Alex said at last. "We'll make for Old Town, see if she's there." "And die finding her?" Lilac asked. Alex loomed. "Do you believe that? Or are you dead set on giving me a hard time?" Lilac pursed her lips. He was right. To help even in the most hopeless situation sounded like a very Arcadia thing to do. "Our minds are hardly sound under a storm like this, that's what I say," Cecil said, emerging from the liquor shop. A violet glass bottle stretched from his free hand. "A little courage won't hurt. This here's Essex Serenity, bottled over 20 years ago in Dealmarch. That city's gone, the vineyards too, or might as well be. Last one in Valentine. Sorry, Ados, and I'm not drinking it alone." He bit the cork loose and outstretched his arm. "Alex, want any? Don't be a spoilsport." Alex turned west without a word, but Lilac cupped the bottle in both hands and drank liquid fire from the neck. She almost spat it out, the flavour so harsh, but Cecil would make fun of her. Besides, no sense in wasting it. She swallowed the mouthful and passed the bottle back to Cecil. "That's the spirit." Cecil tipped the bottle and let Essex Serenity pour between his lips. "Cheers, love, to a world gone mad." "Is that so?" Alex asked. "Since when did you start getting your grandfather's premonitions?" Cecil drank again. Lilac watched Alex wipe a hand down his face and realized she and Cecil were pissing him off. She didn't mind, and the drink was warm. "Arcadia cares about you," Alex said. "If you had the decency to feel the same, you wouldn't have done any of this. Reasons be damned." Lilac licked her lips. Alcohol and rainwater. A poor mix. She gestured for the bottle again, drank from it, and passed it back to Cecil. Where she sipped, he chose to gulp. "I'm sorry about your children," Alex went on. "I really am. No one should have to experience that. But what you've done is wrong." Alex knew his business, but he was clueless about the world. Cecil seemed to have figured it out, and he had his own way of coping. Could Lilac find her way? She had pulled it together after the girls' deaths. It had taken 4 years and Arcadia's help, but Lilac had managed. She had to pull herself together again, right now. She was Lagoi's daughter, for God's sakes. Time to use her brain. "You don't have blood on your hands, ex-policeman?" Lilac asked. Lightning forked across the clouds, casting white light down desperate alleys and across dark windows. Faces shined behind the glass, each turned pale by the sky's fire no matter their complexion.
"Gods and glories want the same, to feed on us,"
Alex said at last.
"Blood for gods, flesh for glories. But the gods figured they could get what they want willingly. Within the verses of Aig, it's written, 'In the beginning men were prey, and in the end they will be prey again.' Ever consider the scripture never meant the glories? That maybe we'd be prey to the gods? Have been?"
"You sympathize with the glories," Lilac said.
"They're people."
Alex took off his fedora to pour it out, and then threw it back on.
"Imagine the dawn gods came back tomorrow."
Cecil opened his mouth and then shut it with another pull of Assic's serenity.
"Yes, that's how we'd all react at first,"
Alex said.
"We'd think they'd come to save us again. But what if the dawn gods decided to elevate chickens to our intelligence? Taught them fire, speech, reading, taught them to destroy our homes and drive us to the edge, made children with chickens and left them the responsibility of keeping things that way, temples to chicken gods, mortal chickens ruling the world, us on the fringes. And then, thousands of years later, those gods left the chickens to fend for themselves, and we had the chance to take back everything. Wouldn't we do it?"
"That's a pragmatic outlook," Cecil said, a snide laugh in his voice.
"Playing the pessimist. You think despite everything the dawn gods taught us, humanity is doomed and the glories will win the Holy Land? Sure, from a worldly perspective. Nature puts up with a lot of shit from the gods. It'll bend to accommodate them, but if its laws are broken, it'll turn brutal and chew up the universe to put things right. We don't got that power. We got godly need."
Lilac bristled. Cecil could climb such an asinine high horse when he'd been drinking. At least he hadn't cut himself this time.
Alex stared into Lilac. "We have godly favor. The glories knew it. The dawn gods decided it and taught it to their children."
"Do you really want to know why they're gone?" Lilac asked.
"Independence from them isn't the same as cold abandonment," Alex said. "Why push us into toil and worship? Why not give us paradise, or at least food and shelter enough that no one would suffer? Lagoi should have handed Arcadia her miracle because she asked, no strings attached. Instead, Lagoi cashed loyalty to ease Arcadia's needs, like any pawnshop parasite."
Lilac wanted to grab Alex by the trench coat and slap him. He thought he understood so much about the world and gods and Lilac. He was oblivious to how she felt, deflated, drained, purposeless. He didn't understand being crushed because he'd always been small. No god, no descendant, no chosen. He had zero influence on the world at large and gave himself a private world to compensate, one he clutched to his heart, pretending mankind deserved fairness from the gods.
"We should have gone to the temple," Cecil said, watching southbound streets again. "You asked if I have blood on my hands," Alex said, his eyes on Lilac. "Would you really like to know?"
Minutes ago, Lilac would have pried it out of him without hesitation, but the way he asked the question coated each syllable in barbs. Small wonder he was a detective. He did not like unanswered questions, no matter who asked them.
"You said Arcadia never told you about Shaw, Alex said, but I will. Shaw was Lilac and Tonus on a grand scale. Lilac's gait slowed to a shuffle. Her bare feet scraped the wet sidewalk, and she remembered yesterday's wound. Something told her this conversation would cut deeper. Shaw was a mountain village north of Valentine. You wouldn't have heard of it back then. They lived pretty isolated. Alex waved a hand. Hard to get there, maybe impossible now, the way the rivers have flooded. Traders wandered through, but most people didn't know the village was there. Lightning drew outlines to the buildings ahead, or maybe they were the hills of Alex's story. Thale knew, Alex said. Came a time not long after Logoi left that we were desperate to bring her back, same as you. Thale mentioned Shah, said he found the village idyllic, even lovely. Do you know how strange it is to hear that word out of a man like Thale? He took 2 police captains and their units to Shah. I was one of them. At nightfall, we rounded up the villagers and set fire to their homes for cleansing. Thale told them they would be sacrificed for the greater good of Logoi. And you know what they say? A real sacrifice only matters if something valuable is lost. Lilac looked hard at Alex. He no longer walked this city's streets. He was in Shah, lost behind his eyes the way Arcadia's often went on voyages when she stared in the mirror. But you know what those people did while fire raged around them, surrounded by 30-odd officers? While we were fitting ammo drums into our submachine guns, ready to play the world's most violent percussion, what did the villagers do? Alex laughed, cold and terrified. They danced. They all started dancing, the whole village, like it was a party. But it wasn't just a dance, waving limbs and twisting torsos. There was power in it. Memories of some god we didn't know pushing through them, but I felt it, and I never had Cecil's gifts. Cecil squeezed closer to Lilac, as if that could hide him from this story. Arcadia felt it too, Alex went on. We all did. Even Thale, and it scared him. Death should have been dignified, but he ordered we open fire at will, and we captains echoed him. Arcadia was part of my unit, had loaded her gun, but I couldn't get her to squeeze the trigger. Thale shouted at her, smacked her, thundered over that awful rattling. Fire at will, Mirn, fire! But she couldn't. She broke down there in the hills. Lilac watched the street as if it might cough Arcadia from its darkness. No need to reach Old Town. Alex cleared his throat. When the gunfire died down, she wandered the blazing village, checking in windows like she'd find anyone alive. All she must have seen was her reflection. We hung the flags of Logoi's star in the village center, waving proud over the ash and blood. All for Logoi. Lilac shuddered. She'd said those last 3 words herself while her skin drank sacrificial blood, and like everything else out of Alex's mouth, the memory struck harder now. The goddess of reason had been offered blood aplenty a decade ago, and now. Did she even know? Logoi, Alex said again. You said she put Ada in the... What was it? Coral stone? Coral stone, Lilac echoed. A little blood woke her up to the world outside her prison.
More blood let her free herself. Alex glanced to Cecil, and then back to Lilac. The street seemed to narrow the farther they walked.
"You're one of Lagoi's priestesses, right? I'm surprised Ada didn't demand your sacrifice as recompense, or to show submission."
Lilac thought of dinner last night. Simone would have spilled everything then, secrets as runny as blood, had Lilac let her.
"Can dish it out but can't take it,"
Alex said.
"Fair enough. We all want to live. Even the people you killed."
"My blood wouldn't have done any good," Lilac snapped. The sky rumbled as if to warn her she'd messed up, but the storm was wrong. She didn't care anymore if Alex knew. If Lagoi wanted to enforce her secrecy, she could come back and do it herself.
"I don't bloody believe it,"
Cecil slurred as he grabbed Lilac's shoulder.
"A descendant? You?"
Lilac said nothing. Alex glanced between her and Cecil, his face crestfallen. A man cursed to know too many descendants. Or did he think she was lying? Cecil knew better.
"You never told me."
"We're not all so..." Lilac clicked her tongue. "So exhibitionist about it."
"Exhibitionist?"
Cecil scoffed, and then he shrugged.
"Perhaps so, love." "It tracks,"
Alex said.
"Why else fixate on Lagoi in Valmidian City? I mean, Ada's city."
He shook his head as if to slide this new knowledge into place.
"You're Lagoi's daughter?"
"Bullshit," Cecil said. "Lagoi never had a..." He stumbled over a loose chunk of sidewalk and toddled into the street. Ever the lightweight.
"Oh, I see. Mother keeps secrets, daughter keeps secrets."
He seemed more offended at Lilac's privacy than at finding out she'd been slitting people's throats. Maybe he didn't yet believe his friend was a killer. Thunder groaned through the street underfoot and the buildings to either side, as if the rainy season had driven a monstrous cloud against the city's asphalt. "And what faulty gift you got to show for your lineage, daughter of Lagoi?" Cecil asked. "High detail retention, pattern recognition, execution," Lilac said, but the words felt disconnected. She might have been getting a buzz at last from the drink, but a tremble climbed her legs too. She'd never felt thunder like this. "I work out all the possibilities around me. When I close my eyes and shut out the world, I can follow the patterns faster, see the most efficient course, like deciding the best turnover routine for a hotel room or finding the best escape route from the people I love."
"Quick thinker, that all? People can do that without being descendants."
Cecil quaked with nervous laughter.
"Damn me, Alex can do that,
and there's not a drop of godliness in his family tree." Lilac believed it. Alex was doing it now, watching ahead for this strange cloud that kept shaking the earth. He had to feel the same tremor Lilac did.
"At last, a descendant with a gift worse than mine," Cecil went on. "Here I thought everyone was one of Corumbol's daughters, juggling boulders, but not us. Fun, isn't it? We're descended from greatness. Why shouldn't we be great?"
Lilac had no answer for him. She didn't believe they were entitled to greatness, same as the world never allowed them normalcy. Cecil's laughter echoed on, a frightened thing trapped in his throat.
"Why the secret then, eh? Nothing worth hiding."
"Secrets were Lagoi's choice," Lilac said. "You're used to being abandoned, but I'm not, and I didn't want people to know." She winced. "I'm sorry."
"No, you got it right."
Cecil waved a forgiving hand.
"Grandfather never stuck around. We got the gods' blood, got their love, and then we got the gold to want them to be there for us. Sometimes love's not enough, and good intentions die in the street." The ground's quaking, threw Lilac off balance, and she nearly fell to the curb. The city roared underfoot, jostling windows in their frames and cars against the curb. A gargantuan sloshing curled around the street corner ahead, like someone had turned every radio in the world at full volume to a staticky station. Lilac saw what was coming in the frail light, but she didn't understand it at first. The darkness swelled into the street, a living monstrosity made of clawing, clutching night sky, only it rushed at her like a smacking hand. The sound loudened against brick and concrete, and then she understood. The tide surged ahead, not enough that 4 years ago it swept her daughters out of her life. The sea had now come for Lilac. Screams filled the air, sharp where people scurried into alleys, muffled where they were trapped behind high windows or pinned doors. A shriek filled Lilac's throat as the wave bore down on her. Alex had already slipped to one side. His hand groped for her arm. Cecil joined him, lost somewhere between sober and hammered, and his hand flashed out too, offering his umbrella. Lilac's fingers groped at its tattered edges. Wet darkness tore against her, snapping the umbrella and knocking her away. She lost sight of Alex and Cecil perched on a fire escape or car roof, something she couldn't make out as she shouted into the swelling water. Couldn't see, couldn't understand, couldn't swim with these hateful cuffs locking her wrists. Glass smashed somewhere, and a nonsense thought told her to watch out or else she'd cut her foot again. But Cecil's bottle of Asic Serenity was gone with the waves. Nothing to drink now but seawater. The wave slammed Lilac's head underwater, and she went swirling, dizzy, lost somewhere in the drowning darkness. Same as Sarah and Daphne. Chapter 33. The water was here to stay. Alex had hoped it might subside before he slid from the rounded car hood where he and Cecil had clambered out of the surge's way, but when its brutal force died down, the water level refused to die with it. The city's drains and ducts would take no more. Alex's gun holster held his bullets over the floodwater surface, but he stood drenched otherwise. He'd lost his fedora in the sudden wave, along with Lilac. Cecil dropped from the car and threw down his broken umbrella. Somehow his hat still hugged his head. Bright blue fish twinkled beneath the golden cone of a dodgy iron street lamp. Scattered survivors fought their way out of houses, up fire escapes, onto higher floors and rooftops. A high-pitched shriek rang up a nearby alley where a sharp black fin knifed through the floodwater. Alex scanned the street for signs of Lilac, her cuffed hands clinging to a car fender, fire escape stairway, anything. Cecil pawed at the water, ignoring evidence of predators, but there was no excavation for a watery grave. No Lilac to be seen. "We can't stay," Alex said, nudging Cecil westward. "Follow me. We're close to Old Town." Cecil whirled around and grabbed Alex's coat collar. "Are you mad?" he shouted. "You want us dead? That it? Bay Ridge is a muddy pile. Floodplains are the new ocean shelf. Old Town's days are numbered until they give it a new name, the beach." Alex flinched out of Cecil's grasp. "Old Town's not finished yet. Arcadia's team wouldn't keep fighting if it was." "And if they're dead?" Cecil asked. Alex trudged through the babbling water. He might usually play the pessimist, but right now he needed all the hope he could muster. Cecil pushed after him.
Might have all been swept off. Arcadia, flood fighters, the whole lot of them gone. Like my friend, yeah? Did you forget Lilac? Alex doubted he'd forget Lilac for the rest of his life.
We don't know she's dead.
You left her in cuffs, Cecil snapped. How ace a swimmer you think she'll be in those? Alex swallowed hard and tasted rainwater. Black-bulbed street lamps loomed ahead. Bay Ridge lights stroked the unhappy sky, but Old Town must have lost power. Only candles and lanterns lit windows here and there, frail against Old Town's dark, swirling nightmare.
She and I had more in common than I'd ever known,
Cecil said. Understood things you never could. Both descendants, weighed by godly expectation, and yet crushed and unappreciated by the sheer weakness of it. How it sticks to your soul.
But you die like the rest of us, right?
Alex leaned toward Cecil's face.
My patience is thinner than water tonight. You need to grieve, right? Go ahead and get it out, because when we find Arcadia, I don't want her to hear a word about Lilac.
Oh? Cecil cocked his head from side to side. That his fedora clung on seemed a miracle.
I thought we didn't know if she was dead.
Cecil. Alex's temper evaporated as a cloudy sigh.
I'm sorry.
Cecil blinked hard and then pressed past Alex through the water.
Come, you horrible man.
You've a friend to find, isn't that so? I hope yours is more alive than mine. Alex would have felt better had Cecil punched him in the face, but now wasn't the time for brawling in the street. They sloshed onward toward the floodplain's barricade. The flood stirred at war with itself, in some places pushing deeper into the city, in others tugging fragments toward a barricade breach, the floodplains, the sea. 12 feet above the street, a frail lantern rushed into sight from behind one dark house, vanished behind another, and re-emerged on its far side, the light's edges illuminating a sea-green uniform. One of Arcadia's agents running along the barricade, which meant it still stood. Old Town windows stirred with light, as if every household wanted to help the flood fighters. Too many lights to call the evacuation a success, but the city might have already fallen to glories if not for these candles and oil lamps shining on the people desperate to save Old Town. Arcadia stood among them. Lanterns encircled her where flood fighters and ununiformed citizens clustered to hear her through the torrent. A heavy crashing somewhere down the wall muffled her words from Alex's ears, but she must have given instructions. Pairs of listeners broke from the group to wade through floodwater, either along the barricade or into the neighborhood. When enough had cleared, Alex sloshed toward Arcadia. Her muscled arms gestured this way and that, directing people to man the barricade or report on whatever cacophonous disaster was making all that noise to the south. She paused when she spotted Alex, and then a brilliant grin spread across her face.
Lexi? That's me, far as I'm aware,
Alex said, and his mirroring grin broke through the rain. He moved in to hug Arcadia, but she clapped his arm and started away from him. We need every willing hand, she said. Too much night ahead, and maybe too much light. We need people stationed along the houses for our plan to work. Cecil scowled, but Alex ignored him.
I appreciate your situation,
Alex said, hurrying behind Arcadia.
But we got some trouble too. A crisis deeper in the city.
Arcadia grabbed a man by the shoulder as he started to wade past her. Not this way, she said. Cut through the alley to head south. I don't want you too close to it. The flood fighter nodded and hurried toward Old Town's houses.
It,
Cecil echoed. Your crisis needs to wait. Arcadia sloshed onward. I haven't left Old Town since this morning, and I can't leave now.
I'm sorry. Why didn't you tell me you almost died yesterday?
Alex snapped.
We spent all dinner yattering, and you never mentioned it.
Arcadia slowed her steps and ran a nervous hand over her scalp. Droplets bounced from her shorn hair.
I really don't have time. Later, I promise.
Alex had been ridiculous to expect any different. If flooding had torn through the North Temple District minutes ago, how could sea-facing Old Town be any better off? Cecil was right. Alex took a narrow-minded approach to investigations, first toward Lilac, now towards the god's disappearance, as if the world's troubles would pause until he had his way.
A miracle saved you, Alex said. Am I strolling the right avenue?
Arcadia began to turn.
Lexi, let me narrow the questions to a point. Ada, that name sound familiar?
Alex watched Arcadia's face for some recognition.
She might have something to do with why the gods left. Something I need to know. She's looking for you, and goddesses don't usually do their own fetching.
The wind thrashed at Arcadia's uniform, forming tents where scratches had cut the fabric. Alex had time for maybe one more question before she ran back to the fray.
Fine. Ada means nothing to you, Alex said. What about Medes?
A rolling wave surged against Arcadia's chest, and an inhuman calm rippled beneath her skin. She slid one hand into the water and prodded at her belt. The hand returned as a loose fist, where meager light glinted off a small red stone. The air tensed around its hard surface. Alex took a step back without meaning to, water splashing around him, and he wondered if this sudden warm gravity was anything like the sensations Cecil felt through his clairvoyance. Inside this coral stone is Medes, goddess of love, Arcadia said, her voice solemn and reverent. She saved me when I fell. She's the reason I can do this. She tapped the barricade, where steel plastered the stone, leftovers of a truck's fender.
Gods, she didn't just save you, Cecil said, rushing beside Alex. You're chosen. A champion.
Alex's eyes wandered Arcadia's body. She looked like herself, but the sense of her reached beyond skin, taking up a greater space in the air and water. In ancient times, champions were empresses and kings, more gifted than most descendants, which might have been why the gods hadn't chosen anyone since long before they abandoned Aig. What did that make Arcadia?
I can't play detective with you tonight.
Arcadia shoved the red coral stone back into her belt pouch.
Chasing leads nearly killed me yesterday, and I'm needed here, where I should have been in the first place. We need to get communications running up and down 3 blocks if we're going to guide the sea monster out of the city.
She patted Alex's shoulder.
Blackout means turn your lights out. Tell anyone you meet.
Past Arcadia, the night reached out in a claw of massive, squirming fingers that folded around 2 bright windows. Their sudden darkness echoed in shattered stone and muffled screams. Arcadia whirled around and charged through the high flood water. Shadows ate at her sea-green uniform, but her voice pierced in the night. "Clear the small debris!" Alex followed, more questions on his lips. Lanterns lit a stony mound, a house until moments ago. Arcadia stood in the rubble and shoved her hands beneath a collapsed wall, maybe 5 times her size. Muscles tensed down her back, shoulders, arms as she heaved up the debris and held it long enough for 2 flood fighters to duck underneath and drag a thin figure from the watery ruin. The wall crashed from Arcadia's fingers like a slamming door. She took a moment to catch her breath, and then she went back to barking orders against the storm.
Cecil tugged Alex's coat. "We can still make the temple, you know." Alex guessed we meant he and Cecil. Not Arcadia. She wouldn't abandon her post. The darkness thrashed with watery churning, and Alex realized he'd been hearing the sea monster since he and Cecil stepped into Old Town. He'd never heard of a sea monster inside a city. But Arcadia would stop it. She was a creature of the gods now. Would she want to know why they'd left, why they wanted her? Only if she thought knowing could make a difference against the glories and their flood. Cecil was still tugging, and Alex shrugged him off as another wave rolled against them. Some bold flood fighter darted atop the barricade with a flashlight in hand, boots squeaking over slick stone. "We're in the way," Cecil said, "and we've a good chance of winding up like poor Lilac. All the people in that house if a sea monster snatches us. Did Arcadia say it was a serpent?" Arcadia hadn't specified. Doubtful it mattered. Shallow water was not a sea monster's natural habitat, and it would destroy and kill in its confusion and panic. A god should have eased this disaster. Why had Ada gone to the temple when she could do better work here, as Valmidian had done in ages past? Hadn't Ada done the same when mortals still called this city Ados? Alex waded toward the nearest Old Town homes. The alleyways would offer some shelter from the sweeping rainfall, if not the flooding. "We're headed for the temple?" Cecil asked, sounding hopeful. "We're not going anywhere," Alex said, but his words felt distant, the speech of someone braver in his throat. "We're going to help." He pulled off his trench coat, hooked it into a windowsill's corner, loosened his tie, and rolled up the sleeves of his white shirt. His vest was swollen damp, but if he could tolerate the flood, so could his clothes. His holster clung to one shoulder, scarcely keeping his gun above water. The city lay dark beyond the meagre windows of light, but the domed temple would stand above every other rooftop. If Lilac had told the truth, and at this point that seemed likely, Ada would be there, waiting for Arcadia. And Medes, her mother, trapped in a coral stone, same as Ada. Lilac must have felt similar tension coursing from the daughter's coral stone as Alex had felt moments ago from the mother's. One goddess must have somehow learned about Arcadia from the other. But why did she matter to them? "You mentioned Medes last night," Alex said. "Did I?" Cecil asked. "I don't think I did." "You were drunk." Alex shook an outstretched index finger. "I remember. Talking about the forgotten mothers, that Medes was the first ascendant, which makes Ada first of the gods, meaning no god or mortal was her other parent. She had a father then, one of the dawn gods." Cecil gave a forceful shrug. "Exalus, I think?" The wind stilled to a brief calm in the squall, giving Alex a moment to breathe without sucking in rainwater. He peered harder down eastward streets, past flooding and car parts and floating newspaper pages, as if he had a clear view across the city to the domed temple roof. The gods must have gifted the temple and city to Valmidian after they had imprisoned Ada, with the truth washed away by years of stormy seasons. How many centuries since that temple had looked upon its true goddess? How many millennia since it had looked upon her father, a dawn god? "No, it's impossible," Alex muttered, the weight of it dawning on him. "It can't be." Chapter 34. A crimson tide splashed across white shores. Its sticky black strands grasped claw-like at the sand, the slaughtering ocean eager to drag the land beneath blood-thick waves.
They tossed Lilac in their copper-tasting surf, lost between solid earth and the swirling deep. She would drink only blood now. She would drink the sea. Her face burst up from the churning floodwater, waking fully as the surge smacked her shoulder against a hard corner. She reeled in pain, submerged, nearly fainted again, and then charged for the surface. The water fought against a dead-end alley, and she was caught in the middle. Her mouth tasted of copper. She kicked down until her feet found asphalt, and then she twisted to right herself against the nearest brick wall. Her wrists strained at iron. That arsehole Alex should never have cuffed her. She would find a way loose once she escaped this alley. Both palms patted for a path. Brick. Brick. Air. Lilac jerked back. A dead end should have 3 walls. This one only had 2. The alley led to an open space, but here the floodwater slammed against an unseen wall and cycled back on itself in an endless, looping waterfall between Lilac and the Temple Plaza. The flood had driven her here, as if bending to Cecil's wishes. She half expected this force would reject her too, but when she stepped against it to try, her fingers broke through open air. Raindrops peeled from her skin and then her hair and clothes as she breached the rain-resistant space. Her stomach lurched, her chest ached. She doubled over and coughed up salt water onto dry cobblestones. The new puddle rippled and then retreated to the plaza's edge where unwelcome water belonged. Lilac wiped her mouth and looked to the temple, the same place she'd nearly gotten Arcadia killed yesterday, where a goddess had saved her. That power now pulsed across the plaza, a warm heartbeat fighting back the storm. 1,000 lit candles surrounded the temple's marble columns, where hundreds of people stirred across white steps. Some carried suitcases and bags for some reason, others nothing but their children and the clothes on their backs. They had found here what they must have longed for every night since Valmidian's disappearance. A miracle. No, better than that. A goddess. Her gargantuan white arms swam in the candlelight, their steady fingers toying with the air as if taming the wind. Scarlet eyes flickered at Lilac, noticing her outside the gathered crowd. Lilac's exhausted legs buckled, and she fell on hands and knees. Tremors ran up her forearms and clacked the iron cuffs against each other. Ada would like her this way. She strode toward the plaza's edge, her footsteps migrating the crowd both out of her way and behind her. Everyone watched or followed, as if afraid that letting her out of their sight would mean she'd abandon them like the other gods. "I see no coral stone which makes my mother's prison," Ada said. "I see no Arcadia Mirn either." Her eyes glared in giant rubies. 2 great fingers danced at her hip, either a sign of impatience or another step in the dance she'd been performing before she noticed Lilac. Beneath Ada's stiff veneer, she must have been weaving a miracle from moment to moment, likely to keep the rain and sea at bay from the Temple Plaza. Lilac lowered her head. "The flood caught me. Not a surprise, and so not a disappointment." Ada waved back at the temple. "You see what I make of this god-forsaken place. The burden has always fallen to divinity. The dawn gods reshape the world by their very presence, and we children make do. Would that I had a covenant. They would dance and channel, but there is no time for ritual. Only blood." Lilac glanced at the marble steps of Valmidian's. No, Ada's temple. Someday she would accept the difference, but the truth ached. Still, the steps were clean. No blood bathed them yet. Only people, each thrumming with the makings of miracles. A sharp wind howled through Ada's hair. "I cannot do the work to save this world without you, Lilac, daughter of Logoi, granddaughter to Calypsis and Calicos, and the unnamed mother, yourself a mother to twin lost souls. And yet, as my liberator, you become mother and savior to Aig, to mankind." A curling finger beckoned Lilac to stand and follow toward the temple steps. Another two fingers went on dancing at Ada's hip. Lilac climbed from the warm cobblestones and hurried to Ada's side. The doorways to her temple stood so high, they were probably the only entrances in the city which didn't have to stretch to accommodate godly height. "I remember when Logoi was born," Ada said. "Your grandmother, the unnamed mother, has no like. Impregnated by two dawn gods, some say she violated the laws of nature, but we gods cannot be one with the natural world. We dance with it, and it dances with us. Logoi tore her mother apart before she could ascend to godhood herself, dead before divinity, a 9-headed child to show for this. Did Logoi ever tell you?" "No, goddess," Lilac said, and she wasn't sure how to feel. This story felt like dirty family secrets being aired before a too large crowd. "Logoi was beautiful, and she was also a monster," Ada went on. "Mortals feared her until her intelligence shined, and so they accepted her, but she could not love them. Why keep your affection? Could it be only familiarity?" Logoi also spoke less than Ada, a quality Lilac cherished in Arcadia too. Mentioning that now would be disastrous. "Logoi was my teacher," Lilac said. "My everything. I didn't know my mortal mother until later." "After Logoi abandoned you?" "Fortuitous again." Ada spread her arms to either side, and the crowd scattered down the temple steps. She stroked the air, swaying with it in a strange dance. "Some believe we gods cast our will upon the world. Perhaps so. But we cannot guide fate, the nature of time, the nature of nature itself. Gods fuel the year's wheel, but it rests upon you small cogs to turn this great machine." "You know about machines?" Lilac asked. "Your culture's progress ebbs and flows with the tide," Ada said. "When the glories recede, you prosper by steam, by oil, by lightning, even by miracle engines. But the glories return, and all your progress lies sundered by their seas. We gods drive them off, and you climb from stone and dust again. Cyclical centuries. The glories, too, have their machines, empowered by the ocean floor's volcanic fire. How else could they send the seas into my city?" Ada's arms slithered in the wind, beckoning to the temple ceiling. Its deceptive murals hid far beyond candlelight. Would Ada let those painted lies about Valmidian last until dawn? "Beginning tonight, the glory's machines will end," Ada said. Crimson light bristled down her pale skin. 5,000 years have passed since the dawn god's descent. In the eons since, mankind has spread from Aig to distant continents. My great father set seed inside my mother, and followed by this came her ascension, my birth, the first children, the 6 holy wars which your history recalls as one, the holy sycamore tree. The tree's burning 2 millennia ago, and now you have dwelt 10 years without the gods." Lilac watched the dancing candlelight, evasive as truth. Miracle engines, technology and culture lost to time, more than one holy war? She'd never heard anything like it. Were there missing verses of Aig, or did the holy book only cover the final war before the dawn gods set their children straight? Ada might have been lying again, but Lilac didn't think so. God saw much more of time in the world than any mortal. Ada paused at the temple's debris-strewn seating, where fabric strips and torn newspaper pages seemed to desecrate the marble. Tragic and blessed times seem alike, for the glories have forever hunted and haunted mankind. No more after tonight. I should elevate you, daughter of Logoi, to the ancient and forgotten rank of High Priestess. Lilac turned now, her brow furrowing. High Priestess? Ada nodded once. This rank has fallen from use. For some time, covenants have kept no leaders when the gods have taken a direct hand, but long ago there were the people, the covenant, and then the High Priestess, and only she would attend to that highest of powers. Lilac trembled. That highest of powers? That couldn't mean... Ada faced her temple ceiling. Lilac, daughter of Logoi, I anoint you High Priestess to my father Exalus, first of the dawn gods to descend from the heavens, first to seed gods upon the world, and soon first of the dawn gods to return from the heavens. When he breaches the skies and reaches his magnificence across land and sea, he will bring an end to the glories and seed a new world for mankind. She thrust her hands out, gesturing to the open plaza. When my temple runs red. A sick lump welled in Lilac's throat. She looked to her palms, clean only because they drained any blood they touched. She'd lost her dagger, but there would be others in the temple. This heralds a moment of great and terrible sacrifice for a bright and beautiful future, Ada said. She tapped one mighty fingertip on the chain between Lilac's cuffs. Their stern iron slopped, mud-like, from her wrists, no more solid than blood, and dribbled onto the marble floor. No better a high priestess for these mortal acts than one already accustomed to the slaughter. Ada laid 2 enormous fingers on Lilac's shoulder. None would dream to carve this sacrificial flesh without our beloved butcher. Chapter 35. The wind swirled in Arcadia's ears like it wanted her to miss the warning. She could see just fine, unlike Cassus, who kept batting damp hair out of her face. Maybe Logoi had taught them to keep it short to ready them for a night like this. Still, seeing wouldn't do Arcadia much good if she missed. "Circling!" Jason shouted over the howling downpour. He perched on a street corner, up to his chest in water, where he watched for the sea monster. Every other agent had taken cover or climbed atop the barricade where Arcadia and Cassus stood. Arcadia hoped they wouldn't get blown away. Bad as the city was, the floodplains now belonged to the sea. "Blackout!" Arcadia shouted. Cassus and the other barricade-mounted flood fighters echoed down the line. Candles and lanterns choked across Old Town. Everyone seemed to have done their job passing the word along the streets. Echoes of blackout carried from block to block, dousing the neighborhood in a protective black sheet. Except where Arcadia and her agents clasped flashlights around the barricade's gateway. The sea monster seemed to like the lights. It had thrust its bone-helmed head into 6 houses tonight, those with the brightest windows. Families with either too much oil or too much eagerness to help the flood fighters. Families with nothing now. The sea monster might spring at stone walls like a writhing piece of night, but deep down it was nothing more than a confused animal that didn't want to be here. Furious, possibly injured by the glories when they drove it into the city, maybe dying. Better it die at sea where it wouldn't take anyone with it. Arcadia aimed her flashlight at the gateway. Cassis mimicked her, and others followed. Every light in Old Town shone the way to the sea. "Arcadia!" a familiar voice called beneath her feet. Alex waded in the floodwater below, hardly visible outside the flashlight beams. No sign of Cecil. Hopefully he'd retreated to somewhere safe like Alex should have done. "Take cover," Arcadia said. Her boots squealed against the barricade's top as a fresh tremor rumbled through the stone. Floodwater surged around a street corner as the sea monster charged for the barricade. "We got its eyes," Cassis said. Her flashlight twitched in her shaking hands. "Ease it through," Arcadia said. Water rushed as the monster charged for the gateway. If everyone kept their lights aimed at the gap and toward the floodplains, it might forget about destroying Old Town and swim back where it came from. There was still the storm, wind, and flooding, but there would at least be one less problem. "Arcadia!" Alex called up again. A precious need filled his voice. A sudden screech ripped Arcadia's attention from him. The sea monster's carapace gleamed beneath flashlight beams as it made a sharp turn along the barricade, splashing the flood fighters. "Wait!" Cassis cried, as if wild animals took orders. Arcadia tried aiming her flashlight ahead, but the monster focused on brighter lights peeking around a northern street corner. Cassis whipped the two-way radio off her belt. "Captain Mearn ordered a full blackout! Whose light is that?" The radio crackled. "This is Agent Eileen Summers. Don't worry, everyone. We've brought reinforcements." Chilly rainwater slithered down Arcadia's spine. She raised one arm against the oncoming flashlights, their beams casting deep shadows over the floodwater. Clusters of darkness floated upon makeshift rafts, forming a writhing silhouette with each one's head and limbs indistinguishable from the others. But the shouting came clear and familiar. "Ready yourselves!" Commander Thale bellowed. "Agents, seek cover! Officers, take aim!" Arcadia didn't have time to shout him down or stop him. She grabbed Cassis's collar and dragged her flat against the barricade's top to cover her. Alex would hopefully brace himself against the stony foundation below. The world had not been quiet since the glories sent wails and waves and the sea monster rushing against Old Town, but their assault was a peaceful lullaby compared to this rattling gunfire. Thale had limited ideas on how to resolve a crisis, and right now he squeezed every bit of his imagination into a submachine gun's trigger, each round clacking a thunderous symphony. They were the same type of rapid-firing rifle he'd loaded officers with 10 years ago in the mountains, their undersides fitted with disc-shaped ammo drums, feeding rounds out the barrels as they went clack, clack, clack in the night. Bullets tore across the sea monster's helm and trunk. Tentacles thrashed at the water, the barricade, and the makeshift rafts, knocking gun-wielding officers overboard and agents down the wall. The sea monster wanted to kill the light, and everything that made light. But the gunfire didn't stop. Arcadia wanted to rise, carry Cassis away, shout for Thale to stop. His way had never solved a problem,
only cause new ones, as if that were all his police could do. There wasn't time. The sea monster needed out, needed to escape, and turned sharply, knocking its tail into a stone house as its trunk whipped across the barricade. Cracked and bleeding carapace scraped against stone. Arcadia grabbed for Cassis's arm as one muscly rope slapped the barricade beneath them, and then another came sweeping across the wall. The blow knocked Arcadia clear from the top. Cassis's flashlight twirled, struck a slab of bent-up truck, and shattered. Cold darkness engulfed Arcadia's head. The water's surface felt far away, and the world was fading. Where was Cassis? What about Alex? Which side of the barricade had Arcadia fallen toward? The city or the doomed floodplains? Maybe both sides were doomed. Chapter 36. Alex saw the splash a moment before realizing who'd fallen. No, he wasn't going to let the flood take anyone else he knew tonight, especially not Arcadia. He dug his hands under her armpits and tugged her up from the water. She was a limp doll, and the drenched uniform weighed her down, but the high flood water eased Alex's load in gliding her toward a wrecked pile of what used to be part of the barricade's top. Tentacle or stone or both must have struck Arcadia's head. A shallow gash tore along her scalp, glinting in the new light. She would be fine. Alex was certain as he hauled her onto the ravaged stone. Godly power pulsed through her body. He felt it as he touched her neck for a heartbeat, and then as he hovered a hand over her mouth and nose to check for breath. Unconscious, but alive. She would probably wake soon. Alex had an opportunity now, but not for long. He glanced back at the fight between Thale's forces and the sea monster to be sure the creature wouldn't come this way, and then he opened a pouch along Arcadia's belt. The coral stone was rougher than expected. Alex's fingertips raked across its porous surface, and 2 digits emerged bleeding when he lifted it to his face. Hard to believe this palm-sized rock held the power of a goddess inside, but she made her presence known when the sunshine-like warmth breathed through his skin. My new sweetling. Alex flinched and nearly dropped the coral stone. He hadn't expected that gentle whisper. His slick fingers squeezed tight, rubbing his palm against the coral stone's paws. More blood for Medes. No getting squeamish. He would only have this one chance. But could he blame his nerves for twitching? He'd last faced a goddess over 20 years ago at his induction into the Logos police. Lugoi's many heads had seen him, sure, but he'd stood with Arcadia and everyone else from their barracks year. Arcadia must have had unique strength inside her to approach Lugoi again, alone, and receive her miracle. If only Alex could mimic that bravery for 5 minutes. He hadn't planned for this moment, but there was no precedence for questioning a god. It wasn't done. Do not pretend us strangers, sweetling. Medes hummed through Alex's bones with a strange pressure and unfamiliar accent. I felt your presence tonight, and last night. You would bring me pleasantries and friends. Savior to Arcadia, aren't you? Arcadia is perfectly capable of saving herself, Alex said, his voice cracking like a teenager's. He blamed the storm. In your experience, perhaps, Medes said. I did not find it so. I found her bleeding in a secret chamber beneath my daughter's temple. You're Ada's mother, Alex said. My daughter was present with us, but too far to help. The coral stone hummed. She knows of our dear champion. Arcadia lay dying, and for that blood my miracle stitched flesh and bone to rightness. At Alex's feet, Arcadia stirred, already recovering. Time was running out. And Exalus was her father, which made you his, priestess?
Dawn gods give no designation. Medes' pleased sigh rippled through the coral stone. To them, the world runs no thicker than water. Sift it, drink it, reshape it in vessels. To love a dawn god is to love the universe. You cannot imagine the sheer awe of standing in a wheat field and staring into the heavens as his colossal presence descends. The coral stone shimmered red. But you will know it. Alex squeezed the stone. He doubted the goddess felt the pressure as its rough edges scraped his skin.
Will I meet him, Ixalis?
Briefly, Medes said. She sounded regretful. My courageous daughter calls her father into the world, a reunion many years in the making. Expect him to greet her, yes. Love her, yes. Do as she asks, yes. But then comes his return to the heavens for the final time.
Final?
Alex echoed. The dawn god Skeptimos had shed his physical form while his soul returned to the heavens. Ixalis might do the same.
What then? A new holy psychopomp tree?
Clever, sweetling. Another hum rippled through the coral stone, and a smile caught Medes' voice. Arcadia's fondness be a small wonder. I, too, enjoy your quick mind. Arcadia stirred again as gunfire clacked over the floodwater. A quick mind wasn't enough. Alex needed quicker words.
Is that why the rest of the gods left us? Alex asked. You stand to gain, right? They put you in these stones to stop you from summoning a dawn god?
Indeed. Lagoi and the others did not wish Ixalis' return, not for our purpose. Medes said, Your gods have abandoned you, their reasons unknown to me, but fate rises fortuitous in their absence. All the world may gain when Arcadia joins the body of my heavenly lover. A nervous tremble fought the coral stone's warmth from Alex's skin. Same as gentle Theo had become the old holy tree's core, Arcadia would merge with the new one. But if Medes and Ada hadn't steered the other gods out of Aig, then who was responsible? Lagoi and the others did not appreciate Ada's vision. Medes went on, My ambitious, beautiful daughter sought a particular kind of soul centuries ago, and for that we were punished. Now we find another, Arcadia Mirn, she whose hand would not bring death, not to man, not to glory, not to those who are people. A unique find, yes? Alex shifted on the stone pile.
But why that kind of soul? Why Arcadia?
An excited breath slid through the coral stone.
Expect no simple return of Skeptimos' holy tree. Skeptimos taught healing to mankind, but Ixalis taught fire.
Ada's new holy tree welcomes the era of the transcendent psychopomp. She whose hand would not bring death will draw up the souls from still living mankind and hold them in the tree's branches to await the between.
You'd steal our souls? Alex's grip tightened so hard that his fingers ached. What would happen to our bodies?
Unstoppable mankind! Medes gasped with glee. No souls to sully or restrain with simplistic morality. Forget the laws taught by the dawn gods Calypsis. Forget anxious guilt and doubt. Unshackled and merciless, your kind may clot the seas with glorious blood. By Arcadia's deathless hands, expect mankind to shepherd through death oceanward and usher in a world without the glories.
Alex swallowed hard. Genocide.
Simplistic morality, Medes repeated. They ravage Ada's city and drown your holy land, yet you cower. For what? Your souls? Their existence? Do not cherish your weaknesses, sweetling. Would you pity the glories moments from now? I think not. I see your death. Alex leaned the coral stone away from his face. Clacking gunfire began to fade, same for the sea monster's thrashing.
"My death?"
he asked.
"Death.
And then the between." Meaty sighed through Alex's skin. "May you find reincarnation in a better world." A cold, fleshy rope snagged Alex's throat and yanked him backward. His body smacked against debris-strewn water and then plunged underneath as scaly limbs coiled around his arms, legs, and chest. Floodwater sloshed over his face. He thrashed forward, opened his mouth to scream, but there was no air, no clear sound, only water closing around him. Only a glory to drag him down and drown him. Chapter 37. Gunfire eased as Arcadia sat up straight and coughed salty water onto her lap. She had landed on a pile of broken stone. Flashlight beams cast flailing shadows over nearby houses in a twisted dance. Something red glimmered in the floodwater. Arcadia glanced at her belt, one pouch open, and then snatched the coral stone from the rubble's edge. It must have flown loose when she fell. She stuffed it back into her belt pouch. The last thing she needed tonight was for a goddess to sink into the waves. Ammo drums struck makeshift rafts, and another volley of gunfire thundered through Old Town. The sea monster thrashed, and one muscly limb grasped a Logos officer and flung him screaming over the barricade's top in a flash of blue uniform. There was no helping him, but the monster was weaker now. Had it been in prime shape when it arrived, those limbs would have torn Thale's firing squad apart, but the glories had dropped it on death's door. "Cassis!" Arcadia called. No answer. "Lexi!" She staggered along the lower barricade, where cracks forked around fresh leaking holes. They were the same, she and the barricade, both weary and crumbling in this long night. A rag doll floated against her thigh alongside a wooden toothbrush. She pawed at the water, came up with a pistol. Did it belong to Cassis? No, she would have had a revolver. 2 feet away, the water sloshed and churned. "Lexi?" Arcadia asked. "Cassis." Limbs tussled beneath the water as if bound in rope. Arcadia waded closer, where a face strained for the surface. Not Cassis's long hair, but Alex's shorn scalp. Arcadia plunged both hands into the water and tugged the wriggling figure toward her. Alex did not surface alone. Behind him, a womanly face stared with blue-black eyes, mostly pupil, each wide as a fist. No human had eyes like that, or fleshy tendrils down their scalp, spine, and limbs instead of hair, or a hide of shimmering blue-white scales. Tentacles stretched from her abdomen beneath human-like arms, each curling at the end like a fist. Her thick, snakish tail writhed in the water in place of legs. Arcadia had only seen glories in stylish murals and fuzzy moving pictures or photographs, or as far-off shapes on dim coastal evenings, always separated by distance or medium, never a face-to-face confrontation, until here in the muck of Old Town, where squid-like limbs tugged and strangled Alex. His choked cry came wordless and desperate, his face dark. Arcadia stuffed the pistol in her lost revolver's holster and launched herself on the glory. Claws scraped at one shoulder, but she squeezed a hard fist around the limb at Alex's neck and uncurled it from his throat. He gasped hard, almost sinking into the water. Arcadia wrapped one arm around his chest to hold him up and fought at the glory's fleshy ropes with the other, untangling tentacles one by one, even as the glory scratched and flailed. Arcadia's arms bruised beneath glorious muscles. They would drag her and Alex to a watery death given the chance. Arcadia reeled back and slammed her fist into the glory's slick chest. The glory was sleek and strong, but no goddess fueled her with holy purpose. No god would ever champion a glory. The glory came again for Arcadia's free arm, but she let go of Alex, grabbed the glory's trunk in both hands, and slung her at the debris pile beneath the stone barricade. Alex collapsed against Arcadia and grasped at her uniform. She hauled him to standing. He coughed up a throat full of seawater. Alive. Unharmed. Good. Arcadia had other problems. Her free hand dove for her holster and drew the pistol. The glory scrabbled at the debris pile, but she was sluggish. Either Arcadia's blow had shaken her, or this had been a long night for everyone, human and glory alike. Was this glory drowning in the air? Arcadia knew little about their anatomy, whether they had dolphin-like lungs or fish-like gills, or both, or something in between. Could the glory's flat nose smell the dying sea monster's fish rot like Arcadia, or did that facial feature have another purpose? How different and alike were they? Alex slinked from Arcadia's trunk and stood on his own 2 feet. His wide white eyes glared across the water as hard rain dripped across him and Arcadia and the glory. Could she feel it, or did her scales not notice water? Arcadia raised the pistol. She hadn't been made to aim a gun in years, and now twice in 2 days. This one belonged to somebody else. Would that make pulling the trigger easier? Alex coughed out a question. "What are you waiting on?" The glory's midnight eyes watched Arcadia. However she breathed, her chest expanded and contracted, and her whole body vibrated with tension. The fight was gone. Arcadia's hand trembled. She lowered the gun an inch. "Arcadia," Alex said, "you're a flood fighter. Do your work." He broke into another coughing fit. The glory didn't look much like a flood. Sinewy tendrils curled and uncurled down her scalp and arms, each like a numb hand trying to work feeling back into its blood vessels. Up the street, the gunfire at last died beneath the sea monster's hollow moaning. Nothing heavy splashed in the floodwater. No Logos officers or flood fighters flew screaming over the barricade. Either the sea monster was already dead, or else it, like the glory, had surrendered. "Arcadia," Alex said again. "The trigger. Pull it." He said this like he'd forgotten his own pistol, as if what mattered wasn't the glory's fate, but that Arcadia decided who would live or die. And she would. She studied Alex's stern face and then let the pistol slide back into the water where she'd found it. He choked out her name again, but she missed whatever else he said. Her gaze stuck to the crushed stone and the beaten creature lying partway in the water. The glory's gaze followed the sinking pistol and then slid back to Arcadia. The expression was unreadable across flat features, sideways blinking eyes, and a thin mouth lined with sharp fish-like teeth. She leaned her head back, showing thin blue scratches down the left side of her face. Had she fought with some other glory, or was this the mark of an animal attack out at sea? Arcadia climbed, dripping onto the stone debris, closer than she ever thought she'd get to a living glory. The glory didn't move, only watched. Arcadia knelt in front of her and sighed. "What did we ever do to you?" The glory's eyes twitched back and forth. Her mouth opened slowly, revealing sharp teeth. "Ever do to you," she said, a perfect mimic of Arcadia's voice and inflection. Clear enough to imitate, but unlikely the glory understood human speech. If any simple answer existed to Arcadia's question, some clear motive that drove the glories to hate humans so much, this one glory probably didn't know it. She was one small cog in their machine. same as Arcadia. And if this Glory did know, why would she think Arcadia deserved an explanation? Light slashed from up the street, casting Arcadia's shadow across the debris. She waved a hand toward the water and gave a curt nod. The Glory must have understood. She slunk headfirst down the debris and under the water surface, where her tail splashed once as she vanished from sight. She would probably swim through the gateway in a blink. Arcadia turned toward the coming light, where Thale waded closer. Officers trailed behind him, while flood fighter agents wandered the ravaged street. Some haunted the sea monster's corpse, murmuring to each other while they watched Arcadia.
"Commander,"
Arcadia said. She couldn't remember how to formally greet Thale. He seemed so much smaller from up on the debris. On even footing, she crested him, but from this stone incline, she stood a head taller.
"I can't have seen this,"
Thale said.
"You had a Glory at your mercy, but you let it go."
Alex edged toward Thale.
"She slipped away,"
he said, and then coughed again. Thale ignored him and clambered out of the water onto the pile of stone.
"Don't think anyone's kept your miracle a secret from me, Mirn. Tell me, is this the God's will? Let a Glory have another chance to kill people?"
Arcadia glanced at the water, as if the Glory might resurface to explain for her. Nothing moved but raindrops forming circles in the flood. Alex stared up. He looked as tired as Arcadia felt. Thale slid into Arcadia's view.
"What are you really, Mirn? You wouldn't hurt one worm on that squidfucker's head? You wouldn't help summon a goddess."
"Roster," Alex started. Thale shouted over him.
"What are you, Mirn, but a walking pointless failure?"
Arcadia shifted on her feet, knocking pebbles into the water. Not one touched Thale's boots. Thale saw Shah, Glories, and the world one way. Arcadia saw another, but he had no place in her head. "I'm not your officer anymore," Arcadia said.
"You don't head the evac team anymore either. Not the flood fighters. Any of it."
Thale cocked his head toward the flooded street.
"Get out of Old Town. I'll find something more your aptitude tomorrow. Pray to Valmidian there'll be a tomorrow."
He splashed past Alex into the water and stormed toward the sea monster's carcass, his beard a wet mop down his face.
"Find oil and machetes, enough for a sea monster. We can't leave this thing rotting here."
Agents and officers scurried to obey, but here and there they stole glances at Arcadia as she slid into the floodwater and waded down the street. They had to think she was a traitor to Logos, Aeg, mankind itself. Any one of them would have pulled the trigger or drawn a knife from their belts, anything to stop even one Glory. Alex had tried to order it as if he was still her captain, as if Shah haunted Old Town and maybe the entire city tonight. No one else understood the Glory was a person. Hairless, scaly, covered in tendrils, a tail instead of legs, but she wasn't a fish or a squid. She was like Arcadia. In the dawn days, Glories kept their own architecture, arts, inventions, their own kind of peace. Did they still prosper in the deep sea? With the gods gone, their society might have turned solely to annihilating Aeg's city-states. Little else explained the tide rolling from beach to city but some unknown machine of glorious invention. But Glories wanted mankind dead, and Arcadia was supposed to kill the Glory. Something crucial inside this world was broken, and she didn't know how to fix it. She didn't know how to swim along with the brokenness either. Did that make her whole, or was she broken in a different way? Maybe Thale was right, and she was useless, purposeless. Godly power burned through her body, and yet she couldn't help being herself, with every fault that entailed. Arcadia should have been turned away from the barracks, the only orphan in Logos too meek to someday be forced into the police. No one back then had noticed the pointless soul inside. How could Logoi have seen a life worthy of a miracle? How could Medes have seen this life as worth saving? The water floated thick with wooden shrapnel and household items, a white soap bar, a red necktie, a face-down photograph loosed from its frame. Arcadia hoped for no bodies right now. The first corpse she'd ever seen was her mother's, and then her father's beside, both half buried in a landslide outside Logos when Arcadia was small. Her mother hadn't looked like herself, too much red dressing her brown skin. Someone splashed through the water, and Arcadia glanced back to find Alex trailing behind, with Cecil joining from within a dark alleyway. They kept their distance, as if her sense of mercy might be contagious, but they followed her anyway. Conversation might bubble up, and then questions. Maybe somewhere safe existed in the city's hopelessness where Cecil could get drunk, and Alex could laugh with Lilac. But what of Arcadia? Last night's peaceful dinner had no place in her life. She was a creature bound in chaos and bloodshed. Pleasant company made a bad fit for her soul. Friends, lover's family, privileges of another's life, handed to Arcadia by mistake. She deserved none of it. Chapter 38. "Rip out our souls?" Cecil whispered. "What, from the lot of us?" Alex opened and shut his mouth. He'd been too horrified to ask specifics, and now Medes in her coral stone was out of his hands. Many things were. "Gather that's why the gods put her and Ada in them blasted stones to begin with." Cecil sounded apathetic. Raindrops bounded off his fedora. Maybe he was right. Not like Alex knew. Nothing seemed certain these days. He couldn't even read his best friend 3 feet ahead of him. Had Arcadia overheard him repeat Medes' plan to Cecil as they crossed from Old Town? Would she care? Alex had known her too long to be sure, remembered too many facets. That frail adolescent standing over beaten police cadets, the changed teenager emerging from Lagoi's temple, the broken officer at Shah, the flood fighter of recent, and now this forlorn champion of the gods. But she was also every facet at once. Frail, powerful, brave, broken. Streetlights glared off the floodwater's surface, and their shine pulled Alex into a decade past, when Shah burned against a black sky. He had braced the submachine gun against his shoulder, slammed in the ammo drum, and prayed all for Lagoi like everyone else. And then he'd squeezed the trigger, like almost everyone else. Between the flickering fires and his lowered eyelids, he hadn't been able to tell which dancing bodies fell from his rounds or those of his fellow officers. He could pretend he'd shot no one. Only Arcadia knew for certain that she was blameless. She broke down there in the hills, Alex had told Lilac, the same as he'd believed these past 10 years. Tonight was different. Arcadia had refused to pull the trigger in Old Town, but not for breaking down. She had looked Alex in the eye, damn her, defying his coughed-out demands and Thale's expectations. No panic, no breakdown. The glory had been at Arcadia's mercy, and she'd made a choice. Maybe not for the first time, Alex now realized. He might have spent the last 10 years misunderstanding Shah. He thought she'd quit the Logos police out of shame, but what if she'd been too disgusted to ever wear the badge again? Same as Alex, only years earlier. In that case, how well did he really know Arcadia? He pushed through the floodwater to catch up with her. Electric light glimmered in the South Temple District's windows. The sea monster had missed this neighbourhood in focusing its rampage on Old Town. The radiance showed mud stains and torn fabric down Arcadia's uniform. A row of deep scratches lined one bicep, but they were already healing. She was tense and tired, and she needed a rest more than any other soul tonight.
"It's true,"
Alex said.
"You never killed anyone."
Arcadia glanced at him but said nothing. He doubted she'd put much thought to it. Most people never had to, and only Alex and the other murderers, both current and formerly with the Logos police, had to weigh how much blood they'd spilled. All for Lagoe, or all for themselves. Something thrashed down an intersection as they crossed the street, and Alex drew his brass-coloured pistol. Water ran slick down its barrel. Could it fire if another glory appeared? Should it? He plucked bullets from its bottom-loading chamber and used his necktie to rub the rounds as dry as he could, one by one. If Arcadia noticed the gun, she kept it to herself.
"I've seen you fire, but only in training,"
Alex said.
"Practice shots, never in the field."
They neared the South Temple District's main thoroughfare, emptier than usual. Farther east, Honest Hector's pawn shop was likely open despite the hateful storm. Northward, not far from the Central Temple District, they would find Lilac's apartment. Had Simone abandoned home, or had she decided she was safer on that second floor than anywhere else?
"You quit the police years before I did, like you knew it sat wrong,"
Alex went on.
"Was it Shaw? Or something else?" "You know why,"
Arcadia said, almost pleading.
"Shaw, then."
Alex examined another bullet.
"I wish you'd drilled the same into me."
Arcadia pressed past a door floating in the water.
"Your place wasn't my decision." "Of course not,"
Alex said.
"You made a choice at Shaw, while I followed orders. Never questioned if it was right until later, only hoped I didn't cause too much harm. Story of my life."
He dried another bullet. The rain seemed to lighten, leaving fewer ripples in the water.
"But that's no way to live. We have to make decisions against harm, and I let the blood flow onto my hands, Lagoe's star glaring down at us like she was there. You knew better. The star reminded you that wasn't your work. No death or harm on your hands."
"I've caused harm." Arcadia sounded cold. "There's no place in the Logos police without harm." Alex turned over his last bullet.
"I've wondered if so many people really did wrong back in Logos that Lagoe had plenty to drink, or if her laws and demands pressed them until they cracked. A god who wants blood will find a way."
"Bringing people in, we knew they'd wind up at the racks," Arcadia said. "All for Lagoe." Alex almost laughed. Why did she have to be so fucking right all the time?
"You got me. I'm still making excuses for us. We can't blame Lagoe. You knew that even when you went to her for a miracle. It was your choice to swear yourself to her in a deeper way than the rest of us, and yet you chose not to kill."
Arcadia paused and offered him a meagre smile, as if she understood some secret truth about their souls she wasn't allowed to share. She would take that understanding to her death. Alex clacked the pistol's chamber shut.
"You're too good for the rest of us,"
he said, ticking back the hammer.
"You always were."
Thunder quaked from the pistol. Arcadia groped at her chest, where a hole now punctured her uniform, and then she collapsed into the water. Her body began to sink, and for the second time tonight, Alex caught and held her. He let the rainy darkness drink his pistol. He never wanted to fire it again. His gaze stuck to Arcadia's empty face. She was already gone. He hadn't thought it would happen so quickly. Cecil gasped. "What's the matter with you?" Alex cradled Arcadia to his chest. Her legs bobbed part way between surfacing and submerging, weighed by her waterlogged boots. "I'm sorry," Alex whispered. "I love you, and I'm so sorry." He wanted to tell her he didn't have a choice, but he no longer knew whether or not that was true. Maybe every human action since the Dawn days had been a choice. The true curse of the Dawn gods was to uplift mankind and let them make decisions. A mistake of 5,000 years dwarfed Alex's every miserable action. They'd left him to clean up their consequences and prevent new divine errors. Or was he still making excuses to let himself off the hook? Floodwater splashed as Cecil crept closer. "Is she gone?" He looked her over. "She is. Gods, what did you do that for?" "They want our souls." Alex's voice came gentle, as if explaining this terrible night to a small child. "Part of us would be bound to the holy tree, and the rest would be deathless husks, all to kill the glories." He held Arcadia tighter. "No choice in it anymore. They shouldn't all die, and we shouldn't all live as soulless abominations. Wrong for everyone. No wonder the gods put Ada and Medes in those stones. How could you call Aig the Holy Land with an unholiness like that?" Cecil glanced at the water, as if he could see Alex's gun. "Unnatural. The gods can heal the wounded and sick." Alex glided Arcadia over the water surface toward a building's black iron fire escape. "They can empower, or weaken, or change a body between sexes and forms, give a womb where there was none, or take one away. But souls leave the dead and join the living. Any other way violates the laws of nature, right? The gods never pay the price for that. It's always us." His hand stroked Arcadia's cheek. "This time, we all pay. Even the gods." "But Ada wanted her," Cecil said. "No one gets what they want tonight." Alex hauled Arcadia onto the fire escape's firm steps. She was heavier now than when she'd drifted unconscious at the barricade. Arcadia wasn't a descendant. She couldn't hide from them, no matter where she went, and I don't even know if she'd have gone. But they'd have found her. Ada can't have our souls, by any means, no matter what the rest of us have to lose. Now, open Arcadia's belt pouch. Cecil slipped closer, but his hands remained at his sides. "What for?" "What for?" Alex's cackle rang hollow through the street. "I murdered my best friend to stop this, so don't fuck with me, Cecil. Open the middle pouch and get the coral stone. I'm not touching the damn thing again. Keep it hidden when we reach Ada." He laid Arcadia's head against one iron step and slid from beneath her. "Hurry it up. We're outrunning a dawn god." Cecil slipped one hand up his trenchcoat sleeve, opened the belt pouches with the other until he found the coral stone, and picked it up with the fabric-covered hand, as if afraid to touch its porous surface. Alex couldn't blame him. A descendant's blood might not feed the goddess inside, but her presence ached to touch. "But I don't see why you care," Cecil said. "I have a plan," Alex said,
That's all you need to know. Now keep it on you. We'll need it."
Cecil partway unbuttoned his coat and slipped the stone into an inner pocket.
There. Alex had done all he could.
He wasn't sure he could destroy the coral stone, didn't dare try in case it freed Medes, and he couldn't risk stashing it somewhere after it had last been found, but it would serve his purposes when he reached the temple. Cecil was the best choice for holding it, both a descendant who might mask its presence and someone Alex trusted more than anyone now that Arcadia was gone. Nothing left to do but to face another goddess. Alex drifted down the steps from Arcadia's body and dipped chest deep into the floodwater.
"You've made an awful mess,"
Cecil said from behind.
"Without Ada's chosen one to toss into the holy tree, Exalis might not come. She might punish everyone in the city. We can't be sure. She's not a goddess known for intimacy or forgiveness."
Alex sloshed northward, aiming for the central temple district.
Faster. He needed to put city blocks between himself and what he'd done.
The coral stone throbbed against the air behind him, even from within Cecil's trench coat, as if the goddess was still clawing after the woman they'd left behind. Without blood, Alex expected she would weaken before they reached the temple.
Cecil chased. "It's godly wrath you're risking," he said. "What were you thinking?"
"I'm thinking that I want to keep my soul," Alex said, and the night's pain burned through him.
"I'm thinking someone helped clear the Holy Land to fetch up Ada and Medes so they could take our souls."
Cecil's jaw gaped, and he shook his head.
"Alex." "Why are the gods gone?" Alex snapped. "Why aren't they here to stop this? Mother or daughter, one of these monsters knows. And one of them, the freed one, she's going to put an end to this if she wants a scrap of anything she cares about. She doesn't even deserve that."
His voice cracked, and he remembered being that frightened boy in the barracks too many years ago, the boy smart enough to befriend Arcadia, and she who'd been kind enough to befriend him back. Look how he'd repaid her. Alex swallowed rainwater and breathed cloudy air.
"When we have to lose everything we care about, why should a goddess get one little thing? Because she'll live forever? It isn't right. Someone has to step up and say so." "Alex, you're unwell,"
Cecil said. He reached an open palm for Alex's forehead.
"Come now, they're gods. It's the way of things."
Alex flinched back.
"Use your gift. Do I feel sick?"
Cecil withdrew his hand.
"Heartsick. Out of sorts. But not unwell," Alex said. "I'm right. I've been right all along. The gods are bad news." "Maybe," Cecil said, "but what good will it do you?"
Alex doubted much good would come of tonight for anyone, but he hoped to prevent some harm. A better man than he'd been at Shah, and yet worse than the world deserved, but he couldn't be any more than that. At best, he could try to ensure there was still an egg and a city at dawn, and perhaps until the end of the drowning season. Once Ada stopped the rain and sea, he would come back to this place for Arcadia's body, for her funeral pyre. It was the most and least he could do. Chapter 39. Lilac stood beside a squat, blood-stained altar, clutching a straight-bladed knife she'd found in the temple. It had been dusty, but she'd cleaned it, and now she cleaned it again. Her lost teardrop-shaped blade had been Vince's gift, and maybe he'd thought it made up for his vanishing shortly after their week together years ago, for never knowing about the twins until long after their deaths. Likely, in his dying moments, he'd learned better. Valmidian's great altar lay crushed in pieces within the pit where Arcadia had fallen. Lilac supposed it was Ada's altar in the first place. Lagoe must have decided that made a fitting hiding place for the coral stones. Sticky red fed fluid now traced the pit's edges. As Ada had said while still pretending to be Lagoe, rituals were for mortals, performative comfort when the gods only needed blood. Ada had plenty of it now. The first sacrifice had approached in a sleek black dress beneath a puffy white coat, an outfit for dancing, singing, or dining in a lounge, not for climbing temple steps to offer blood and life at a goddess's whim. Before approaching the altars, she had kissed a man on the lips, and then a woman, and then touched a third woman's hands. She'd then stumbled toward the temple center, to Lilac. No one who'd gathered in the temple plaza wanted to shed their blood. They'd wanted a goddess in the Holy Land, but now their prayers came answered in ways they'd never expected. What could Lilac say? A silent executioner seemed cruel, but preaching had never given her previous sacrifices much comfort. To read any verses of Aig seemed crass when summoning a dawn god. None had touched this world in over 2,000 years, and Lilac wasn't sure the holy psychopomp tree had counted. It was only Skeptimos's empty husk that burned by mortal hands. A full dawn god would never burn. Fire was a whisper to them, and the sun itself bowed its rays as they demanded. Many of those gathered would not live to see Ixalas's return. Like the woman in her white coat who wiped her cheeks and asked, "Where do I go?" "Lie here on the altar," Lilac had heard herself say. "In the beginning, men were prey. The dawn gods gave us life and so much more." The woman stretched across the altar and swallowed a sob. "They will live again," Lilac went on, but the words felt hollow. She had never wanted to kill anyone, but at least she'd made a choice to slaughter Vince's associates. In Ada's temple, an unseen chain bound Lilac's arms and forced her knife downward. She had no say in her part. The deaths came, and she wielded the knife. The woman had grabbed Lilac's free hand and squeezed. "Goddess Ada, great Ixalas, keep my baby safe." Her wide, expectant eyes then drank in the ceiling murals of Ada's great works, though someone had painted Valmidian in her place. Under whose direction? Likely Lagoe. The first sacrifice hadn't known, hadn't needed to. No telling which god might rule this city by the time she reincarnated as human again. Lilac couldn't stare into those eyes for long. She'd turned to the woman's chest, breath pounding up and down beneath her black dress. "May you reincarnate as one of her faithful," Lilac said. Her blade had then thrust deep in the woman's heart. A gasp, a jittering, and then the woman slumped, her limbs draping the altar. A damp patch stretched across her dress and poured red into her coat. Lilac had then cut the woman's wrists and let them drip ruby rivers onto the marble floor, small stains against the greater temple. There were other altars and much more floor to soak in blood. The next sacrifice arrived hard-faced, said he'd happily die for his children, but he cried once he lay flat across the altar. He mourned lost time. If his children grew up, he would never see it, but if he didn't help them, they would never grow up. Better this way, Lilac wanted to tell him. Better to die and never know their future, never drag on childless, wondering if Sarah and Daphne had reincarnated as fish or flowers or birds. Better to die believing they would grow up someday. She kept their names to herself and only told the man the same as she told the first sacrifice, and then after him the third, and fourth, and so on. Each time, Lilac drove her knife down, fast at the last word. She wanted to give these people comfort, with no chance to remember that though the dawn gods once promised mankind would never be prey again, the verses of Aig suggested otherwise, as if someone writing that holy book had known better. A promise was worthless when the promiser abandoned the world. Lilac was about to call up, which sacrifice? She'd lost count. When clacking boots rang through the temple, Ada danced to the plaza's north, where the crowd gathered thickest. She wouldn't see them approach. Alex and Cecil picked through crushed seating and marble debris. Their clothes were dry, benefits of Ada's miracle upon the temple plaza, but Cecil looked numb. Alex had lost his fedora and trench coat. Blood painted his white shirt above the vest. His gun holster hung visible, yet empty. That told its own story, one Lilac didn't know. Cecil's placid expression broke as he realized who stood in the hooded black robe at Temple's center. He bounded at Lilac as if he couldn't see the bodies, the blood, or the knife in her hands. "I don't bloody believe it!" Cecil cried. He hugged Lilac around her hips and swung her in a circle. She landed hard on her bare feet, and he went stumbling back in a fit of laughter. Either he'd sucked down another drink, or he was drunk on the relief of seeing her alive. If he wanted, he could touch the running blood across the marble and let his skin refresh his muscles on the sacrifices meant for Exalis. Alex hung back and studied the scene, his eyes weary. He noticed the bodies, Lilac was sure, but he said nothing. Cecil kissed Lilac's cheek. "You beautiful creature. I kept faith, I did. We've had a shit of a night, but seeing you alive, that's the silver lining." "Glad you're alive too," Lilac said, lukewarm. She would have liked to see Arcadia and Simone trail the detectives into the temple shelter, a reunion of last night's dinner. But no one followed. There were only sacrifices dithering at the temple's edges, waiting to be called. If none plodded up the stairs at Lilac's beckoning, Ada would wonder why the delay, and then she would find Alex and Cecil. "You'd better go," Lilac said, "before it's too late." "Too late for what?" Alex asked. He looked less imposing without his hat and coat. The night had chewed him up and spat him out, made him small in ways even he couldn't deny. "Before you summon a dawn god? It's never enough blood with you. Cut down those thieves across the west side of the city, those robes at the beckoning tower, the father of your children. It never stops with you." Lilac's fist tightened around her knife, but she didn't move. How did Alex know about Vince? About Exalis? His voice sounded hoarse. He might have been crying before he arrived. Such a smart man. Could he glean what was happening in this temple? Could he see the godly chains that bound Lilac? This nightmare clung to the air, gaining physical form the closer a dawn god tore through the heavens. Alex eased back on his heels. "Bad night for everyone," he muttered, eyeing the bodies. "Who told you about Exalis?" Lilac asked, her fingers loosened from her knife. "Oh, I bet I know more than you at this point," Alex said, sounding reminiscent. "Exalis, the holy psychopomp tree. Ada's genocide. A cunning goddess like her wouldn't share secrets. You're her tool, nothing more. No way she'd tell you she means to rip the souls from our still living bodies, turn us into abominations, a crusade against the sea. Any of that sound familiar?" None of it but Exalis. Lilac couldn't guess how Ada would accomplish any of that, but the holy psychopomp tree? That meant Exalis would leave the world shortly after arrival. No protection, only an arbiter for the dead, and maybe worse. How would she steal our souls?
Doesn't matter. She needed someone special, and she's not going to get that.
Alex stroked his jaw.
Still trying to figure out who might have driven off the gods for her. Who stands to gain from Ada?
Lilac glanced to the body-littered altars.
Not them.
But the rest of us, Cecil said. The survivors. Would there be survivors? Exactly how much blood did summoning a dawn god take? In the Dawn days, nothing less than the near slaughter of mankind had lured them from the heavens to raise the archipelago into the continent of Aig. Would a handful of people in one little coastal city be enough now? Ada might order Lilac to slit every throat in Eidos.
Has she mentioned Arcadia?
Cecil asked. Alex glared, but Cecil didn't seem to notice.
Out of curiosity.
Less mentioned, more demanded, Lilac said. Ada's impatient. She sent out a search party for Arcadia, but I haven't seen them come back. She gestured her blade toward the altars. Been busy. Why? Do you know what Ada wants her for? Alex's boots scraped the marble floor.
Arcadia wouldn't kill anyone. That made her special to Ada. Put someone like her in the holy tree, and she could have been coaxed to pull our souls out. At least, that was Ada's plan.
Lilac thought of the police and the bodies they used to bring to Lagoi's temple. Wouldn't Arcadia have had a hand in that, or was she peripheral? Lilac thought of Arcadia in this temple yesterday, her face, her posture, her gun. Vince had seen her up close, aiming for the Valentine butcher. That can't be right, Lilac said. She nearly gunned me down when chasing me yesterday. It's a long story, but she would have killed me.
She fired?
Cecil asked. Not exactly. Lilac gritted her teeth. Almost.
Did she do anything to you? Even if she had her gun trained on a murderer, someone she didn't know was her sweetheart, how could you know for certain she'd pulled the trigger?
Lilac hadn't asked Vince because it hadn't mattered. Arcadia was supposedly dead. Right or wrong, Lilac had killed Vince in the end. If Arcadia wouldn't fire yesterday, knowing she had the murderer in her sights, Lilac or not, maybe Ada had judged right. Outside of the green uniform, lying together in a hotel bed in the early mornings, or when Arcadia would feel cold in her heart and need Lilac to stroke her head, those might have been less the soft moments of a hard woman, and more the truth beneath a battered facade. Arcadia was who she was. Alex swiped a hand at his eyes.
Doesn't matter, he said again.
Lilac was about to argue with him. Yes, it mattered. They needed to leave here, find Arcadia, and get her as far away from the city as possible. Maybe head south toward Logos, or past there to Corambalis if it still stood. Maybe north toward the hills beneath Shadow Mountain. Anywhere but here. Ada's voice boomed from the north side of the temple. Be not distracted, High Priestess. My father's approach comes faster by the blood you shed in his name. She appeared beyond the temple steps. Sickly pale arms slid down her sides, their dance ceasing while her fingers went on tapping at her hip. Each step came deliberate. Ada wanted her approach to not only be seen, but felt in the air. Alex turned to her and spoke as if he matched her height.
No more sacrifices.
Lilac stepped to one side, Cecil to another. She waved for Alex to follow, but his gaze locked on the goddess. Ada cocked her enormous head, and scarlet hair thrashed at her shoulders. I know you, Logos man, she said. So inquisitive in Lilac's home last night, and yet you could not see the goddesses in your midst. Whatever your ties to great community, forget this city's mortal law. There is once more a goddess in the Holy Land.
You'll want to hear out this, Logos man, Alex said. I know where your mother's coral stone is.
Oh? Ada smiled. I should like to learn this.
I'll tell you if you meet my terms. Alex puffed out his chest. Stop the summoning. Protect the city from glories and floods until we're through stormy and growth seasons, all the way to the dry season. When the rain ends and crops thrive, I'll tell you where to find Medes.
Ada stood blank-faced. Alex's brazeness had to seem novel to her, at least a little bit. Here stood a mortal who thought he could make deals and play games with the gods. I need not my mother's freedom for my purpose, Ada said. She will be well until the time of our reunion, when I find her myself. Hot wind danced from her skin as she rounded on Alex. Enough with wasting my time, Logos man. You have a means to mend the Holy Land. I would hear it now. Tell me how we'll drive the sea from all corners of Aig, and I would see it done by your hands. Alex's determined face faltered. Ada's gaze pressed into him. If your foolishness stands finished, you will help my dear cousin Lilac and slit sacrificial throats, a high priest paired to the high priestess. You pride yourself on clean hands, have suffered for them, indeed. I would see you brought low, defiant little man. Draw up a blade and throw away your heavy morality. Alex glanced at the blood stain down his shirt. Ada turned to the temple plaza. So you see, the might of a goddess rises not in her hands, but in her words. Know this, as it was known by those who shed their blood to free me.
I don't have a knife,
Alex said, his voice finding confidence as he lifted his eyes from his reddened shirt.
Don't have a gun either. I dropped it after I killed Arcadia Mirn.
Lilac's chest banged. She shut her eyes and let the pieces crash into each other. She needed someone special, and she's not going to get that, Alex had said. Has she mentioned Arcadia? Cecil had asked. Lilac wanted to lie down and never get up. She wanted to reach back from tonight, from this entire mess, to a time when Alex could have been a friend to her and told her about Arcadia and Shah on friendlier terms, and Lilac could have done... What, exactly? What could fix this? Nothing, but she could have been better. Everyone could have tried. Lilac bared clenched teeth at Alex. You...
Yes, me.
Alex kept his eyes on Ada.
She was my oldest friend, and now she's gone.
Lilac looked him over for some sign of uncertainty. Vince had thought Arcadia was dead too, and he'd never found out he was wrong. Maybe the same was true now. For all the secrets they ferreted out, these clever men never knew everything. But Lilac studied Alex's shirt, where the red patch darkened his vest and then his hand. Blood dotted his skin. He must have touched Arcadia after he did it. Of course he'd held her. He loved her. She was his best friend. And now she was gone. Lilac's heart sank, and she staggered against a marble column. Arcadia's soul had moved on, with no holy psychopomp tree to trap it. Even in the tumultuous chaos of the between, a determined soul could supposedly steer reincarnation in a chosen direction. Lilac hoped Arcadia went wherever she wanted. But facing selfish honesty, more than anything, Lilac wanted Arcadia to come back. Ada's eyes glimmered, a snake ready to strike. "Why have you done this?" Lightning flashed, and her shadow formed a dark stain that swallowed Alex whole.
"You think that's what I wanted to do tonight?" Alex asked. "Murder my friend in cold blood? I did it because I know about your plan. A special kind of holy psychopomp how you would have taken our souls." He stamped his boot. "Not happening. Your scouting party won't find her alive."
Lilac's fingers ached. They craved Alex's neck. Her knife could slit his throat. A marble chunk could bash his skull and come away sticky with blood. He deserved every pain imaginable and more, but nothing Lilac did would bring Arcadia back.
"You can still get something out of all this,"
Alex said.
"My offer stands."
"And what is it I would be getting, little man?" Ada towered, her toes so close they could crush Alex's boots. "My mother, whom I will find in time. You offer what you cannot give, and you cost me what you cannot repay." Alex slid back a step. Did he understand now? He must have understood when he last appeared beneath Lagoi in her temple, proud with his badge and pistol and horrid ideals, but too many years had passed, and he had lost his frightened sense of smallness beneath the gods. Lilac slid towards Cecil and held his hand. "Don't watch," she whispered, but Cecil couldn't look away. Ada glanced to her faithful throng piled around and upon the temple steps. They had grown tremendously in number. "Never is it my wish to bring loyalty by bloodshed," Ada said. "Blood belongs to my father. Loyalty belongs to me as Ada, first of the name, first of the gods, goddess of birth." As she turned to Alex again, the wind caressed her hair down her shoulders and back, the elements drawn and submissive to her. "I pressed, and had you bent to me, all would have been well. But you have defied me and murdered the chosen. So comes this punishment."
"Rules and punishment,"
Alex squeaked out.
"Sounds more like Lagoi."
"You wish to anger me further? Bring rash action? It is not to be." Ada leaned down, her cavernous mouth ready to bite Alex in half. "No gluttony for blood. I give only fate fitting your consequence."
"That's what law is."
Alex's voice cracked, and his eyes glistened.
"Law is action and consequence. I've tried to live by that, even better than Lagoi, but someone always twists it for their own benefit. You'll break the laws of nature, make us abominations, and say it's for our own damn good. Lagoi would cheat, and we'd help her. How many of these people want to live? With the gods, the rules you make up for us don't matter. You do whatever you want for blood. Don't pretend we should want it. You force us. It isn't our choice. We never have real choices. That's all I am. Another man with no choice. Story of my life."
Ada plunged 2 enormous fingers deep beneath Alex's ribcage. "And suddenly, your story ends." Cecil staggered back and fell. Lilac flinched, almost dragged by his hand, but she stayed standing. Neither turned away. Alex gave a choked gasp. A hard spasm jolted his limbs. His head lolled back as his legs jellied, and his body hung dull limp on Ada's hand. A wider stain tore across his shirt, his blood mixing with Arcadia's. His boots clacked against the ground, and the sound pulsed through Lilac's head long after his feet quit twitching. Ada's fingers curled. Your end comes not in death. Not a drop of Alex's blood touched the marble floor. It seeped over and into Ada's hand. She was using it, the fire of a miracle burning through her palm and fingers. Blink, and Lilac would miss it. But she knew that sharp light. She'd seen Lagoe heal people before, mold flesh into new shapes, transfigure and transcend between illnesses, organs, and ages. But nothing this drastic. Alex's body crumpled, and where Ada had ripped a chunk of sternum, heart, and lungs from inside his chest, she uncurled her fingers to reveal a wailing baby girl. She was dark and bloody and writhing, as if she had been pulled not from a miracle of organs and blood, but from a womb. Not in death, Ada said, but in birth. Chapter 40. Ada glowered over the crowd. One of my faithful, caretake this new life. A young man in a sea-green uniform hurried toward the temple steps and gingerly lifted the infant from Ada's hand. He must have abandoned Old Town and found himself a better purpose here. At last, Cecil turned from Alex's body. Lilac pulled him to standing. She didn't notice a shift in the air until she looked to Ada and found godly eyes staring down on her. Keep no concern for him, Ada said. To the altars, more have gathered in offering to hasten my father's descent from the heavens. Lilac glanced to Alex's body. Do we leave him? Ada waved an impatient hand. My faithful will carry him to the water. Do as bidden. The crowd shuffled around Lilac as they moved to fawn over the goddess's flesh and blood miracle. Lilac hoped none of Alex's blood had splashed on her feet. She didn't want him to be part of her. Despite what he'd done, her revulsion felt petty. He'd died trying to stop the ball she had sent rolling. He'd killed to stop it too. Arcadia, Lilac croaked. Her death makes matters difficult, Ada said, wistful now. My father will demand the chosen be prepared. To disappoint him... She trailed off, lost in thought as she surveyed the crowd. Lilac's grief for Arcadia was of no matter to Ada. Mortal feelings were beneath notice for the goddess of birth. Lagoe was cold and calculating, but she had still cared and enmeshed herself in her city's comings and goings. Reason dictated there was no quick solution to mankind's troubles, only one foot in front of another for the rest of time. Had she never cared, her disappearance might have hurt Lilac less. Small wonder Simone couldn't let go of Lagoe's dismissal. She and Lilac both knew Lagoe gave a damn, and still she'd made choices that hurt them. Even tyrants like Tychron cared, yet he had abandoned the Holy Land too. Valmidian, Lagoe, Corambol, Livian. The list went on. All of them gone, with only these world-threatening monsters left to the people of Aig. New sacrifices awaited as Lilac returned to the altars. In suits and suspenders, dresses and nightgowns, no matter their posture in everyday life, Ada had set them kneeling at the temple's centre, where the last sacrifices had bled and died. Lilac's knife would cut these hearts. She might have cut Alex's heart too, given the opportunity, but Ada had ended him and recycled some of his flesh into new life. His soul might even find the baby first, the betweens spitting him out right when and where he'd entered. Everything came twisted these days. Eyes closed, Lilac raised her arms above her head, crossed her wrists and steepled her fingers. She then crossed her ankles and turned her feet toward each other. Warmth pounded up and down her limbs. She had started these sacrifices 2 days ago with the best intentions. To honor Lagoi was to honor reason, the connection of thoughts and ideas, and maybe people too. For a moment, the dead could be alive again, bound to Lilac's heart. Arcadia, Vince, Sarah, Daphne, even Alex, and the city itself. In some impossible fantasy, Lilac kept everything good from before Lagoi left and everything good from after. None of the bad. Ada's bellowing knocked Lilac back to reality. "Why do this which displeases me?" Lilac staggered and spun. Ada stood at the bottom of the temple steps, still taller than Lilac. "We met when you lived in desperate supplication to my young cousin. Our first communion, I found you on the ground, begging her return. You spilled blood for her, and yet you received me. Do you believe spilling blood in her name will bring her to you instead of my father?" Lilac kept quiet. Descendants being immune to godly powers, Ada couldn't turn Lilac's flesh into infants, but killing would be easy. One marble chunk in a godly hand could crush bone. "He will come, whatever name you say," Ada snapped. "Lagoi will not change her mind. Pledge each death and drop of blood to her as you please. You will find it a fine and pointless thing. No word of yours would make any difference. Your godly mother is never coming back." "How can you be sure?" Lilac asked. She sounded so frail when the force of Ada's voice made her shudder. "You don't know why she left. No one knows why any of them left." Even Alex hadn't finished solving his puzzle, Lilac realized. "You would have nothing to offer her, be it blood of sacrifice or blood of family," Ada said. "When her mind is made, it cannot be unmade, a decision as immortal as we. In this same way, she would never have let me free. Were it not for you mortals and the absence of the gods, I would have remained in the sea stone for all time. Yet we are here. My thanks to you, High Priestess." She raised an arm and aimed toward the temple's center. "Now, do as bidden. Hurry my father to this world." Lilac eyed the plaza behind Ada's back. 4 men carried Alex's hollowed-out body toward the North Temple District, where for all Lilac knew, he might float to the Ace Investigations Office. Few of the crowd watched them go. Most of them focused on the baby made of Alex's flesh, while the rest watched Ada and Lilac. A familiar face stared out from among the desperate, and Lilac's heart fluttered. Simone stood amid the crowd. The night had deepened the creases down her face, and her dress and shawl hung tattered, but she had made it from the South Temple District. She was alive. So long as Ada didn't notice her. They had already met, in a way, when the Coralstone sat in the apartment last night. To defy Ada now might risk Simone's life. There was always someone else to lose. Ada turned to her faithful throng. "In the beginning, men were prey," she said. "You wish to see the glory suffer for your suffering, yes? They have murdered your children, and you must murder theirs. This is the way of it." Lilac heard Sarah laugh, and then Daphne, as if the glories from that day at the beach had journeyed to the temple and echoed in her ear. She wondered what a glory child looked like. She'd never given their little ones any thought before. Were they different from her daughters? Or did they laugh and play and try to make permanent marks in ever-shifting sand? Lilac's bloody work had never focused on revenge, only stopping this nightmare. Killing glories wouldn't bring the twins back. Neither would killing humans. Only the immortal ever returned, wanted or not. My father, the dawn god Exalus, will punish the glories for their brutality, Ada said, waving a hand over the crowd. On your knees. Bow to Ada, first of the name, first of the gods, goddess of birth, daughter to Exalus, bringer of Exalus. Be ready for the awe that is my father. Bow, for first he brought you fire, and now he brings deliverance. The crowd sank to their knees. They had lost their homes and loved ones under a merciless tide brought by the sea's uncaring, unfeeling evil. Ada would have willing sacrifices by the handful. None of them knew what she really meant by deliverance. Not freedom from the glories, freedom from their bodies. A city of abominations, a holy land of soulless monsters. How to stop it? Lilac could think quickly, but Alex had caught a thread only he could make sense of, tying the god's absence to this unholy night. Such an insistent man. Without him, Lilac wasn't sure she could find a way out. A thread could lead you through a maze, but it could also tie you in knots. His question bounced inside her skull, as if inherited after his death. Why did the gods leave? It was her question now. Under the coming weight of Exalus, the flooding, the glories, a better question might have been, why wouldn't the gods leave this terrible land for brighter coasts? Why would they bother to stay? Beneath the altars, the new sacrifices averted their eyes from Lilac. That was fair. She didn't want to look at them either. Footsteps clicked, too small to be Ada's, and then Cecil's chin sagged onto Lilac's shoulder from behind. She pressed her head to his and felt him tremble against her. She wanted to reassure him, but her nerves were spent. She had only mustered enough resolve to comfort herself, and the goddess had stomped that flat beneath her great heel. I'm sorry about Alex, Lilac whispered. There was little else to say. Cecil gave a half chuckle. After what he did? No, I'm sorry for Arcadia. I didn't mean for you to find out that way. What he did. Arcadia's death didn't seem real yet. Not like yesterday when Lilac had glanced over one shoulder and caught her plummeting thanks to Vince. Without a body, Lilac could almost believe Arcadia would stride across the temple plaza, death be damned. But he was your friend, and I am sorry, Lilac said. Cecil lifted his head and rubbed thumb and forefinger over his eyes. I warned him. He didn't have to die. Lilac thought of firelit Alex in the beckoning tower, of his reminiscence in the street tonight, his slyless in her apartment last night, the way Arcadia had hugged him and so clearly loved him. Lilac couldn't imagine his pistol aiming for Arcadia. Every image sank into the gory crater of Alex's chest. You're stalling, love, Cecil said. Lilac gave a ragged sigh. Shouldn't I? Resist, and Ada will rip you open. Cecil wiped one palm against the other. A little different from Alex. Your blood will stain her hands. But dead is dead. And she'll preen just the same. First of this, first of that. She does make a big deal about that. Lilac laughed, surprising herself. But if I slow her down... Exalus is already on his merry way. Cecil chinned at the ceiling. Can't you feel it? He isn't subtle. The temple's candlelight was frail, but dancing shadows offered glimpses of the ceiling murals where Valmidian had stolen Ada's role in history. Beyond the ceiling hung the clouds, the sky, the heavens, and, yes, a coming pressure. Lilac shuddered against it. We can't stop him from putting his feet down.
if he chooses to have feet, Cecil said. Won't hang his hat, though. Doubt he's got one of those. No, he'll do what Ada wants and leave. There'll be a new holy tree. We need to put someone else inside it. Lilac's bones felt limp and ragged. She needed to rest beside her sacrifices, not cut them open. Ada hadn't given time to process the fate of the night. Exalus, the holy psychopomp tree, the plan to rip out everyone's souls. Too big for mortals, even descendants. I don't want there to be any holy tree at all, Lilac said. Our souls should choose their next life, not whoever she puts inside the hollow body of a dawn god. Not even Arcadia. Cecil spread his arms in a vague shrug, stretching his button trench coat across his chest. Like you said, what choice we got? Lilac fondled the knife in her pocket. Noemi the sick burned the first one. The second can burn too. And then? Cecil asked. Outside here, the city's up to its gills in seawater. Refugees keep pouring into the plaza, and Ada will find a replacement for Arcadia. Besides, any idea how long a big spruce tree takes to burn? Take that times 100, maybe 1,000 for the holy psychopomp tree. By the time you get a chance, it could be too bloody late. But if we get someone else inside the tree, then we might have a shot. He lowered his head and hands. Someone she don't approve of. Lilac wouldn't have believed he could ever look so defeated. You're not suggesting, she started. Why not? Cecil asked. I can't be the worst choice, surely. Not like I want it that way, but could be the holy tree will bring the rest back. Possible answer to Alex's question, you know. The gods must have left because they knew what Ada was going to do. He grimaced as if he shouldn't have said that. Mentioning Alex was painful. They'll feel Exalus's return from around the world, and maybe when he's left, they'll go, crisis over, time to head home. Surely my grandfather will want to see what's become of his grandson. Livian would never sit a temple, always the wanderer, but he'll visit. He loves me. And the gods have followed his lead before, Lilac said. They might do it again. At the very least, we stop Ada from stealing our souls. Cecil's smile returned, more confident now. That's her one shot. She only has the one father. Lilac couldn't think of anything better. She pressed a hand to Cecil's cheek when new stubble poked her fingers. But I'll lose you, too. Cecil gently boxed her chin. No, love. I'll be everywhere. Eternal. Don't be so selfish. This is the world we're talking about. Lilac turned to the altars, where her dark work awaited, and then back to Cecil, the desperation plain on his face. Ada wouldn't like that he was stalling the sacrifice. She had no purpose for him. Lilac did. He was her friend, and she'd lost too much tonight. Still had more to lose. Are you sure? She asked. How can I be? Cecil asked, but it's all we got. Play our parts to the last moment, and we'll slip away before she knows it. It's one small hope. Nothing he said sounded much like hope at all. His head thrashed to one side with a sharp cry. He grasped at the side of his face and then stumbled against a white column, his fedora's brim creasing against the marble. Lilac reached for him. What's wrong? Is it Exalus? Not yet. Cecil winced, and his hand rubbed up and down one eye. Sudden migraine. Don't got any pain pills in the goddess's temple, do you? Lilac had nothing but her knife. She wondered what that said about her. Feels awful, Cecil said, groaning. Pressure like nothing that's ever hit me, and I've been hit plenty. Lilac glanced ceilingward. It might be Exalus. I feel him too, but this is closer, somewhere in the city. Cecil shook his head as if throwing off the pain and then took a deep breath. The The bronze fading a bit, but it lingers. Some sick fuck dancing on my skull.
Lilac lifted his fedora and rubbed the heel of her palm against his forehead. What could have happened? Cecil chuckled and fitted his hat back on.
Might not be so bad, joining the holy tree. Never another headache.
He chinned at the altars.
Never mind me. Best get back to work, love, before Ada scolds us again. Or worse.
Lilac didn't want to leave him, but if his plan worked, the pain would only be temporary. Maybe all pain was, even heartache. Lilac turned to the sacrifices and plucked the knife from her robe, clean and ready to do Ada's blood-soaked bidding. Dutiful resignation, all a goddess might want from a dawn god's high priestess.
I'm sorry, Cecil said, but it's nearly over. We can make it.
Easy for him to say, with no blood on his hands, no blood to shed, but Lilac couldn't knock him for being hopeful. She laid a hand on one kneeling man's shoulder. "May you reincarnate as one of her faithful," she said, and slid the knife into his chest. When he dropped and lay still, she scratched Lagoi's star into his skin. There had to be hope, even so small as a pattern drawn in a dead man's flesh. Chapter 41. Hector Morrows wasn't born Honest Hector, but might as well have been. Everyone called him that, and no one knew it was his mother who had given him the nickname. "The best of me," she often told him, but he knew that between him and his brothers, best was a matter of comparison. While the rest had eventually got into politics and died at the State House, Hector prospered in the shadows. Still, his mother was proud of him. It was on her account alone that Hector left the seeming safety of his pawnshop. The door and windows leaked in droplets, but he was one of few South Temple District residents who could afford to flood-proof his property. He could have waited out the storm in peace. But the radio said buildings were coming down in Old Town. Hats off to the brave news reporters still broadcasting from that slum via janky handheld radio. Hector's mother didn't live in Old Town, but her house down the street wasn't exactly a fortress. Best to bring her to the shop. Hector dressed in a yellow rain slicker and carried an oil lantern out the door, where his clothes kept him no drier from the flood than if he'd stepped outside naked. Wading meant slow progress, but 10 minutes to get there, 5 minutes to collect his mother, maybe 12 minutes to carry her back. Half an hour in the storm was a lot less than that man on the radio had to deal with. Ripples disturbed the water surface in long lines between raindrops. Hector aimed his lantern, and the light reflected off a fat school of silvery fish, hurrying west. Hector was about to turn away when he caught another ripple and froze in place. A grey fin cut the water towards him, closer, closer, close enough for light to flash in the shark's black eyes. And then it passed him, following the school of fish west. Hector laughed and patted his chest.
Chasing the fish so hard, missed the real meal.
But then other fish passed him, tiny blue ones, long green things, fish with stripes and spines, an eel with an arm-ripper of a maw, all creatures that had been swept into the city by the storm, desperate to get out. Hector couldn't help being reminded of the gulls and their mass escape to the east a scant few hours ago. Now all these fish swam west. A strange inclination told him to swim with them into the sea. Down another street, the striped fish charged through standing water and swirling currents until they reached the gateway where they'd first been thrust into the city. The water calmed here, leading sea life across the floodplains where they could reach the submerged beach unopposed. Only the sea mattered. The blues, the sharks, Everything in reach converged in Old Town, swam past the logo's officers and flood fighter agents, through the wall and out to sea. Like Hector, some officers and agents felt the sudden urge to hop into the water, out to sea, or at least away from the city. A nervous sensation like wind through their uniforms, a warning something bad was about to happen. But why take the feeling seriously? Bad things had been happening all night. On the far side of the wall, wading in the floodplains, the glory shrank away, one by one. There were fights, and there were gods, and then there was this beyond it all. One glory hesitated. Thin scars itched down the left side of her face, and her dark eyes took in the night, desperate to see and understand what was about to happen in deeper ways than the rhythmic waves could tell. Understanding evaded her. There was too much fear in her blood for her to discern anything except abandon this place, and she followed her brood away from the city. There was nothing she or anyone could do but flee. It was too late. It had been too late the moment it started, and no one would know the gravity until after it ended. A red coral stone had stirred in Cecil's trenchcoat as he'd headed for the temple. A dead heart now stirred on a fire escape not far south from Lilac's apartment. Arcadia knew something was wrong. It was the only thing she knew. She'd been going... where? Been doing what? She was supposed to make a decision, and then she wasn't, and now she was here, and everything was wrong. Her heart ached, body and feelings alike. She shouldn't feel pain anymore, but it scratched across her chest and tugged the rest of her body into a bloody, self-eating whirlpool. Glass shards swirled through her veins and cut her from the inside. Fingers twitched, and then toes. Her spine remembered itself, and her brain remembered more. She shot up from the iron fire escape steps and screamed high-pitched against the rainfall. A small and hateful chunk of metal tumbled from above her breast. Panic burrowed through her limbs, her face, deep in her bones and her mind with the agony of life. Arcadia slammed a fist against the fire escape steps, bowing the iron. She couldn't stay here. Had to go anywhere but here. But where was here? She ploughed down the fire escape and into the floodwater. Every step was a walk on glass. "Lexi?" Arcadia called. "Captain Stethos? Lilac?" Wrong order. Damn her memory. If she remembered Lilac, then Alex had already hung up his position with the police, same as Arcadia. Gone with the blue, on with sea green. Gone with Logos, on with Valentine, and then Lilac. But when had Arcadia quit being relevant to those events? They had all come so far from home and the people they used to be. Hadn't she been soft once? "Make sense, please." Arcadia clawed down her face and roared at the sky. Thunder roared back but told her nothing. She had drifted from the world, and then it had pulled her into itself again with no sense of time or place. She deserved no sense. Alex and Lilac were always changing. Arcadia needed a constant, someone who could ground her. There was one man who had always been the same, always eager to break her. He could be a port in the storm. Rain and wind did not slow Arcadia's journey to Old Town. The flood water turned choppy, as if to escape her. Humid air thickened across her skin, urging her to stay right where she'd woken up, but she groaned against it, a creaking house broken from her foundation until she shattered some invisible barrier and reached the streets of Old Town. Screaming fire and Commander Roster Thale, this was the right place. He was a constant. Too constant. Old Town was a maelstrom, but Thale towered at the catastrophe's centre.
Shah, Arcadia whispered. Again. Always. All things darkened around Thal's moving face. He must have eaten the world. How long had he been doing that? Why hadn't he finished yet? He was coming closer. I told you to leave, Thale said. What are you doing here? Guards, Commander, a voice said. There was someone else here Thale had spared. Mirn's hurt. The world came alive again. The screams pressed in, and the fire, and a landscape of carnage hidden by Thale's scowl. He hadn't eaten the world. Arcadia had misplaced it. Thale glanced over his shoulder at the flaming carcass of a sea monster and then back to Arcadia. It has to be burned. We can't have it rotting up the city. Can't leave Shah to rot, Arcadia said, voice unsteady. Burned it. What did you say to me? Thale snapped. Arcadia sank her face into one hand. Indistinct murmurs ran through the street between Curious Logo's refugees. She was nothing. Worthless. Incapable of obedience. Incapable of helping anyone. For Logoi, Arcadia whispered. Thale waded closer. Go home, Mirn. Arcadia pawed at her chest. Insubordinate. Pointless. Unwilling to dirty her hands in sacrifice to the great goddess Logoi, powerless to fight back as Logo's officers' guns went clack, clack, clack through the hills. All praise Logoi, goddess of reason, Logoi the many-headed. All praise her except one, weeping in the soil while murder crushed the world around her. Logoi's star glaring as if each point were its goddess's eyes. The failure, Arcadia, all she was and all she would ever be. You slaughtered them, Arcadia said. She fingered the hole in her uniform over her chest. You wanted to slaughter me. Did that glory touch your head? Thale asked. Go home. Sleep it off. Past Thale, there was no village in the fire, only a sea monster's corpse, its arms alight above the floodwater. Officers wandered in battered blue uniforms, agents in greens, everyone lost. Like Arcadia. Their frightened eyes were reflections in Shah's windows. At last, the night made sense. Thale pressed close to her face. Stand down. Your behavior is unbecoming. Is unbecoming, Arcadia echoed. When do we stop becoming? I quit years ago, but I'm still here. It never goes away. How many people do we kill and burn and then stop being people too? Thale's face flushed. You don't kill any. You're worthless as an officer, worthless as a flood fighter. You wish you could be part of a larger body, but you can only be yourself, and that's a fate worse than death. You don't know fate's worse than death. There's dying, and then there's coming back. Arcadia pointed down. There's right here and now. Thale's stern demeanor softened, and he looked as confused as the agents and officers behind him. Mirn, he said, almost concerned. Where do you think here is? Arcadia lunged at him and grasped his waist between two hands. It's Shah, she said, almost too quiet to hear. She could end it now. She had to stop him. It's Shah. They call their home Shah. They dance and live here. They die and burn here. She was vaguely aware of crushing flesh and cracking bones, of tears and screams, but she couldn't stop until he saw what she saw. Shah! Thale! Not until he understood. Do you hear me? Shah! His weight left her.
She didn't remember throwing him, but he slammed against a wall of debris and fell splashing into the water. Officers dove to help him. Agents stood gaping at her. The fire went on burning across the sea monster and through that small village. Memories circled round and round, striking Arcadia like an endless storm. This mass murder was fate. She would never get away. Shah could not be undone. She charged again through the water. She'd left terrible things behind before, and she could do it again. With enough running through the streets, never slowing or stopping, maybe she could find a place beyond Shah's reach. Never undone, but maybe forgotten. Her uselessness forgiven. If she could drift away from the world and come back to Shah, then she could drift away and find some place better. How much city did she have to run through before she was home in Logos? How much time had to be broken before she was small again, at the feet of her father in their home, before her parents' accident, before the orphanage? How long before she'd sworn herself first to Logos and then alone to Logoi? How long before Arcadia had turned 13 and went to the barracks, before the night she had to show them what she could do, and the night years later when she showed them what she couldn't do, before she was a disappointment who couldn't cheerily drench her hands in blood? How long had it been since she was allowed to be soft? She couldn't remember that far back anymore. There was only fire and blood and failure. She couldn't even die right. Arcadia Mearn? Another voice. Not Dale this time. Arcadia slowed, the water calming around her. Captain Arcadia Mearn, or Arcadia, she asked. Which do you want? A pause, and then, whatever you like. Call me something sweet. Arcadia splashed water over her head. Call me like lilac does, sweetie and honey and doll. A man waded in the flood water. Others waded behind him. We're supposed to bring you to the temple. A temple? Lagoi's or someone else's? Arcadia lumbered closer. Who does she want me to kill? When does she give me lilac? Where's Lexi? I don't know about that, the man said. He looked back at the others and then to Arcadia, his face drawn and tired. She said if you come with us, to her, no one will ask you to bloody your hands ever again. This felt more straightforward than running. Maybe they knew the way to lilac. They might even be telling the truth. I'll go with you, Arcadia said. The man turned to lead, and the rest of his group followed. Arcadia trailed behind. Their route slid north from Old Town, past Bay Ridge, and through the North Temple District, a longer route than they might have taken, but the search party had at least the wherewithal of a few fish. Best to steer away from that wrong feeling south of the temple. An odd tremor ran through the water as if the flood itself wanted to follow all sea life's exile from the South Temple District, ripples of a heavenly force fast approaching the Holy Land. He wouldn't arrive in time to stop what was about to happen, if this was even within the power of a dawn god to stop. It began on the fire escape where Arcadia had rested with a bullet in her heart. The iron steps grew bright in the places her blood had dripped with the rain, more vibrant than the bloodstain she would have left on a dry night. An angry pink hue spread along the fire escape's railing, up the brick wall where it had been bolted into place, into the stirring water below. The steps flaked apart into tiny grains the colours of dark blood and burned sunset, the iron no sturdier than a clump of sand thrown into water. The epicentre of Arcadia's death and resurrection spread into the apartment building, the unmaking, lesser-starving beast devouring everything it touched, and more a suicidal entropy within all matter. Once touched by red sickness, a thing no longer wished to exist. The air itself shined bright, grew heavy, and broke into spores. If someone were to step close and somehow avoid the sickness, they would asphyxiate with no air to breathe. The quiet destruction was almost peaceful. A small violation of nature might have kept its unmaking anchored where Alex had gunned Arcadia down, but the reaction spread as predictable and inevitable as a stone being dropped into a pond and disturbing the water's surface. The ripples wouldn't subside until the force of that disturbance was spent. Neighbouring apartments shredded into red dust, everything they were and kept inside them turning to mist. Floodwater evaporated into spores. They spread in every direction, eating raindrops and streets and sewers. The sickness touched Lilac's apartment, shattering the kitchen, living room, windows. The dining table eroded. Red-orange destruction ate the oven's glass and steel and stone. Simone's Nights That Never Happened movie poster. The toy chest where Lilac had hidden the coral stone. The bedroom where Sarah and Daphne once shared a crib. Sarah's drawings. Everything burned red and then flaked apart. Destruction spread through every South Temple District street. Vince's house turned to ash. Honest Hector's pawn shop fluttered into the wind. Red spores crashed into each other and fell to the earth. Only the soil beneath the streets, sewers, and catacombs seemed safe from the unmaking. Hector had almost reached his mother's house when he felt the full force of the wrongness. It overtook him in silence. He noticed the colour pour across his clothes and then his skin. Raindrops turned red and vanished before they hit the floodwater, and this seemed almost pretty to him before all his thoughts and flesh burst into crimson butterflies. The range of red destruction halted where the South Temple District met Merchant's Field. No spore spread into the Central Temple District. None flew past the southern city gates. The unmaking lapped at Old Town's edges, but did not enter. Between the churning sea and the widespread disintegration, there was little left to destroy. A quake travelled the red spores from where Arcadia's heart had revived, and then the unmaking settled into its new territory. Merging spores danced airborne until they weighed too heavy for the wind. They sank across the frothing red landscape and hardened into shining stones, some larger than the buildings they had eaten away. Every fresh raindrop grew another puff of spores, and they fused and crashed like those before them. No neighbourhood remained between deadly air and earth. It was as if the sight of resurrection had never existed, its wound on the world now washed clean and cauterized into a vicious red scar. Silence blanketed the city, all witnesses gaping with a guilty twist in their guts as if they had taken part in this violation. Their hushed awe was only fair. The soul Medes had dragged back to the world had been given no chance to protest. If the wrong had been borne in silence, its consequence could exist in silence too. Even the raindrops died without a sound. Part 5. The Holy Psychopomp Tree. Chapter 42. Cecil was right. When the time came, Lilac felt Exalis descending, sure as she felt the blood run slick down her fingers before her skin drank it in. The temple quaked, subtly at first, and then from ceiling to floor to the bodies littering its altars and seating. Lilac eyed the murals, wary the rest of the second floor might collapse, and then glanced down where she held a knife above a prone young woman in a black suit who stared with wild, wet eyes. Lilac lowered the knife. "I guess you're the lucky one." The woman slid to her feet and dashed toward the southern exit. The temple's quaking turned violent, and dust rained onto Lilac's head. She tucked her knife into her robe and hurried out the northern exit. Ada stood below. Cecil lingered not far from her, Simone a few paces behind, and the crowd of faithful surrounded them. No one watched Lilac. Every eye looked skyward. Had the faithful not already lowered to their knees, the pressure would have forced them down. Lilac hunched, buckled, and fell beside Cecil. There was no standing against the force of this coming presence. She hadn't ever thought about it, but she didn't know what a dawn god looked like. Would she even see anything at all? She saw Ada. Not so tall and proud now, the goddess of birth looked nervous, her father's pressure weighing even on her divine shoulders. She didn't drop to her knees like everyone else, but her spine bent. Compared to a dawn god, maybe there was no difference between a goddess and a descendant and everyone else. Golden light warmed the clouds as if the sun itself were breaking a hole above the temple. Had Lilac not known better, she would have thought it was dawn. Rainfall shrank from the plaza edges. The storm scurried out of city neighborhoods, its patter ceasing. Soon, the only sound was running water as the sea fled the city. The view atop Ada's temple might have shown the flood retreating across the floodplains and back to the beach. This was the will of the dawn gods from the start, that Aig should be a continent and not an archipelago. And now came a dawn god to see his will made real. Cosmic might slashed knife-like through the flesh and muscle of the world as a dawn god found himself material and manifested on a plane beneath his enigmatic divinity. The sky grew blurry where Exalus broke through. When Lilac's sight sharpened again, he was there, as if he had always been there, and it was her fault for never noticing him before. She had to be remembering wrong, didn't she? Yes. He'd always been there. Anywhere across worlds and heavens he went, he'd always been there. Always everywhere. Exalus descended in nearly a dozen fragments of ruby-coloured crystal, their formation unfamiliar, each vaster than his daughter's temple. A strange alien fire danced beneath their sheen, and Lilac thought of bodies writhing in the crystals forever. Not one touched another, but enormous forking blood vessels twitched in the air between them. Maybe the air itself was part of Exalus, an unseen connecting tissue. A quake in Lilac's thoughts told her she was not seeing the whole of him, but she couldn't imagine what else there might be. Faces in the crystals, cries in the blood vessels, a scent in the air of the Absolute. The lowest crystals peeled the temple roof apart, the marble dome no stronger to them than an orange rind, and laid each broken piece gently around the temple steps, their murals now facing the sky. Exalus's blood vessels then picked apart the second floor, the walls, the columns, everything higher than the altars where his sacrifices bled, and laid the dissembled pieces in empty spaces within the temple plaza. He never touched the ground, but some unseen part of his enormity seemed to settle while the crystal fragments floated. Stifled sobs and horrified gasps echoed through the crowd. Their city had already been ravaged tonight, and now the dawn god meant to save them descended as faceless and destructive as the flooding itself. They did not understand he bore the visage of eternity. Cecil glanced to Lilac, but there was nothing to say, and their faces tugged toward Exalus. "Sorry," Cecil whispered. Good. He was right to be sorry. How dare he look elsewhere when a dawn god stood before him? The thought didn't feel like Lilac's, but she'd thought it anyway, a judgmental shape being driven into her mind. She didn't have to guess where it had come from. He towered over the plaza. The air grew still and silent, The world took a breath to absorb the descent of this monumental power. Every story of the Dawn Gods was true. Lilac had never seen anything like Ixalis. Gods were tall, but never like this overwhelming colossus. If a god were a house, a Dawn God was a mountain taking root at the city's center. The crowd was right to flinch. He hadn't spoken, or had he? Lilac wasn't sure again. Thoughts and feelings no longer seemed like they belonged to her, more like pieces Ixalis had lent out, and now he was taking them back. Some part of him reached through her, and everyone here, as if his very presence made his will work through them. Not even Ada looked confident anymore. Small wonder Lagoe and her closest cousins had bound Ada and Medes and coral stones to stop this. How dare Lilac think that? Ixalis had journeyed across the vast heavens tonight after millennia of absence, while also having always been here, and she dared regret his presence. These were wrong thoughts for Lilac, for anyone. Doubt tainted her, and not only her. The passage of time and the brevity of mortals had corroded their due reverence. Ixalis would remove this doubt from all present, from all existence. He would unmake and remake the cosmos to show them. The world went black. And then, in the beginning, men were prey. Noema twisted in the fire. Life couldn't be fair, but death should be. How many years before the cursed tree let her be human again? 2,000 stretched ahead, a glimpse of the many things she'd become before she returned as another wailing baby girl. Lilac held the lucky rocks tight in her fist. She didn't want to lose them. They were her only chance of keeping her hair from being cut again. The priestesses had no answers, and Lilac couldn't call Mother through the Logos temple. No one was supposed to know. Here and always, she was alone. Simone reached weathered hands through the apartment doorway and grasped Lilac's face. "You're mine, aren't you?" Vince and his rakish smile, and the way he called her love. Lilac felt safe in his arms, like she hadn't in years. Lilac took her daughters to the beach. She wanted to go before the sky turned grey for the rainy season that year, while the wind was gentle and smelled more like the sea and less like a storm. There were dangers in the calm season too, but if Lilac wanted to avoid all risks in life, she wouldn't have had children. "Oh, I'm Captain Arcadia Mirren. Sorry, I'm in the way again." Lilac was about to knock on Arcadia's room door when she realized she couldn't stop giggling. She hadn't felt so silly in years, hadn't laughed like this since that day at the beach. Yes, call to the gods. Lilac dragged her free hand's fingers through Flip's blood. The coppery stink thickened, and she thought of priestesses, daggers, and a 9-headed holiness filling the temple. All for the gods, all for Lagoe. Cecil was right. When the time came, Lilac felt Ixalis descending, sure as she felt the blood run slick down her fingers before her skin drank it in. The world came back. Lilac's skin tingled as if every part of her had gone to sleep. Louder crying broke out from the crowd, but it stopped when Ixalis wanted silence. In what had been a moment for him, he had unmade and remade this world from its beginning to this point in time. Even a dawn god didn't have that kind of power, right? No, he did, and he didn't want any more doubt. Lilac's thoughts needed to get in line with his, or else next time she might not return with the rest of the world. All eyes and crystals burned toward Ada. It had not been Ixalis's wish to return, ever, but she was his daughter. Lovely, wonderful daughter. He came to her call. But why? Lilac opened her mouth to say it herself, and then her jaw snapped shut. Ixalis wanted Ada to tell.
It had to be Ada.
"I longed to see you again," Ada said. She sounded meek, a withered branch of her old tree. "The holy psychopomp tree of Skeptimos was burned long ago by mortal hands."
Ixalis already knew that. He knew everything, down to the core of every soul. He told Ada, and all present, that the soul behind the burning lingered here, and his daughter should beware, as this soul would always long for chaos. It could not do otherwise. Lilac curled into herself. She could feel his ire. Her worry must have breathed through the crowd, or maybe she had felt it breathing from Ixalis himself. His vessels twisted between crystals, their ends almost touching his fragments. He demanded Ada's certainty. To do as she wished would cleave his physical form from every other aspect of him and plant it in this world.
"Nothing to do with my wishes," Ada said. "It costs my ever seeing you again, but I make this sacrifice for mortals. Everything I do arises of their need."
Lilac tensed from head to toe. "Not true," she tried to say, but a dry whisper wouldn't leave her tongue. Cecil glared beside her. She was going to give them away. "Ixalis doesn't care what you've got to say, love. Promise. Stick to the plan."
Plan seemed a strong word for letting Ada get her way until the last moment. Alex had planned, and now he was dead. You couldn't gamble against the gods and expect to win. But what other options were there? Ixalis' fragments twitched above the ruined temple. In the distance, the sea cowered from him. He reached across it, and his irritation mounted in the air. "Yes, my cousins fled the Holy Land," Ada said. "They fear your disappointment." As if she knew why the other gods were gone any better than the rest of Aig. Ixalis' displeasure weighed grand and terrible. He and the other Dawn gods had trusted their children and children's children to safekeep the Holy Land, and they had abandoned it? He knew the reason why, Lilac could tell, but his knowledge didn't radiate into her, only his frustration. Her palms scraped cobblestones, and she thought her head might fall next. Red vessels curled into beckoning fingers. Ixalis wanted to know the core of the future holy tree before he consented to his sacrifice. "Father, the unique mortal we'd made into a champion, the one I'd intended as psychopomp, was murdered moments ago," Ada said, trembling. Could a goddess like her cry? "I must find a replacement suitable for my purposes." Lilac stopped breathing. All air and muscle went still beneath Ixalis. Ada shouldn't have summoned him until she was ready. Lilac shouldn't have helped. His time was infinite, but they were wrong to waste a single speck of it. He wanted to make good on his sacrifice or leave this world. Everyone present, Ada included, should beg his forgiveness. Cecil's lips moved, ready to offer himself, but he couldn't breathe any better than Lilac. Everyone here was going to die. A wild glare burned in Ada's eyes. Her hair curled into angry fists and flared unkempt from her head. She scanned the crowd, hunting for a quick substitute, but if everything Alex and Cecil had said was true, this was not a choice she could rush. Deep down, her plan was dead. There was no one in this world with Arcadia's inner gentleness, no one so special. Ixalis' grip eased from Lilac's lungs, and she sucked in breath. Gasping echoes flooded the crowd as his presence slid from the temple's foundation. "Father, a moment," Ada said. Ixalis' attention picked through each kneeling mortal. Lilac wondered how many times she could withstand his clenching fist, and then understood she would suffer him as many times as he wanted. Everyone would. But he didn't want her. He wanted something beside her. Cecil? No, something Cecil kept. His trench coat twitched over his right breast, and then the fabric flowered open around a rising red sphere. Light glinted in its tiny pores. Another coral stone. Lilac gaped at Cecil. Where did she get that? Stuck in her throat. He returned a desperate stare, like he'd known he could hide the coral stone from Ada, but had underestimated the unfathomable sight of a dawn god. Ada strained through the miasmic air and snatched the coral stone from above Cecil's chest. She turned to Ixalis and cocked her head, throwing scarlet hair over one shoulder. Divine luminous shined across the coral stone surface. Meady stirred inside. Lilac felt her without touching, knew her name, what she wanted, how she had missed Ixalis. Something she told him both eased him and concerned him, and a new pressure spread over the plaza as if the air had grown thick with physical disappointment. Lilac's head jerked southward. Every head seemed to turn with hers, forced to look where Ixalis wanted. A vision rushed across Lilac's thoughts, striking those gathered like a stiff wind against their minds. The South Temple District. Lilac had lived there the past several years, knew its streets and apartments and shops, but she saw none of them now. Everything seemed to have melted into jagged rows of jutting rock, and burning dusk-coloured particles filled the air, leaving only a red scar tearing across the south side of the city. No familiar shops, no stairs, no landing. Home had been erased by this vicious new landscape. Everything physical Lilac had kept from the twins' brief time in this world had melted into crimson violence. Every piece of Sarah and Daphne, gone like they were. Understanding seeped beneath the vision as all heads turned again to Ixalis, an undercurrent flowing across the plaza between him and the mother of his child. He had not felt this violation of nature since he and the other dawn gods last put the glories in their place. Here came a similar violation, some choice by Medes which had brought a ferocious unmaking to the world and left a red scar over the wound. No matter what her reason, she could not undo it. And no matter how else this moment ended, the city was cursed. "This was not by our hands alone. The glories have abused nature too since you left," Ada said. But her confidence turned brittle, the tone of a child making excuses. Lilac recognized the kind. "Mummy, she hit me first. Everyone began as a child, even a goddess, and maybe deep down, no one ever really changed." "The gods were fearful, but—" Ada's voice caught, as if listening to a message outside Lilac's hearing. "But Mother has offered a gift." Ixalis bristled between crystals. The gods were right to fear his disappointment. He let her know. Let everyone know. But this seemed lost on Ada. Tension eased from her face as she turned to the west, where figures staggered into the plaza, bearing the pressure of a dawn god and leading his daughter's treasure. A shrill, triumphant laugh rang over the crowd, the kind from a goddess about to get everything she wanted. Chapter 43. Ada's search party had returned at last. She wasn't concerned about them. She was an expert at apathy. But the woman who walked with them concerned Ada very much. Lilac knew the feeling. She loved this woman, from her shorn head to her bright eyes, from her quiet moments to her secret smiles, in past, present, and future, through life and death and life again. Could Ixalis feel that love? Did he care? Was that why he let Lilac get shakily to her feet and stagger through the kneeling throng, shouting, "Arcadia!" at the top of her lungs? She kept shouting anyway, Arcadia! Arcadia! Her stagger broke into a clumsy run. She passed Cecil and Ada, and then threw herself into those should-be dead arms, wrapping her limbs around Arcadia's shoulders and waist, and then Lilac slid back to the ground. Arcadia's arms hung at her sides, limp as her expression. That was fine. She and Lilac and everyone else were having a night like no other. Lilac placed a hand against Arcadia's cheek. It was warm and full of life. "I looked for you," Arcadia said, her effect flat. Blood stains spattered her sea-grey uniform's chest. A small hole over her heart burned a glimpse of ragged scarring on brown skin. "Alex didn't mean it," Lilac said. "He thought he could help." Arcadia shrank back. Something was wrong. Lilac patted at Arcadia's face, her neck, even her chest, to be sure there was a heart still beating in there. Yes, under the wound. Lilac trembled. "Arcadia, look at me." Arcadia tried, but her gaze darted this way and that. She was looking at Lilac and looking past Lilac and looking in places Lilac couldn't understand. Lilac stood on her toes, meeting Arcadia's tan eyes. Gods, they were beautiful. Lilac could have stared into them for eons. But then she remembered Arcadia's purpose here. "Run!" Lilac snapped. The air grew heavy again, and Lilac's knees struck the ground. She pivoted on cobblestone until her eyes found Exalus, where he became her everything once more. He was paying attention now. Couldn't she understand? Ada would have what she wanted, Exalus would give it to her, and Arcadia would fulfill her chosen purpose. All would be well. "You have done your work, High Priestess," Ada said, as she ushered Arcadia to the front of the kneeling crowd, "and now comes time for the Chosen to do hers." Lilac couldn't scream. She might have thought she wanted to, but Exalus knew better. Lilac wanted to behave. If a smile broke across her face, Exalus would welcome it. Mortals should be joyous when the gods got their way. Deep down in this universe, what other way could there be? Arcadia's head craned skyward. "Sunrise?" Exalus shifted his attention. Lilac felt adrift, insubstantial, as if she existed less because he wasn't looking at her. Ada lifted an open palm to Exalus. "Father, meet the core of your tree." Exalus knew. He likewise knew Arcadia's resurrection violated the laws of this world's nature. The between coiled inside her soil, traces of a spiritual plane intruding in this bodily manifestation. The wrongness wore Medes' handprints, and Ada bore part of this responsibility. He had trusted her and the other gods to safe-keep this world, these people, and instead, she and her mother had raked the red scar across this city where it would burn everything it touched for eons. How dare she abuse this power? What a disappointment. Ada's cool demeanour flickered. She hadn't expected her father to chastise her. Gods never thought they would be judged. Lilac's attention flicked toward the coral stone in Ada's hand. Cecil had carried it, and he must have seen Alex murder Arcadia. Had the coral stone been with her then? Ada's request that Lilac fetch them both made sense. Arcadia had shared her blood with Medes, and this consecration of blood was the core link between the Dawn gods and humans. Their children, their sacrifices. Medes had brought Arcadia back to life against the laws of nature, no matter the consequence. All for her daughter. Ada's cool demeanour disappeared. In her eyes, her mouth, the curl in her nose, the way her hair writhed, She showed almost mortal desperation, a child ready to throw a tantrum because her parent wouldn't give her what she wanted. Ada at her most honest. Glee stirred in Lilac beneath the layers of Ixalas's will. Ada would fail. This would end now. Ada laid a finger across Arcadia's shoulder. Mine will not be the holy tree of Skeptimos. Arcadia Mirn must be the core of a new tree, and for my intentions with this tree, she proves nothing short of perfect. Lilac couldn't breathe again. Why did Ixalas keep the heir to himself? She knew, of course. He kept it because he chose to, and that explanation was good enough. She liked it. Simple, straightforward, no complications. He could take and keep anything he wanted, and he was right to do so. In return, he gave his warnings. The choices of Ada and Medes would impact him in no way beyond his final breach into this facet of the universe. Whichever ways they chose to pervert this world to the point it needed to break down before it could heal, they would have to live in it. He would not control them, but no one should mistake his stayed hand for approval. He loved Ada unconditionally. That was all it meant. For a moment, Lilac thought Ada looked as small as Sarah or Daphne. Breath surged into Lilac's lungs as Ixalas's blood vessels splayed themselves like bloody hands in the air. Their makeshift fingers clutched his crystals, and then each hand swelled and hardened into rich, twisting limbs and crimson roots. The floating fragments slid together, driving skyward and earthbound until they formed the shape of a tree. A knot bulged at their top, where their ruby sheen burned white-hot and brighter than the sun. Ada raised the coral stone skyward. "Father is leaving us. Say your final farewell to him, Mother." Ixalas's knot swelled, almost ahead to the forming tree. Thunder pounded in cracks down the center as a golden light burst through. The sky went white, the light jerking and writhing, alive and dead and eternal in ways no mortal could ever comprehend. Slender rays lashed across clouds and sky, out to distant places Lilac couldn't see. One final luminous knife cut across the temple plaza and through the red coral stone. Ada flinched, the blow buckling her. Ixalas's light rocketed toward the sky, and the cloudy atmosphere fuzzed and scrambled, turning scratchy and monochrome like a dirty film print. A broken radio hiss rushed through the air. Every inch of Lilac's skin tingled with numb static. The world could not translate Ixalas's new ascent into mortal sensations. Lilac wasn't certain even Ada had absorbed the whole picture. The sky and city dimmed back to stormy night. Thunder rang out, and the air pressure eased. Lilac had almost grown used to it, and its absence felt like a warm hug had ended right when she needed it to last a moment longer. Her head swam. When Ixalas was here, the line between him and her had blurred in ways she couldn't understand. She had been herself in moments, and entirely not herself at others. Did it still matter? No one who stood around the temple ruins would ever see him again. Only his body, in its towering new form. The red coral stone twitched between Ada's fingers the way the knot had convulsed atop Ixalas's changing body. Light poured through fresh cracks in the coral, and a voice screamed with it. "It burns! He burns the sea! Too much!" Ada lowered the coral stone. "Mother!" The coral stone exploded. Shards struck Ada's fingers and ricocheted against her. Others blew around her into the nearby faithful, and they fell flinching and screaming. Except Arcadia. Sharp fragments cut her face, arms, clothes, but she stood motionless, her eyes vacant and unfeeling, as if she only had half a soul in her body. Maybe she did. Beside her, the light dimmed where Ada now cradled a naked woman in her arms. The woman's hair seemed to have been blasted from her scalp, and so had stretches of skin, now giving way to raw muscle. Her eyes were closed, her expression serene. "Mother," Ada said again. She sank to the ground and held the woman close. It had to be Meady's, except she was injured. "Mother, you bleed." Ada glanced at the crowd, her scarlet eyes wild with need. "Tell me, how does a god bleed?" No one answered except with crying and wailing. After shrinking to nothing but cells beneath a dawn god's greatness, these people weren't ready to be themselves again. Lilac curled and uncurled her fingers, remembering how her body used to eat and breathe and keep a heartbeat on its own. Ada stroked one tremendous fingertip across Meady's cheek. Her glare settled on Arcadia. "Place yourself in the tree while I tend to her. Our endeavor must not end in failure. Be free of your heavy thoughts, Arcadia Mirren, and do as bidden." Lilac tensed. Too much was happening too fast. Exalis was gone, but he'd left chaos behind. Meady's was hurt. Ada was angry. Arcadia wasn't herself anymore, but she could walk. Her every step left dark splotches on cobblestone and then marble, and her eyes fixed ahead as she staggered onto the temple steps, to the ruin above, and approached the last gift of Exalis, the holy psychopump tree. Chapter 44. Since Lilac was a child, this monstrosity had haunted the edges of stories, its creation, its destruction. She had seen it in dreams, the bark and leaves aflame. Now dawn's early red light slid through the hole in the clouds and broke between orange-hued limbs, as if this tree, like its predecessor, would burn above the Holy Land. Like the coral stones, the holy psychopump tree had a pulse so strong it beat outside itself, through its roots beneath the cobblestone plaza. The highest branches towered taller than the now ravaged temple in its prime, and the limbs stretched over outer plaza buildings. Murky red-black bark scaled its swollen trunk. No leaves or fruit grew yet from the boughs, but given time, the holy tree of Exalis would blossom and thrive the same as had the holy tree of Skeptimos. It only needed a soul. A tempest in Lilac's heart wished for this tree to die. It had no right telling the dead what lives to live next. They should chase whatever destinies they liked, rising with light spirits or falling with heavy ones, insects or birds or people. Let them try. And certainly no holy tree should pluck souls from still living bodies. Mankind should not become monsters who wandered soulless across Aig. Lilac gazed through the crowd and found Simone again. She didn't glance Lilac's way, the holy tree having devoured her attention. Would she look so stricken if her soul were ripped out? If Arcadia joined the tree, Lilac might never hear another motherly voice. Ada couldn't get her way. Lagoe had been right to imprison her in a coral stone. Lilac had put this wrong in motion, and now she had to take up her mother's cause and put it right. All she needed was fire. At the foot of the trunk, where its roots coalesced across temple steps, the bark split around a volval cavern where doomed Arcadia Mirren faded into the tree's darkness. Lilac would have to follow her inside and get her out. In the verses of Aig, gentle Theo had stepped inside the holy tree of Skeptimos, sacrificed his body on some unknown altar, and become the living tree's soul. Much later, Noema the sick had followed the same path and burned the tree from the inside out. Some believed hers was the last soul guided, perhaps cast into a stone for centuries, until that was destroyed and she could reincarnate again. Lilac's first childlike inclination was to follow the story she knew. If one holy tree could burn, so could another. That was only reasonable. But Skeptimos had given mankind the gift of medicine, no more protective than Lyridoja's gift of agriculture or Caligo's gift of language. The holy tree of Skeptimos had been flammable. The new holy psychopomp tree grew from Ixalis, a manifestation of the dawn god whose first gift to mankind, before this tree, his daughter, or the idea of gods at all, had been fire. That same fire lived in his body now, soul or no soul. Warm light coursed through the bark and danced behind it, same as the flames within Ixalis' descending crystal fragments. His living remains now coursed with fire the way blood coursed through Lilac's body. This holy psychopomp tree would not burn. They would have to try something else. Even something as desperate and unfortunate as putting Cecil inside. Lilac hurried toward him, grabbed his arm, and pulled him to his feet. "Where did you get Medes?" Cecil brushed his fingers over the fresh hole in his trench coat. "Long story," he said. "Alex would tell it better. It's his fault." He turned to the tree and started across the plaza. "Besides, time's up. Was hoping we'd sneak in ahead, but Ada mustn't think Arcadia's long for this world. Right or wrong, she's got a head start." Lilac glanced again to Simone. She seemed to notice Lilac and Cecil now, but her lips remained pursed. She was confused and afraid, and who could blame her after the terrible night they'd all endured? Lilac wanted to comfort her, but Cecil was right. They'd run out of time. "Quickly now," Cecil said, scurrying through the steel-kneeling crowd and toward the temple steps. "Ada's distracted. We still got a chance." Lilac dogged Cecil's heels. "And Arcadia? If she tries to stop us?" "Don't know." Cecil reached the temple steps and glanced back. "They've done more to her than raise her from the dead. She's still their champion, got a force in her to battle a storm, and I'm not much in a fight myself. You?" "Sometimes," Lilac said, "if my heart's in it." Cecil hopped up the temple steps. "Can you get your heart in it this time?" Lilac doubted it. Arcadia was alive again. The universe kept throwing Lilac chances, and she kept squandering them. Still, Ada had sent Arcadia to die, as if some vicious fate had decided she absolutely could not live any longer. Stopping her meant saving her. Climbing the temple steps, the tree seemed to cover the clouds. Something so large, grown from a dawn god, killing it didn't seem possible. More likely, this holy tree would swallow the sky, and Lilac and Cecil too. There would be no coming back from here, whether they stopped Arcadia or not. Cecil slipped through the tree's dark opening, and Lilac followed. The cavern was gloomy at first, but Lilac's eyes soon adjusted to orange firelight snaking between root walls and black tree flesh. The tree was minutes old, but it smelled of ancient wood. No burning scent. The inside appeared as fireproof as the outside. Lilac stepped on cool marble floor where the tree's roots had burrowed. No telling how deep they went. "Did Ixalis show you the red scar?" Cecil asked. "In your head, I mean. He showed me, and I damn well wish he hadn't. Utter madness, bringing Arcadia back to life. Medes must have done it after Alex..." What Alex did. That goddess bit at nature, and nature bit back. An enormous root divided their way in two. Lilac started right, but Cecil hooked her arm and led them left, chasing red dots across the white floor. Firelight flickered in their surfaces. "Arcadia was dead," Lilac said. "Souls can't go back to the dead." "They can," Cecil said, following the blood, "if the god doing it doesn't give a shit about the consequences. Poor Arcadia's soul went to the Between to make her next important decision, and then Medes grabbed her and forced her back to this life, this body. I don't know how someone processes an experience so violent. The world itself certainly don't like it. That Arcadia can focus on who she is at all is the real miracle. The bark-coated cavern split again. Lilac chose the left route this time, her feet following, but avoiding Arcadia's blood. "She's disoriented," Lilac said. "She'd be impressionable." "Hardly matters," Cecil said. He sounded stunned, the breadth of it weighing on him. "Ada and Medes know she won't kill, and now they've nudged her this way, get her to rip our souls out. They'd do anything. Ungodly destruction, that red scar shredding through Valentine, all to bring Arcadia back, and they'll do worse across the Holy Land, maybe the world. Anything to kill the glories. We can't let them have their way." Lilac's heart sank. "I'm going to lose her again." "I'm sorry, love." Cecil squeezed Lilac's arm and kept moving. "You up for this?" Lilac wiped one hand across her face. The other, without meaning to, clutched the knife inside her robe. "This went so much bigger than it was supposed to." "Sometimes life's like that. I wanted to help people too, but good deeds always seem to need bloodshed." Another choice opened in the cavern. Cecil tugged them to the right this time. "Even Ada thinks she's helping. Stop the glories from slaughtering mankind." He gave a despairing laugh. "Even at the cost of mankind." Lilac's fingers stroked the warm wall of bark. Through feet and fingertips and the air itself, the holy tree's pulse rippled in her blood. "Yes, it's alive," Cecil said. "Only missing a soul." "You wouldn't let me try to stop Ixalis," Lilac said. "He wouldn't have listened. His daughter said this was best and that was all. They love their children. Gods can't help it. Same with my grandfather." Cecil flashed an empty smile. "Even Ligoe, I'm sure." The path split again and then curved toward the temple's perimeter. No architect had designed this labyrinth, only the random sprawl of roots by a dawn god who hadn't stuck around to see everything placed right. Ixalis' apathy was for the best, Lilac decided. If the rooted caverns had stood more straightforward, the navigation easier, she and Cecil might not have caught up with Arcadia before she found and died upon whatever altar hid inside this tree, bringing Ada's plans to fruition. But this holy tree was a twisted thing, and a looming figure broke the dark ahead. Chapter 45. "I see her," Lilac hissed. Arcadia lurched in the gloom. The path ahead split into three, and she was about to take the farthest right, veering deeper into the temple. She moved slower than Lilac and Cecil. Lilac slowed to match pace. "Does she know what she's looking for?" Cecil passed Lilac and approached Arcadia on soft steps. "Couldn't say what she knows. Verses of Aig note something like an altar, but with a blade or spine for the sacrifice. We'll know it when we see it." He reached for Arcadia's shoulder. "Now, if you'd—" Arcadia spun around and slammed her fist into Cecil's gut. He doubled over and stumbled back into a wall of roots. His fedora slid off his head and glided to the ravaged marble floor. A more recent story than the holy psychopomp tree sank into Lilac's thoughts. Alex telling of Arcadia's adolescent triumph in the barracks. Arcadia had always been capable, whether she knew it or not. "I can't fight her," Lilac said. "Can't?" Cecil gasped. "I can't win." Lilac watched Arcadia disappear around the next right turn and then chased after her. "Arcadia, please! This isn't you!" That was exactly the problem. If this wasn't Arcadia, why would she care what Lilac had to say? Disoriented by her death at Alex's hands, wronged by the gods, Arcadia wouldn't know her lover.
Did she even know where and when she was? But Lilac had to try. "Doll!" She slipped toward Arcadia's right, but a muscly forearm slammed across Lilac's neck and pinned her to the wall. Pain rocked her spine, and she gasped against choking pressure. Arcadia's eyes looked more lost than any night staring contest with her hotel mirror. Her forearm slid loose, and she went on walking. Lilac coughed hard, pried herself off the wall, and followed. Her foot padded in the blood trail, and she didn't mind drinking some of Arcadia in. "If only Alex hadn't shot you," Lilac said. The next splotch of blood was too big for Arcadia's puddles. They were nearing the altars where Lilac had helped summon Exalus with flesh and blade. "If I hadn't started this," Lilac said. Sarah and Daphne dashed across a beach in her thoughts. "What are your regrets? If only this, if only that. Arcadia, tell me your ifs." Arcadia didn't answer. Lilac crept close behind her, thinking to slip around, and then touched her still aching throat. Had Arcadia wanted, she could have snapped Lilac's neck. But Arcadia wouldn't. Not even had she the power to tear the world to pieces. There was no murder in her heart. That was the real problem, right? Not that she wasn't herself, but that beneath the pain and confusion of every wrong done to her, Arcadia Meehan couldn't be anyone else. Maybe that was the answer, nestled in another of Alex's stories. A goddess commanded Arcadia, not in the vague sense of duty interpreted by mortal mouths, and not a trembling hunk of coral. A present goddess, having long ago come into her power, almost unimaginable in the Holy Land after 10 years, after this night. And wouldn't Arcadia be that godly instrument? She'd said as much in Old Town. She'd meant it. No more uselessness, no more dropped responsibility. She had purpose. Not much farther now. "Tell me your ifs, Arcadia." Lilac was here. Arcadia would miss her, regret never sharing secrets with her. Wasn't Arcadia sharing them now, amid the fire and bodies? No. They walked Valmidian's temple, or someplace like it. Nowhere else. "If only you hadn't come to Valentine, right?" Lilac asked. "If only you hadn't met me. If only you'd never seen Shah." A goddess commanded Arcadia. Her regrets were dust in the face of Holy Edict. Lilac kept behind her. "If you join the tree, you'll be stuck with these regrets forever. You want to think about Shah for all eternity?" Arcadia's boot squeaked on slick marble. She had to reach the temple center. Where Valmidian once sat, there now gaped a hole. Arcadia's life had changed there forever. Now she would find new change. A final death. "Shah still means something to you, doesn't it?" Lilac asked. "Alex thought it did. Ada killed him, you know. Your best friend, torn open by her fingers. Do you really want to do what she says?" Arcadia didn't answer, and Lilac stopped walking. She was looking at something. Arcadia could tell. "I won't be there to stroke your head when today's done. Not if you do this," Lilac went on. "You have a choice. You always make choices, and you own them in the worst way." Arcadia heard pattering now. A man with a West Amberden accent. Cecil Gillian, Alex's friend. But Alex was dead, Lilac said. "I'll go with the punch this time, like a gentleman," Cecil said, louder than a whisper. But I've a better idea. A tribute to dear Alexander Stathos, if you will."
Arcadia lumbered onward, where the hole in the tree's centre pulled her toward some alien place below. There would be no coming back this time.
"Men! Fire at will!" a man shouted.
Arcadia jolted. Her nerves knew that order and its hypocrisy. Fire at will, but she'd had no will to fire on Shah's dancing villagers. She'd fired with all the will she had, but none was not enough for Commander Thale.
"Men! Fire!"
Was that Cecil? Arcadia couldn't tell.
"That's an order! Fire now!"
Lilac shouted over him, "You made a choice, Arcadia!" Arcadia dizzied, and the walls danced. She felt something rush past on her right and slammed her fist at it. The world sank in and out of darkness. She was in the barracks, lights out by her hand, where everyone was her enemy, and it didn't matter which kid she struck or why.
"Men, you coward! Fire!"
Arcadia swung again, hit soft flesh. A figure grunted and recoiled. The darkness brightened. She could see her place in the temple again, among the fires and the bodies. A shadow broke the firelight ahead. "Arcadia Mearn," Lilac said, her voice stern, "do you know where we are?" Darkness again. Firelight. Arcadia craned her neck toward the descent, toward purpose, but no sign of Ada marked the wall above fires and bodies. The 9-pointed star of Lagoe stained the world. Hail the many-headed! Hail the goddess of reason! All deaths to Lagoe, all blood dedicated to the mistress of the slaughter. Arcadia stumbled back. She had wandered through the years again. Hurting Thale had stopped nothing. The dead did not forget. They dragged at Arcadia's heart, always leading her to Shah.
"Men! Fire your weapon!"
the man shouted, weaker now. She should have tried harder to stop Thale and the others, put herself between the dancers and death. She might as well have shot them herself. "You made a choice," Lilac said again. Shah was here, everywhere, always behind Arcadia, and now ahead. She sank against the warm wall and then collapsed beneath Lagoe's bloody symbol, as if she crumpled at the feet of the goddess herself. Cecil staggered closer, a hand on his middle. He seemed to have recovered quicker from Arcadia's second blow than her first.
"The star did it," he said. "Knew it would. The way Alex talked. Well, you know."
Yes, Lilac knew. This was not the first time she'd clawed up Arcadia's bad memories, only the first time she'd done it on purpose. She squatted on the pads of her feet between Arcadia's splayed legs and laid a hand on her cheek. Her skin burned feverish, hotter than the holy tree's roots. Tears welled in her eyes. Her mouth opened and closed, but nothing came out. "I know, doll," Lilac said, quiet and serene. Sacrificial blood pooled in Arcadia's sea-green pants.
"All for Lagoe," she said.
It was the same for me. All for Lagoe. Lilac pressed her forehead to Arcadia's and let the heat burn into her skull. "It's over now. It's been over for a long time." She brushed fragments of red coral stone from Arcadia's arms. The wounds were little worse than scratches. If anything, Arcadia's vigour had returned in body, only her spirit had become frail. Lilac turned to Cecil. "I don't think she's going to die."
"She will if Ada impales her in the centre of the tree."
Cecil chewed at his lower lip.
"And Ada most certainly wants to. Her mother's condition won't distract her long. We can't dally.
Give me a moment. Lilac took Arcadia into her arms. Too much woman for Lilac to lift, but she propped Arcadia against the wall. She deserved better than to be left crawling in the remains of Lilac's mistakes. Cecil looked to where the marble floor sank toward another forking path. Somewhere beyond, the holy tree's roots had filled the hole in the temple floor and led wherever Arcadia had meant to go, where Lilac and Cecil needed to go.
This is only a delay, Cecil said. If Arcadia died here, Ada would take her elsewhere and repeat her mother's mistake, unmake another part of the world. She'll only stop if she can't have her way. Hurry, or we'll wish we'd followed the gods out of the Holy Land before this happened.
Lilac felt an urgent pang in her head. He was right.
Sure, Cecil, yes. We're going.
She rested Arcadia's head against the bark wall, where tears went on streaming. Most likely she would be safe here. Ada wouldn't hurt her. Too valuable. But would Arcadia obey her again, or resist committing another nightmare in the name of a goddess? If only Lilac had been allowed to do what Cecil said, follow the gods out of the Holy Land. That would have been best for everyone. Another urgent pang hit her head. Some crucial detail. Lilac stood from Arcadia and shut her eyes, pushing out the sight of her lover and flickering firelight and the rich redness at her feet. Brief peace stole over this darkness, enough to wonder about this notion. Why Cecil's harmless words might tick apprehension and alarm, why some patterns in the puzzle made sense and others didn't. She turned the words over 100 times and found older ones, reminders. The gods must have left because they knew what Ada was going to do, Cecil had said after Alex's death, and now, we'll wish we'd followed the gods out of the Holy Land before this happened. But also, Alex, why did the gods leave? Only theories. No clear answers, but he'd asked another question too. Who stands to gain? That question is a detective's best friend. Who stands to gain? A detective's friend. Who stands to gain? A detective. We get someone else inside the tree, then we might have a shot, Cecil had said. Someone she don't approve of. Cecil, Lilac said, her voice shaky. How did they know what was going to happen?
Who? Cecil piped from a few steps deeper inside the temple. What?
The gods left before I freed Ada. The darkness became wriggling and hazy, and Lilac's eyes blinked open to escape it. Here in the temple, after what Ada did to Alex, you said the gods must have left because they knew what was going to happen. But only Lavian gets premonitions. No one else sees the future. Cecil cocked his head to one side.
Was only speculating. And that was about Alex's thinking, and...
He shut his mouth and let the words drift away. How did the others know this was going to happen? Lilac asked. If Lavian told them, if they knew, then they could have stopped Ada like they did before, right? Cecil stared at her. The nearby fires danced in his eyes, in the shadows of his face, and teased at his features. They tugged at the corner of his mouth. His lips twitched once, and then again, up into a wry smirk. Lilac felt cold everywhere. What did your grandfather tell them? Lilac whispered. Doesn't matter, Cecil shrugged. I told you. They're too far away to do anything about it now. Chapter 46. Lilac's vision swam. She found Lagoi's 9-pointed star she'd painted in blood across tree bark and let it ground her. She'd been looking at this star all her life, with and without Lagoi. Your grandfather, Lilac said, her breath shallow. He's the reason the gods left us. He lied to them. Some truth, some lies, Cecil said, wagging a splayed hand from side to side. Come now, we'll need to find the altar before Ada realizes we've stopped Arcadia. Cecil pressed a hand to her forehead. What difference does it make anymore? Because someone has to be the core of the tree, Cecil snapped. Ada's an immortal goddess, so she can't do it. Arcadia's down for a little bit. That shoots Ada's plan in the foot. You're not going to do it. You don't even want there to be a holy tree. That leaves it to me. A descendant, yes, but not her chosen. Mortal enough to die. You want to be the core of the tree? Lilac still couldn't believe this. She licked her lips, suddenly dry. You said we're descended from greatness. And one of us should be great. No reincarnation. True eternal life, like the gods. No, greater than gods. Even they get forgotten sometimes, but a new psychopomp will stand revered for all time. Cecil thrust his hands out, his trench coat buttons straining at his chest. That's the plan. Been the plan, love. For years. Grandfather Livian told his kin they needed to leave the Holy Land for their own good. Like you said, the gods used to listen to his advice, and they did this time. If they were here, no one would have had a chance to find the coral stones, and even if someone had, the gods would have stopped all this like they did 400 years ago. We had to clear out the Holy Land. Lilac's voice came corpse-like. And then the glories came. Was bound to happen. Cecil retreated another few paces into the tree's caverns. Granted, I didn't think uncovering the coral stones would take until nearly the last minute, but no one knew where Ada was. Not even me. Not even Livian. I searched hard, promise. Cutting it close, but here we are. And they've flooded the Holy Land and killed our people, Lilac said. Killed children. Cecil nodded, not looking. Lilac fingered inside her robe. They killed my children. Cecil's leg twitched at his next step. No, Lilac. Lilac lunged, knife in hand. My children! Cecil darted around a bend in the corridor. Lilac chased him. She would bring him down, carve open his belly, hold him close to her while he died. She would ask him to tell the truth first, because what he said couldn't be right. This couldn't be happening. Friends didn't do this to each other. The roots curved at a three-way fork. No sign of Cecil. He'd vanished down one path or another, leaving no blood to follow. But his voice rang through the holy tree. I'm sorry, love. Meant to finish with you being none the wiser, but the future's teetering. Lilac had to make a choice. She steered for the rightmost path and hoped it sank toward the holy tree's centre. Cecil didn't know the way any better. I got careless, Cecil said, out of sight, insistent. I'm as close to getting everything I want as losing everything. You understand? You, Lilac growled. Losing everything. That's right. Cecil sounded close, as if he might be running parallel with her on the far side of a root wall.
That night at dinner looked pretty gloomy to me, like the glories might sink Eidos, would have had to take drastic measures, and the gods might have come back. And then hours ago, I realised you'd found the coral stones, but Ada had already chosen Arcadia. What a mess. Lilac's path split in two. She squeezed into a narrow right-side fork and strafed between two rough root walls. The path widened after a few feet and then sank into a sharp descent. The temple had never been so large, meaning Exalus must have twisted its inner reality. Every story about the Dawn Gods had undersold their power. The inside of the holy psychopomp tree spread larger than its outside. Would it go for miles? Lilac doubted it. She was reaching whatever point Arcadia had meant to find. The altar lay somewhere ahead and below. "Your whole murder business put a fright in me too." Cecil's voice rang from all directions. "The sacrifices, summoning Lagoe. Didn't think it would work, but hard to say at the time." "Could you have brought Lavian here if you wanted?" Lilac asked. "To save us from the glories?" "You never knew your grandparents, did you?" Cecil asked. "Dawn gods on one side, Simone folks long gone before you met her. Something you might have noticed when your little girls were around, Simone, though. Something universal about grandparents. They spoil their grandkids." The floor carried Lilac downward, and the fires began to darken. "Lavian set all this in motion for you to be the core of the holy tree? Nothing else to it?" "Of course he did." Cecil sounded almost offended. "I asked him to. He loves me to death. People think he wanders and rots because he doesn't care, but that's nonsense. He's a big softy, heart of adventure, whims of a lover, more vagabond than god. Did you know I'm his only living grandson? He'd do anything for me." Lilac curled her fists. The bloodied marble path had run out. She now walked soft, black earth into a strange space within the holy tree. She couldn't make its shape fit with the world she knew. Best to ignore the outside and focus on reaching the centre before Cecil. "Descendants get a raw deal," Cecil said, his voice growing distant. He might have headed the wrong way. "Stamped down, unappreciated. We watch ordinary mortals die, the ones we love, almost enough to relate with immortality before that, too, gets snatched away. And then reincarnation? Being a descendant sticks to your bloody soul, a curse across lives. And you know what? I like this life, who I am now. Helping people." His rant wore rags of the other night's tirade, and he almost sounded the same, an arrogant drunk. Maybe he was drunk now and wasn't himself. Worse, maybe that arrogance had always been his truest self. His voice pounded on, as if Lilac couldn't escape him and yet couldn't catch him either. "Messy, sure, but think of all the good I'll do as the holy psychopomp tree. Lavian will come back, at least long enough for the other gods to follow him, and I really am sorry." "Sorry," Lilac echoed. The tree's dimming fires burned as empty as childless funeral pyres, each a hollow gesture pretending to say goodbye. The next fork in the roots steepened the descent. Soil clung to Lilac's robe. "Sorry doesn't bring my girls back." Somehow, Cecil heard her. "Not like I'm alone in keeping secrets, daughter of Lagoe, the Valentine butcher. I didn't want you swept up in this. If I'd known you were helping me, I would have stalled Alex instead of leading him your way. It's not right, friend against friend. Wasn't until we found Vince Barton that I realised you were incidentally doing Ada's work, sacrificing the father of your children so your mother would come back. That's damn cold of you, love. You're something else." Lilac's next left dropped down a steep inner slope.
Slender tendrils snaked through the earth, and the root walls thinned to black soil around her. She had to dig her heels in to keep from tumbling down.
Couldn't have Ada knowing I'd set this in motion either.
Cecil's distant voice sounded lost behind the holy tree's beating heart.
She'd see through me and decide I wasn't pure of heart or whatnot. Nothing like Arcadia. They must have chosen her the moment she bled on one of them. Part of me hoped you'd kill her in your sacrificial spree, but I underestimated how selfish you are.
Lilac balled her fists. Selfish? Sure, but Cecil wasn't one to talk.
Alex got close, a couple times. Cecil went on. I really thought he had me for a moment, but in the end he doubted me too much. Still loved the man. Didn't deserve what Ada did, but he didn't get the worst of it. Oh, I know stories. I know before Ada and the other first children were born, dawn gods were called the Sunbringers, but language has shaken up over the millennia. I know what really happened to your granny, the unnamed mother, and I know what Ada's done to mortals who've displeased her.
Darkness swelled as Lilac drifted downslope. Cecil's voice quieted, almost gentle.
We need to stop them, Lilac. They don't care, you see. The cost of killing the Glories is worth anything they do to us. Let me be the soul of the tree. This is the only way. Still love you. None of that's changed. You'll miss me when I've joined the Holy Tree, but I'll do good by you, by everyone. That's my way, and I'll keep true to it for the long haul.
Faint blue light painted the darkness far ahead and below. Lilac made out an archway of tangled roots. The space was wide here, and maybe too tall to make any sense with her descent.
For eternity,
Cecil said, his voice a whispering echo. Cool air breathed across Lilac's ears. She had reached the subterranean core of the holy psychopomp tree. Chapter 47. A world stretched underground, wider than the holy tree as seen from above, wider than the temple plaza. Tendrils of humid mist roamed the tremendous space as if the holy tree's underside had a climate of its own. The mist cast a luminous teal hue across the darkness and curled around Lilac's legs. Great columns of roots, thick as cars, jutted in all directions from the ceiling's centre and braced the walls. Archways opened between them, offering more than one path to the holy tree's core. Cecil could come from any direction. A carpet of gentle grass filled the floor, its blue-green blades rustling beneath a faint breeze. It teased at Lilac's hair and robes as she neared the meadow, and it tickled cerulean flames where they haunted the inside of the cavern's columns. Cavern. Wrong word. This place was almost a temple of its own, a sanctum within the earth. There was a peace here only a dawn god's power could bring. Were someone to rip the tree open from the outside and peer down the hole in Ada's ravaged temple, Lilac expected they wouldn't find this sanctified underworld. Only an approach from within would bring someone here. Above, the trunk of the holy tree, its branches, they were only the still living body of Exalus. Down here rested the impossible nature of the dawn gods, a sliver of divine force now buried in the soil. It formed a crossroads where the tree's bodily presence in the world outside met its spiritual presence as psychopomp in the between. How could any mortal hope to stand against this power? Were there no glories? Maybe Alex would have been right to despise the gods. If the dawn gods had never left the world, maybe no glory would have ever mattered. Humanity had never been safe before they came, or since they left. No holy tree could help. It was the living body of a dawn god, but its soul would come from a mortal, and it would only dictate mortal destinies. Lilac glanced at her hands, scraped and weathered from these past days, scarred by past years. She couldn't be that soul. There should be no such soul. There were matters for gods and matters for mankind, and matters of nature none should touch. She found what she was looking for at the meadow's centre, a frail, leafless tree hunched amid the grass and soil where the air vibrated with a squeezing pulse. The heart of the living holy psychopomp tree, its altar. It was an ugly thing, bent and gnarled. A single knob bulged from its slender trunk, the foundation for its only limb. A sleek, unmarked branch grew from the limb's end and curled downward from the trunk into a sharp, curved thorn, as if it had been designed to skewer a human body and clutch it against the trunk. Lilac didn't need to shut her eyes to imagine how the sacrifice would go. The chosen mortal would stand with their back to the frail trunk, grasp the thorn in two hands, and tug it into their chest, impaled for the sake of fusing with the holy tree's heart. The tree would devour whatever body its thorn pierced, and the dead would pass directly into its pulse, offering the first soul for this holy psychopomp tree, the one that would stay. Lilac tucked the knife into her robe and placed her hands around the thorn. She found it warm and quaking. Though his spirit had ascended to the cosmos, Ixalas's body remained primed and vigorous, the hollow yet living tree craving a mortal body from which to tear itself a new soul. Mortal and dawn god made one, the earthly and the heavenly. To leave it living and soulless was another violation of nature. How long could the holy tree be left standing soulless before Ixalas's vision of the red scar spread from here and ravaged the temple plaza, no different from the South Temple district? Lilac tugged at the thorn. If she could break it off, then no one could join the tree, and maybe it would die. The branch did worse than hold firm. At least then Lilac would have had something to ground her effort. Instead, the curling branch moved with her, a cooperative arm, whichever way she wanted it to go. It would not break. It would bend wherever she led, let the thorn jab anyone who sacrificed themselves, whatsoever their height, but it wouldn't be snapped off and made useless. The altar was here to kill. It would fulfill that purpose. "Oh, marvellous lady, you've found it!" Across the meadow, Cecil strode from one of the many archways, smiling as if everything had gone according to plan. As if Lilac hadn't learned the truth. It was his fault the gods were gone this past decade, that Sarah and Daphne were gone these past 4 years, dragged into the sea and drowned or eaten by a glory. Just 3 goddamn years old. Lilac found her knife again and clutched it tight. "Good work," Cecil said, boots crunching through the meadow. Always too damn cheerful. "Got here before she did." A stern voice slid through the mist. It froze Cecil in place and sent a jolt down Lilac's spine. "Only barely has she arrived before me, but here I have come," Ada said. Even in the vastness beneath the tree, she appeared gargantuan. She might have chosen to look that way, a violet, crimson and white stain against the cerulean firelight. Roots had shifted to accommodate her grandiosity. "It's too late," Cecil said. "Arcadia's down, head's a mess, and my soul will have joined the tree by the time she gets it sorted." Ada almost seemed to float through the sanctum, one foot pressed into the meadow. "You descendants have an agenda of your own, beyond Lagoi's return and some unrelated foolishness, but it is no matter. Begone from this place. It does not belong to you." Cecil inched toward Lilac and the thorn. "Now's our chance," he whispered. Lilac ripped the knife from her robe and aimed it his way. "There's no our," she snapped. "No us." "Come now, Lilac." The wind toyed with Cecil's tawny hair, freeing it from where his lost fedora had clamped it wet to his head. "We're friends, aren't we? At least more than you and her. I'll brace that altar, jab it in me. It'll take seconds." "Our bond is greater than your hollow friendship," Ada said. "We are kin." "Well, we're kind of kin too, aren't we, goddess?" Cecil asked. "I know Livian's a generation or so removed, and I'm too down from him, but those dawn gods, they got around." His arms dropped to his sides. "Well, what then, Lilac? You're closer kin to her than to me. You let her win?" Ada took another step. "Such are the circumstances of fate exactly. Lilac has left her selfishness behind. She now wishes to save the world. Arcadia's deathless hands will relieve mankind of the burden of souls. No restraint, no mercy. Expect glorious blood to lap the shores, your nature twisted toward war, and unmaking for those demons of the sea." "You don't even know what you're playing with," Cecil said, scoffing. "Legoe knew. That's why she bottled you and your mother up. Haven't you twisted nature enough already? You won't save us by fucking us over." Ixalas's vision of crimson death filled Lilac's head. What Ada and Cecil argued over sounded no different from the red scar, burning, devouring, unmaking. Would Ada turn human beings into similar destruction? "You'll break the laws of nature, make us abominations," Alex had said. He might have figured that part out too, without even knowing about the red scar. A better oracle than any descendant, better than the god of instinct, and none of it had saved his life. Wouldn't save anyone's lives. Ada's smile faded. "I intend salvation. Without souls, mankind will be strong as never before, strong enough to end the glories. For all time." Lilac kept her knife aimed at Cecil. It wouldn't do any good to Ada. But she turned to the goddess. Neither he nor Ada approached, as if Lilac had some power which kept them from storming her. "You'll ruin everything," Lilac said. "Why do you two speak ravage and ruin?" Ada asked. "Who told you this? Him? Should he be trusted more than a goddess?" "You've lied to me already." The knife quivered in Lilac's hand. "Both of you." "You lie to yourself, and yet you trust yourself." Ada laid a hand over her chest. "Trust me. I am not like Legoe. I love the mortals, but at times we must hurt those we love to make them strong." Lilac turned from Ada to Cecil again. They were both so eager. Cecil to thrust himself under this thorn, Ada to tear apart Lilac's flesh and bones. They twitched with it, but neither lunged to do what they wanted. Why the hesitation? The knife gleamed in Lilac's hand. No threat there to Ada, immortal goddess, only to Cecil, a descendant, but mortal. Descendants. Lilac and Cecil fed on blood like gods, lived longer than most humans, but they weren't gods themselves. What was it Cecil had said? He could join the tree even as a descendant, trade up on his raw deal. Mortal enough to die. Lilac aimed the altar's thorn below her ribcage. "Back off!" she snapped. "Both of you!" Ada retreated a step. She'd been waiting centuries for this, most of the time imprisoned. She could be patient. Cecil hid apprehension beneath a goofy grin. "Come off it, Lilac. You can't." Lilac dropped her knife and grasped the thorn in both hands, bending the branch closer. "We're mortals, remember?" she asked. "Like this little tree, we have a heartbeat. Like all the people I killed. It'll be the last blood I ever shed."
"Oh, I know how it's done, now that I see it," Cecil said, his tone patronizing. "I'm saying you, Lilac Antonis, cannot do it. Maybe Ada's right that you want to save the world. You did leave Arcadia behind. Splendid. But wasn't that to chase your vengeance? We both know, even if you've opened your heart, you're still too selfish to off yourself here and now." Lilac pressed the thorn deeper. Its point rumpled her robe. Cecil dropped the grin and stepped back. "You don't want an eternity like this." "You took my children," Lilac said. "My mother left because of whatever Lavian told her, all so you could be the eternal holy psychopomp tree, remembered forever, loved forever." "Listen, Lilac, and you," Lilac glared at Ada. "My home's gone. Everything I had of my children, gone. You took Arcadia to be your special sacrifice, the one who could steal everyone's souls without killing them. Brought her back to life. I don't know what's left of her mind. And Simone's going to die out there. The whole fucking Holy Land's drowning, and there's nothing I can do about it, right? I have nothing left to lose. So why shouldn't you both lose everything too?" Cecil and Ada glanced at each other. Lilac ran one hand along the thorn's bendy branch to the frail tree that was at once the altar and the anchor to the sacrificial blade, and here was the high priestess who might also be the sacrifice. Somehow it felt fitting after everything she'd set in motion. "You would damn this city," Ada said. "Either I have my way, or I leave. No more goddess in the Holy Land." Cecil took a step closer. "Let me join the altar. I'll save everyone." Lilac scoffed. "With what? Your branches?" "Lavian will come back if I'm the holy tree," Cecil said, every word insistent. "The rest will follow. I'm sure of it. Everyone will see it for a miracle, and what else are the gods good for but miracles?" He pointed across the meadow. "And they'll imprison her and her mother again." "Not my mother," Ada said. "Mortals cannot become flesh in the between." "She's mortal now?" Cecil laughed hard. "Serves her right. Did Exalis do it, or has she paid a price for tugging Arcadia's soul screaming back to the world?" Lilac's stomach turned, and she cringed against the small tree. Arcadia lay in pain above. No one would come to help her. And now Medes, a goddess ascendant, had... what? Descended? Nothing seemed right. Too many clouds hung in Lilac's head, and she almost missed the crunch of a footstep. When she looked up, Cecil stood another pace closer. "Lilac, please don't side with them," he said. "Think about it. Descendants, raw deal, remember? An ordinary mortal visits a god and says their body isn't what they're meant for, and the gods can change it. Another child rots away from some blood disease, and the gods bring healing. They can be chosen, become empresses and kings." Lilac squeezed the thorn as Cecil drew nearer. "But us descendants?" Cecil swiped a hand through his hair. "We get so much as a paper cut, and the gods are powerless. We're damn well on our own. time for a descendant to trade his hat for a crown and become as immortal as the gods."
"And you deserve it?" Lilac snapped.
"My girls are dead because of you. I shouldn't have had to see those empty funeral pyres. What that did to me? And to my mom?
Do you even care?"
Cecil trembled. "I didn't know." Lilac shuddered. Cecil sounded too much like Vince the moment before she'd killed him. "The ignorance of man, Ada could. If we're making offers, Lilac, then best you know mine. Let us see you become a mother again." Lilac led the thorn lower along her abdomen. "Beyond all else, know me as goddess of birth." Ada paced the meadow's edge. "How many children would you like? How often? In a touch, I could make it so. A descendant cannot become an immortal goddess, but it lies in my power to stir the fertility of any other mortal seed. Some of your children may be descendants, perhaps gods themselves. Any children you want, little cousin. The offspring of your desire." High-pitched, squealing laughter. Tiny footsteps. The whining and crying. Drawings on the wall. The little songs. Simone nodding off in her chair with 2 drooling toddlers for a nap. The way they would hold each other's hands and whisper secrets in their own strange twin language. A beach sank in Lilac's mind. "She's lying to you," Cecil warned. Lilac tightened her grip on the thorn. Cecil had stepped closer, bolder. "A god can't help a descendant. She could turn another's womb inside out and place Ada-touched eggs in you, and you'd give birth to that flesh and blood. She could fill someone else with children and hand them over." "I would make it so in whichever way you liked," Ada said, her body aimed at Cecil, eager to charge across the meadow and crush him. "I would do this for you, cousin. We are kin." "You'd love them, sure, but they wouldn't be your twins," Cecil said. Grass crunched beneath his boot. "I can do better. When I'm the psychopump, I'll touch every soul in this world. I can find your children's souls, wherever and whatever way they've reincarnated." Lilac's hands shuddered around the thorn, almost losing their grip. "Sarah and Daphne?" "You kill whatever they're in, human, rabbit, tree, whatnot, and I'll hold onto them here." Cecil took another step and reached out a hand. He wasn't far now. "You get pregnant again, by whatever means, and once grown enough, I'll send those souls inside you. Got it? You can have your children back. Not new children, but the souls of Sarah and Daphne, the ones you lost." "The ones taken from me," Lilac said. "Exactly, yes." Cecil's smile returned. "Give me the chance to make it right." Ada said nothing. Maybe she was thinking up something to sweeten her deal. Lilac considered Cecil as an eternal psychopomp, the Cecil she'd known. Kind, playful, flirtatious, life-loving Cecil might not have been a bad choice if there absolutely had to be a holy tree. But that man was only a facet of the whole. On some other side of him lurked a frightened liar who cowered at losing himself to reincarnation, envious of the gods as much as he shared blood with them. He was a man who'd brought ruin and horror to the Holy Land solely to become the great psychopomp, fixed and endless. "They say gentle Theo was kind in life," Lilac said. "But even he couldn't keep from judging souls.
The worst became stones and stayed in them until those stones cracked. Reincarnation by tears and hierarchies and punishment.
The between is a mess, Cecil said.
And? Lilac gritted her teeth. Death is uncertain, and that's scary, sure, but at least it's uncertain universally. At least we can be sure there isn't a liar and a coward deciding where our souls go after we die.
Cecil stamped the grass. I want to help the world, Lilac. I'm a good person.
Lilac pressed the thorn tight between her rib cage.
Cecil froze where he stood, and then his face curled, baring his teeth. Fine then. What kind of holy psychopunctory would you be? Did you give that a think when you started this game of threats? Imagine the soul of some cutthroat who'd slaughter anyone she could get her hands on, so long as she gets her way. You don't belong in the tree.
Who does? Lilac asked. Arcadia? Seems like she's too good.
Her soul's a mess because of them.
Cecil chinned at Ada, stiff and resolute.
I'd almost say if Alex hadn't gunned her down, they'd have had you kill her anyway so they could bring her back, make her pliable for what they want.
Lilac shook her head.
The gall of him.
You don't get to judge anyone on being manipulative, she said.
You want to know what Livian told the gods to make them go? Cecil asked, drawing closer.
Lilac prodded the thorn tighter against her. It was beginning to hurt. Much more of this and it might puncture her flesh. Cecil took his next step anyway.
He told them someone would find a way to kill the gods.
Ada tittered. A cold cruelty through the holy tree's underbelly.
It's no joke. No lie.
Cecil lowered himself to the grass.
Listen to me. On top of having your babies back, you'll get revenge. How to kill a god. The prophecy's since come true. I know how it's done.
Ada's laughter cracked with impatient thunder. How much fiction will you suffer in this holy place? She asked. Lilac couldn't look at Cecil. She couldn't look at Ada either. She focused on the bending branch, the thorn, the altar, her feet in the grass, her hands on her own life.
What now? Stop them.
Stop them? How? The simplest, clearest way, the way the thorn already faced. Take everything they wanted, no matter the cost, straight to her heart. What would happen? She could see the lines of fate clearly. Ixalis was the only dawn god whom Ada could call. None of the others would care if she tried to summon them. They weren't her father. She would think she'd lost her chance to save the Holy Land when really she'd lost her chance to destroy it. Jilted at her failure, she would make good on her threat to abandon Aig. Maybe the other gods would come back, having surely felt Ixalis's coming and going, but not in time to save Valentine, Ados, whatever it was, if the glories pushed the sea across the city-state. Same as humans, the glories would have felt the dawn god's departure as well, and Lilac couldn't be sure the tree would deter them.
Simone would die. Arcadia too. Again.
Cecil would probably die when the floods came. Or not. A silver tongue like his could do well if he found another city-state, if there were any left. For days or decades, he'd live the rest of his life dissatisfied, having sacrificed so much for nothing. Lilac could relate more than she wanted. And what of her? If she became the holy tree, she could press the souls of her loved ones into better lives every time they came to reincarnate. But the tree wasn't the between. and they were supposed to decide for themselves. That's what made having a holy psychopomp tree so wrong, the part where it played the psychopomp. Could she be a benign holy tree, or would she feel compelled to take action the way a soul freed from the body suddenly knows so much more? She had no answers. All she knew was that she wanted to finish this life, not as a goddess, not as a holy tree, only as Lilac. Maybe Cecil was right. She was too selfish, and this was all a bluff. To be mortal flesh and blood meant the risk of your loved ones being mortal flesh and blood. Life flowed inside Lilac right now, in the grass, in the tree, all of it fleeting and therefore precious. Every mortal life meant 100 times more than the endless existence of a god. Lilac slid the thorn away from her ribcage and aimed the branch down. She heard Cecil running, taking his shot. Probably Ada was lunging too. Lilac kept bending the branch, curving the thorn inward. The tree was alive, and the thorn wanted a life. Too strong for her to hurt it, but strong enough to hurt itself. She put all her weight into one firm shove and drove the thorn deep into its frail trunk. The barb dug through the bark, and a twitching heartbeat rang through the underground. Cecil staggered to a clumsy halt. Ada froze 2 steps from Lilac. They looked at each other, Cecil's face wide and wild, Ada's mouth gaping open. Lilac swallowed. None of them knew what might happen now. This was only the second holy psychopomp tree to ever have existed, and the first one to be forced to stab itself on its own altar. Ada liked firsts. She would get to see this new precedent set with her own eyes. For a moment, nothing happened. And then the underworld's rooted columns flashed with white fire, the altar buckled around its trunk's frail wound, and the holy psychopomp tree's heartbeat shattered into an unholy scream. Chapter 48. The holy tree must have changed its mind. That was Simone's first ludicrous thought when the ground trembled and the red-black roots snaked out from the ruined temple. Across the sky, branches and limbs curled inward like burning hairs, and the trunk caved in halfway up. It had only formed an hour ago at most, and now it was dying. "What do we see?" Medes asked. She lay on the cobblestones beside Simone, wearing a coat someone had thrown over her. She was supposed to be a goddess, at least from what Ada had said, but she looked too young and vulnerable, too mortal where raw flesh showed in patches down her skin. "Have I missed Exalis?" "You saw him," Simone said, holding Medes' hand. "He gave you to the goddess's arms in light." "He has done more than that, I should wonder." Medes' free fingers traced cuts in the flesh of her bare legs. A quake tore through the temple plaza as the holy tree's trunk rose up on its roots like a rearing horse. If it came crashing down, it would kill most of the gathered refugees, but it held. Simone wished for Lagoe. Hatred and love still sloshed together in her heart, but at least the goddess of reason could explain why the holy psychopomp tree looked to be eating itself from the inside. The temple's foundation split as roots untangled from marble. Exalis hadn't stayed. The holy tree wouldn't stay. On and on, everyone seemed to abandon Aig. Dawn gods left the Holy Land to the gods. Gods left it to the descendants. Each generation expected too much of their children, who had greater numbers yet far less power. What was a descendant supposed to do? Of course Lilac had reached out for a goddess, and of course that goddess had reached out for a dawn god. Did Ixalis, too, have a parent to ask for help, an entity beyond the dawn gods, unknown to lowly mortals? Was he finding that parent now, somewhere in the heavens? Every inch of the holy tree turned pale, as if camouflaged with the temple's white marble. Bony, sickly, a great maggot eating at the morning sky's carcass. Simone had the sudden thought that the dawn god's body was dying. To go a lifetime hearing the story of the holy psychopomp tree, the many centuries it had stood, the story of its demise. She'd thought it a thing meant to outlast any mortal. This holy tree had been brief. Ixalis might not have given his body to become the tree had he known it wouldn't last. Some vacuous force yanked the roots and branches against the massive trunk, again and again until it became a pale column floating in the sky. The trunk crunched between them. The holy psychopomp tree became an ever-shrinking tower of churning wood, the size of a house, the size of a tree, a sapling, a toothpick. And then it was nothing. An implosion of empty air where a dawn god had floated not long ago. Blue-green grass rained across the crowded plaza. Not a splinter of the tree remained. Only the damage it had left on the city, the ruins of the temple. Someone stood at the top of the steps, impossibly tall, the way you expected a goddess to be. Medes tore her hand loose from Simone's. "Ada, come to me." Ada descended the temple steps. Her face appeared stony, disinterested in the people who surrounded her or the destruction she'd left behind. She stopped above Simone, reached her great hands to the ground, and plucked Medes up, no heavier to her than a doll. "My daughter," Medes said, "it has not gone right, has it?" "No, Mother. All lies in ruin." Ada pressed her forehead to her mother's tiny mortal body. "And Father is lost to us forever." Medes reached for Ada's cheek. "You have suffered, sweetling. What would you have us do?" "Away," Ada said, "as with the other gods, away from this accursed land." Medes kissed her daughter's forehead. "Take us." Ada nodded, but before she left the plaza, she glanced over her shoulder, past Simone, at the temple. "Best you be pleased with yourself or be nothing," she said. "You have damned the world." She began across the plaza. Some of the gathered faithful broke around her feet, while others hurried after, murmuring that Ada would need a boat if she meant to bring now mortal Medes across the sea, and some knew how to build one. "For these sins, I curse you all with the red scar and its endless hunger," Ada said, stepping into a throng of faithful. "I curse your eyes to watch your loved ones fade and perish." Some of the crowd clustered where Ada stepped, reaching for her as if they could cling to her dress and be carried over oceans to safety. A red glimmer haunted her skin where they touched, and Simone watched them fall away from the goddess's path, grasping at mouths and throats now clogged with blacked-over puddles. They were drowning on dry land. "And I curse you with lungs of blood and water, and a slow, slow death," Ada said. She ignored the people writhing beneath her, and the rest scattered at her approach toward the plaza's edge, westward into Valentine's alleys. Goddess and mother alike slipped out of sight, and the rain trickled onto the crowds and cobblestones as if Ada had never stood here. Simone turned to the temple to see who Ada had been first talking to, whoever had supposedly damned the world, and her heart skipped a beat. Through all this destruction, there she was. Lilac wobbled to her feet, groggy, aching, but alive. Chapter 49. The temple was little more than a marble pile where Lilac stood. No seating, no altars. The whole remained in the centre, but no strange tree grew above or below. The world had righted itself in the absence of the dawn god's power. Arcadia lay against a broken hunk of marble. Dead? No. Her chest rose and fell. Breath. Good enough for now. Cecil staggered to his feet not far away, holding his head in one hand. In the light of early morning, the red traces in his pale hair glared like a crimson sunrise. Lilac watched and considered him, but there was little to sort out. She had fed the tree to itself. She had kept Ada or Cecil from getting what either of them wanted. Troubles persisted, but there was only one she could do anything about, and it was a simple problem with a simple solution. She was already charging at him before she finished her thought. He noticed at the last moment, too slow to react. She grabbed his arm and yanked him against a chunk of once altar. The collision breathed white dust into the air. Cecil clambered up its side. Blood painted his forehead. Lilac squeezed his shoulder hard and thrust him at the pockmarked marble floor. He landed on his back. One hand danced for the knife in her robe, but she dropped it. She would have to make do. Her knee sank against Cecil's chest. "You," Lilac said. "Every awful thing's happened because of you." There was a cry in her voice she didn't like. She shouldn't mourn this moment. Cecil was her friend, and he'd betrayed her, and she wasn't going to let that hurt her heart. Cecil coughed. His limbs were weak, and he couldn't seem to shove Lilac away. "You're blaming me," he said, almost in disbelief. "Ada could have pushed the sea from Ados. Didn't you think of that? But that wouldn't have made people desperate. Don't you get it?" Lilac punched him in the mouth. The strike screamed through her knuckles, but it was worth seeing his lip split open. Cecil winced. "You weren't caught between two rough spots, love. You made this happen. Want to kill me? How do you know years from now there won't be someone who finds out you set Ada loose, who blames you for all the killing?" A smile tugged his bloody lip. "They might want revenge. It never ends. It'd go better with a friend to watch your back." Lilac hit him again. The blow hurt less this time. Fine. Ada didn't bring the sea. I admit it." Cecil spat blood, careful not to spit on Lilac, as if politeness might save him any better than inventing stories and excuses. "Going to kill me? Come now, I'm your friend, and I didn't even know you back when my grandfather sent the gods running. It was 10 bloody years ago. And 2 years later, I started growing my babies inside me," Lilac said, raspy. She leaned close to Cecil's face. He smelled like blood. "And after they were born, I started growing them outside me, inch by inch, meal by meal, until they were 3 years old, when I never saw them again. These past 4 years, I've been thinking of those empty funeral pyres because of you. Because you killed my babies. I didn't take them to the glories and say, 'Lunch is on me,'" Cecil snapped. "Unforeseen consequence. Nobody's fault, not even yours." "Yes, it is. I take responsibility." "You're like Alex." Lilac raised her fist again. "You can't own what you do." "No, that isn't it. Stop hitting me a moment, just listen."
Cecil inhaled hard. "But if I have to take responsibility in their deaths, I get a share in responsibility for their lives. I'm the only reason you left Logos, right? Met their father? If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have had children at all. No Sarah, no Daphne. You'd have never met Simone, and later on, never met Arcadia. All these good things only happened after the gods left. Would it really have been better without them?" Lilac's hesitant fist trembled in the air. "Some days it's felt that way. I'm sure. I can imagine." Cecil tilted his head, splaying tawny hair over pale floor. "I see it in your eyes. Never used my gift on you, you know. Descendants can't." "But I never tried either." "You're lying," Lilac snapped. "You thought your damn gift didn't work, so I never knew you were a descendant until this past night," Cecil went on, as if Lilac hadn't spoken. "Good to my word, right? Isn't that how you've known me? We've been friends for years. Look at me!" He flashed a grin. There was blood in his teeth. "Still me. Still your mate, Cecil. None of that was fake. I lied more to Alex last night than anyone, and to your benefit, love." Lilac punched him again. "Don't call me that." She could grab a chunk of marble, put a swift end to this. "That's fair. Perfectly fair." Cecil raised his arms, his hands open-palmed. How many hugs and friendly pats and general gestures of affection had he given? He'd acted so caring before, only to show his true malice here. "Listen, Lilac, we're still in trouble. Let me make a couple sacrifices to Livian, draw his sign of the fox head. He'll come." "I tried that," Lilac said. "Lagoi's star? If she couldn't hear me, why would Livian hear you?" "Lagoi heard." A soft wind stuck Cecil's blood-tipped hair against his cheek. "We're their kin, Lilac. Special privilege. Sacrifice for them, offer blood, paint their signs, speak their names. They'll hear us. She always heard you, every time. And she made a choice." Lilac studied his face. Another lie? Or worse, a truth? "But Grandfather Livian is different," Cecil said. "He'll come. Next time the Glories try for Eidos, they'll find a god here. We can still save the Holy Land." "From you," Lilac's chest swelled. "From what you did." "Let me make it right." Cecil's voice cracked with desperation. "We can all be better than I was. I reamed you on being selfish, but it was me too. I admit it. Selfish pile, that's me. Look at Arcadia over there." Lilac cast a split-second glance Arcadia's way. She looked as dazed as before. Cecil had put her through unimaginable horror. Shah, shortly after the gods left. Lilac. Medes and Ada and their machinations. That sweet soul clung to the world, but Arcadia hadn't deserved any of this nightmare. "She wouldn't do what I did," Cecil said, and then raised a weak hand toward Lilac. "And she wouldn't do this. Killing me isn't what she'd want you to do." "I'm not Arcadia." Lilac grabbed Cecil by the trenchcoat collar and tugged his face close. She hadn't realized until now that her cheeks were wet with tears. "You! Damn you! I loved you, Cecil!" "Don't fret." Cecil's voice sank to a serene lilt, almost motherly. "I'll make it right. Livian will come. A god will save us. Isn't that what you wanted? So that no one else has to die the way your daughters did?" Lilac turned it over in her head. Bring Livian here. She could almost see it. She wasn't sure who deserved the blame more, grandfather or grandson, but she knew she couldn't stomach that god to wander the Holy Land, to become its saviour after he'd set its destruction in motion. "Cecil." "Yes, love." Cecil's eyes turned calm. "I can't," Lilac said. "You were right. I'm too selfish." Her grip tightened around his collar. She raised his head high from the floor and then slammed the back of his skull against the marble. A wet, crackling thud echoed over the temple ruins. Cecil's eyes quivered, and then his lips. Lilac raised him up and thrust him down again. Another crack, harsher this time. That was enough. Cecil's head lolled to one side. Lilac stood, watching the puddle of blood spread across the marble. Crimson stained her hands, and drops had spattered down her face. This blood didn't seep into her hungry skin. It lingered, sticky and warm. Of course. Cecil was a descendant. Same as their blood was no good to the gods, it was no good to each other. Lilac couldn't drink it, almost like she wasn't some blood-sucking descendant at all. Painted in red splotches, she looked like any other murderer. She wiped her palms on her robe, frantic to rub the marks away, but the red blemishes stained her olive skin. She'd pitied the first men she killed for Lugoi, and then Vince, and then the temple sacrifices. Cecil didn't deserve it, but she pitied him too. And herself. Water rushed in the distance. The rains were coming back, and maybe the sea would join them. Lilac didn't really want to know anymore. She staggered toward Arcadia and collapsed beside her. Arcadia blinked, her eyes a little more focused than before. "I don't know what I'm doing," she said. "Nobody does." Lilac pressed at the dark bloodstain on Arcadia's chest. "Does this hurt?" Arcadia shook her head. That was something, at least. Lilac let her head sink onto Arcadia's chest and listened to a steady heartbeat. "He killed my babies," she whispered. Arcadia couldn't know what that meant, but she held Lilac anyway, the most natural thing in the world for Arcadia to do. Lilac wished this was all they had to do forever. And in some ways, she wished they had never met. And in greater ways, she wished for some other impossible life. She wanted a life spent with Lugoi and Simone and the twins by day, and then with Arcadia by night. They would meet up with Alex and Cecil for dinner, and they would all be friends. Vince would visit sometimes to see Sarah and Daphne, let them know he loved them. But Arcadia would help Lilac raise them, and they would play with Arcadia's uniform and want to be flood fighters like her when they grew up. And this miracle life would thrive in a city immune to glories, some winged metropolis that could never drown, where the rain only came when you wanted it. There, Lilac never had to sacrifice anyone, never sup on their lives, never hurt the people she loved. Never wear this tattoo of Cecil's blood on her skin. Chapter 50. A barrage of damp boots squelched the earth to the west of the plaza. Arcadia's arms dropped. Lilac wanted to lie here longer, but there was no safety in the city, whether they called it Valentine or Ados, and everyone knew it. She helped Arcadia to her feet and turned with the gathered crowd to face the newcomers. They were the remains of the Logo's police and flood fighters. Mud and blood had erased any distinctions between their blue and sea-green uniforms. Lilac couldn't imagine what nightmare they had seen in Old Town, but she guessed they'd been forced to their knees when Exalis arrived and had been gathering themselves since. But they'd taken too long and missed everything. Doubtful they could have helped. When had they ever? A burly man with a scraggly beard sat in a wheelchair, pushed by a young woman. He raised his hand for her to stop,
and the rest of the approaching group stopped with him.
"Commander Thale of the Logos Police," he said. "Anyone want to explain what happened here?"
Arcadia leaned against Lilac, and they started down the temple steps. Thale gazed over the crowd.
"Anyone?"
Most heads turned to the temple, and Lilac realized they were looking to her, as if she was still Ixalas's high priestess. She didn't want the responsibility of explaining anything. She wanted to take Arcadia and Simone and go home. Except home was gone, erased by the red scar. Medes had seen to that. "We thought we'd been saved," Lilac said. "We were wrong." Thale looked her up and down, seeking something special, seeing only a woman in a black priestess robe, tired beyond belief.
"And who are you supposed to be?" he asked.
"Nobody." Lilac descended the steps, where she found Simone and hugged her tight. Thale creaked uneasily in his ill-fitting wheelchair. He gave Arcadia a long stare and then winced.
"Valentine is done. The storm's eased off, but we can't hold the glories back an entire season. We barely held them off last night."
The young woman who pushed his wheelchair leaned over him. "What do we do with the people?"
"I don't care what they do."
Thale's speech became a roar.
"Anyone who wants to follow me, I'll lead them across the city-state, up the North Road toward Shadow Mountain. It'll be hard, but I'll take any small chance over no chance, which is all we'll get in Valentine. I'm tired of wasting time and lives trying to protect you people. Follow us if you want, but I agreed to run the city, and it's finished. You do what you want."
Rumbling commotion worked through the crowd. Lilac studied the flood fighters and officers, many with bandaged heads and limbs, some walking on sticks or leaning on each other, injured in ways both visible and unseen. After what they must have endured in Old Town, they would still follow Thale. The city's people would go too. What else were they supposed to do? There were no more gods here to worship. Simone brushed Lilac's tangled hair out of her face. "Do we follow them?" she asked. "I can't make that decision," Lilac said. She needed Simone to be the mother now, but neither of them came equipped for this. "I have no idea what to do." "Lilac." Simone's hand brushed again, harder this time. "Tell me you had something else in mind when you killed Lavian's grandson." Lilac jerked back. Tears filled Simone's eyes. "Tell me you thought everything out and saw a better way, like Lagoi taught you. Tell me, Lilac. I need to hear it." Lilac hesitated. "I killed him because if we let him live, we'd regret it. I turned it over and over, and I couldn't find the pattern for it. He sent the gods away, Mom. He's the reason Sarah and Daphne are gone." "But he could have saved us, couldn't he?" Simone asked. He said Lavian would answer, but we couldn't trust him. Lilac watched her mother's eyes turn cold. "Don't hate me." "He could have got a message to Lavian, but you couldn't get one to Lagoi. He told you how, right? You can contact her. I'll put up with it, I promise." "No, Mom," Lilac said. "I'm sorry." "I'm sorry, too." Simone held Lilac against her. "I tried to think of something I could have done. Mom, if I'd helped you with the sacrifices, maybe Lagoi..." "Mother heard me every time I called." Lilac's tone dropped to a whisper. "Every time I shed blood, every time I painted her sign, she heard. Because I'm her daughter, she heard me. She chose this. She won't come back unless she wants to. And she doesn't want to." Simone wiped at her eyes. The way she looked now pulled Lilac back to the day they had reunited years ago. She had understood the woman who opened the door to be her biological mother, but also a stranger. Simone hadn't been Mum yet. That was the look on her face now. She was her own woman, who had once travelled far to the Temple of Logos, hoping the goddess of reason would give her purpose. And she had. That mortal woman hadn't come to the temple in search of love, but she'd found it. Yet love hadn't stopped one mother from casting the other out. Simone's teary eyes turned red and aching. You understand now, don't you? About Logoi? You understand why, if I'd stolen you, it'd be different. Because a god can do no wrong. Lilac still loved Logoi, but yes, she understood. If she had to talk about it, she would start crying again. Ada had been wrong. Any god could be, and the gods knew it. Logoi had led their kin to trap Ada and Medes because the gods knew what mortals must never learn. The gods were fallible, and they feared the Dawn God's disappointment. All those years in the temple, Lilac had obeyed Logoi's wish for secrecy. Who was a mortal daughter to question a goddess? Lilac hadn't had to fend for herself until the day Logoi abandoned her, and she hadn't known how. Any human who did that would be called neglectful, abusive, and rightly so. But Logoi could do it without consequence. She was a goddess. That was one of the perks. Lilac tried not to think too much, or else the memories would needle her into rage. She could close her eyes to shut out the world, but there was no shutting her heart against this truth. Logoi was her mother, and Lilac loved her. She would always love her. But in that moment, Lilac hated her a little too. If she let herself work at this, turn it over 100 times in her head, maybe she would hate Logoi a lot. A hatred as strong as Simone's. Lilac tried to focus on the here and now. But the here and now was heartbreaking. She headed south, without Simone or Arcadia, against the flow of crowds split between leaving with Thale or staying in city. Valentine, Ados, whatever they wanted to call it now that Ada was gone. Now that it was cursed. Lilac reached the southern edge of the temple plaza, but a scant few blocks of street ran any deeper into the South Temple district before hitting a crimson fog. She had hoped to deny the red scar Exalis had thrust into hers and everyone's minds, but standing here, she had to accept the red scar before her eyes. A blood-painted glow lit across its spore-choked miasma, where pavement tore and melted in a strip of shining stones. Some lay no bigger than Lilac's hand, while others stabbed skyward in geode-like clusters as large as her apartment building, which was gone, along with any sense of home and everything in it. Simone's belongings, Lilac's belongings, Sarah's drawings, the twins' toy chest, the clothes Lilac used to pretend still smelled like her children. She would have to find other clothes, pretend harder, tell herself she could still remember their weight and touch like she'd only lost them yesterday, even when memories were all she had left. Everything empty, same as the glories had left her that day on the beach. After she collected herself, Lilac followed Thale's scavengers into the North Temple district, where she found clothes and changed out of robes into a heavy shirt, pants, and thick boots. Real clothing felt good for a change, but she bundled up the Covenant robe and kept it in the pack she was putting together. Dressing as a priestess had started to feel normal again, and she wanted to keep it. Hard to know what normal meant anymore. She found clothes for Simone in Arcadia too. They could rip and sew fabric for more to get by. There would be a lot of getting by. In a spare moment, Lilac scrubbed soap and water over her hands and face, washing away Cecil's bloodstains. In some spots, she scrubbed so hard she couldn't quite tell where his blood ended and hers began. She would have to live with some of it until it faded on its own. Arcadia sat with Simone on the temple steps, where a mournful look haunted her eyes. Thale avoided glancing her way, even rising now and then on uncertain legs and hobbling elsewhere before returning to his wheelchair, intent on looking like he no longer noticed Arcadia. Lilac fastened one roll of supplies to Arcadia's back. "Think you can manage?" Arcadia gave a faint nod. She was still out of sorts, but the shock inside the tree had dragged her back at least a little ways from the damage Alex, Ada, and Medes had done. If there was a future, maybe Arcadia could come back to herself and then to Lilac. Arcadia had danced with miracles before, for better or worse. What about Simone? Her home of the past few decades was gone, but how could she hike north? Aig only grew rougher with its northern elevation. The fields climbed into rocky crags and then foothills where chilly wind howled down Shadow Mountain. A land of poor shelter, bitter cold, and little food. Exposure could kill even the young and fit. Maybe Lilac needed to give her mother more credit, but she doubted Simone would survive for long. The shuffle of a few thousand footsteps filled the city, an evacuation in progress. There were other city-states, but flooded rivers had cut most of them off. Lilac could take Simone to Bay Ridge, but could Ada have gone there to ready for leaving Aig? And how safe was it really? Old Town was crumbling. The North Temple District had only taken water damage, but as soon as the sea returned, it would begin to crumble. Same for Lee Village, especially if the eastern fields became another set of floodplains where they faced the river between Valentine and Tycho's. Neon-lit Merchants Field sat farthest from the water, but would likely flood too. The Red Scar had turned the South Temple District into a land of death. None of these were habitable places. But then, the Red Scar lay between the sea and Merchants Field, and it burned everything that touched it, even water. This could work. Maybe not forever, but longer than the rest of the city. Certainly longer than Simone would last beneath Shadow Mountain. If they could make it through the rainy season, their options might grow. "We're not going with Thale," Lilac said. "What choice do we have?" Simone asked. "Merchants Field." Lilac hefted supplies onto her back. "The seawater will have to hit the Red Scar first, and it will eat anything it touches. Human, stone, rain, even seawater. We can be safe there, for now." Simone shrugged beside her. "If you say so." She looked defeated. Arcadia, too. The same defeat might have dug itself into Lilac, but if she let it consume her, there would be no one to lead. She started southeast. They would briefly detour through Lee Village and then head south to Merchants Field. A longer way, but it would keep them from touching the Red Scar. Shuffling steps sounded again, headed for Shadow Mountain. Some would make it. Some wouldn't. Some would wish they hadn't tried. How many thousands would die there? Lilac couldn't guess. More would join the procession as they passed through the North Temple District and Lee Village. Above, the clouds closed against each other, as if the breach of frail sunlight had been an open wound and only the storm could heal it. Lilac's throat was scratchy and rough, but she tried. "There's another way." It came as a whisper. She made herself shout. "There's another way!" Heads turned at the procession's tail. They were listening. "I don't know if it's any better," Lilac said, "but if you want to stay, we can make Merchants Field safe enough." She started again, only making sure Arcadia and Simone followed. She didn't want these people thinking she'd made them any promises. By sharing her plan, she had at least given them a chance. Like Cecil had suggested, there was no escaping her bloody hands in this. Shuffling feet followed, maybe a few hundred. Lilac was surprised even that many had broken from Thale's procession. Arcadia kept to Lilac's back, and Simone too. A once champion, and a goddess's ex-lover, and a goddess's daughter turned high priestess to the dawn gods. Maybe they were worth following. Maybe not. "Aren't you the high priestess?" a melodious voice asked. A small girl wearing a tattered dress and oversized derby marched to Lilac's left. "That's what Ada called me," Lilac said, her tone deflated. "Why didn't you go with the goddess?" the girl asked. "I don't think the people who followed her are going to make it." Lilac wished she had a kinder answer. The little girl lost interest and drifted back into the crowd. Lilac hoped she hadn't cut down one of the girl's parents in the temple. Maybe that was where she'd gotten the hat from. But regardless, Lilac had cut down someone who mattered to someone else. Was Cecil right again? That they would want revenge someday? Or did Lilac share a goddess's immunity to judgment? Ada had appealed to their devotion toward each other. Now Lilac appealed to their sense of survival. She hoped she wasn't killing them. If it mattered. After everything she'd done, starting from the day she brought her daughters to that beach up to now, Lilac doubted there was any spot left unblemished on her soul. No further wrong could make it worse. Chapter 51. Dusk fell across the Holy Land as the tide lapped at its new coast, Old Town. In Merchant's Field, Lilac and a few others huddled around a small radio in the dark, cramped living room of an abandoned second-floor apartment. The radio belonged to Eileen Summers, an evac team agent who had broken away from Thale's procession out of the city. Other groups huddled in neighbouring apartments. Rain pounded overhead. The water had waited in the floodplains while Thale's procession left Valentine unmolested, and only at dusk did the tide flow in. While much of what came directly from the west would hit that no-man's land of the Red Scar on its own, Lilac and her group had spent the day blocking off northern streets and breaking channels in the pavement to lead seawater toward the South Temple District and its destructive substance. Every encroaching wave of seawater to touch that unnatural wasteland burst into spores, unmade as if it had never crossed from the floodplains. The calm wouldn't last forever. In time, the glories would press themselves into the city and build routes for seawater to bypass the Red Scar. This survival was temporary. Lilac couldn't think about that future right now. She wanted to hear about the north-heading evacuation's progress. "You're camped, Leander?" Eileen asked the radio. "How close to the hills?"
"Closer than we thought we'd be in a day,"
Leander said over static. Lilac guessed he was another flood fighter.
"We picked up a few hundred people outside the city. Everyone's having a rough time."
Parts of Merchant's Field had already been deserted when Lilac and her followers arrived. Crowds were fleeing the city. Some changed their minds and joined Lilac's group, but most hurried to catch up with Thale. He must have led thousands north.
"We shed a few hundred or so before we hit the high road,"
Leander went on.
"They spotted Tychos. Some wanted to try taking the city, but we wouldn't go near it."
How desperate did a person have to be for Tychos to look like a safe option? Then again, the river between city-states might have offered at least a quick death.
"We're high enough that the flooding shouldn't touch us before we pass the Holy Tree grave,"
Leander said, as if Valentine hadn't become another such grave.
"The rain's getting worse, and it's colder here, but we should make the hills tomorrow."
There was more talk about Thale's health, Questions about Arcadia. Eileen told Leander about the blocked roads and the hope that they'd wake up to a dry merchant's field, rain aside. Lilac quit listening after that and wandered to the blankets she'd spread in one corner next to Simone, who lay asleep. Tomorrow, the refugees would spread out, find more abandoned houses and apartments in hopes they could outlast the rainy season. Lilac was too drained to search tonight. She hadn't slept at all through the previous night and day, and she would have fainted if not for blood she'd drawn into herself while committing Ada's sacrifices. And besides, her place in shaping these events was done. Time to let someone else take over. She stretched beside Arcadia, naked but for a sheet wrapped around her. Warmth radiated from her skin. Lilac held her tight, consciousness fading. She reached across Arcadia's scalp and stroked her fingers through bristly hair. "We're all right," Lilac whispered again and again, even as she drifted into sleep herself, a mantra to dictate their dreams. As the world turned black, she fantasized that the evacuation might reach the hills and find kindly strangers hidden away from the city-states like the long-dead village of Shah in Alex's story. They would explain they'd lived up there for generations, a hidden paradise. Leander would send the news across the radio to get everyone in Valentine moving as soon as they could. But the northbound group hadn't headed for some secret green hills of plenty. They were headed for Shadow Mountain, where the world was rock and ice and death. Chapter 52. Lilac found a small apartment for herself, Simone, and Arcadia. Not much, but there were 2 beds and a radio that Simone kept on one table and fiddled with each day in hopes of catching a broadcast from distant city-states. Leander's updates became citywide after a middle-aged couple who used to work in a Valentine radio station helped rig his reports for wider broadcast. But the news was bleak. On the second night out, Thale's group reached the hills, first those full of thistle trees, and then to the rolling slopes of rock sheltered by their forests from Shadow Mountain's icy winds, cold and wet. And then came the disappearances.
"Another 5 missing today,"
Leander said after a week.
"That's 41 gone, I think. A farmer found a blood trail this time, but Thale said no one's going anywhere in the woods unless it's to cut down the edge of the tree line to build shelter."
"What's become of them?" Eileen asked.
"Ravines, rock slides, animals. Not sure clearing farmland will do much good either. If we can't find food, we'll starve long before any harvest. It doesn't matter what we do."
Simone buried her head in her hands. Lilac wanted to turn the damn radio off, but she had nothing to offer in its place. She drifted to Arcadia, who sometimes haunted the streets, often confused, sometimes morose, never really lucid. If any of Meady's divinity remained, it flowed through a cracked shell. "Did you eat today?" Lilac asked. Arcadia stared at her knees. "You didn't, did you?"
"Not hungry,"
Arcadia said.
"Makes me sick."
Getting more than 2 words out of her was a good day. After the first night in Merchant's Field, she wouldn't wear anything but her soiled uniform with the bullet hole in the chest. Only when Lilac trekked to Radiant's hotel and carried back similar uniforms would Arcadia wear anything else. Even then, Lilac sometimes found Arcadia sitting naked in the corner, arms locked around the bloody uniform she'd been wearing when she died. Like now. Lilac sat beside her and petted the once green garment. "We never talked about Alex." Arcadia squeezed the bundle tighter. "He worried about you," Lilac said. "If he'd known you would come back, he wouldn't have shot you." She set her hand on Arcadia's knee. No one ordered him to do that. He thought he didn't have a choice. He loved you. But I'm not helping, am I? Arcadia placed the rags on the floor, dressed herself in a different ill-fitting uniform, and trudged away, like she might march out into Old Town to fight floods and glories one last time. Whatever deep machines the glories used to move the sea seemed to best function at night. The tide left Valentine after each dawn. Survivors spent grey days gathering supplies and building wider channels to guide the seawater toward the Red Scar. Some began digging a ditch to the south to keep seawater out of Merchant's Field. Others ventured beyond the city, hoping to defend the farmlands. The nearest fields lay ankle-deep in water at best, but they had to try. Most of Valentine lay abandoned, except perhaps Bay Ridge. The only people who had travelled there had gone looking for Ada. No one had seen them since. How long could the city hold out? The Glories would eventually realize the east side drew power from the river dams between Valentine and Tycho's. They would then darken the city for good. Food wasn't a problem yet, but someday it would be. 5 days later, a mason from Lee Village died south of Valentine. He had been digging the ditch to help seawater flow into the Red Scar. Lilac had never met him, only heard mention of him on panicked lips. Motes of once human drifted together and burned atop the soil, same as inside the South Temple District, except this was south of the city, which meant the Red Scar was growing. Old Town was a soggy ruin, every building reduced to rubble, the barricade left standing only because it no longer offered resistance to the sea when the waves washed through the broken gateway. The North Temple District was getting worn down too, its pavement cracking. Streets would sooner or later collapse into the catacombs and sewage system. Cobblestones were breaking from the Temple Plaza. Eventually, the Red Scar would spread there, and all evidence of Valmidian's greatness would disappear from the Holy Land, as it had been for Ada and her Ados before. "Eileen?" the radio asked that night, and the crackling voice stole Simone's attention. "Summers, can you hear me?" The speaker didn't sound quite like Leander, but the signal weakened each day. The radio in the hills would die soon, cut off from the city for good. Eileen's voice broke onto the radio. She sounded exhausted. "Leander, I'm here," she said. "You sound a little off tonight." "This is Bryce," the radio said. There was a sigh, maybe a sob. "Leander's missing. 2 agents with him, and a little girl too. People vanish even when there's a rotating guard. No one was ever meant to live here, like the land hates us. We can't sleep, can't stay. Thale says the Glories have surrounded the Holy Land, but they didn't start in on Valentine until this rainy season. We could cross Shadow Mountain and the far hills and shallows to Aig's eastern city-states. See if Diomarch or Dialis is still standing. The radio won't hold up through the mountain snow. This might be the last you hear from us." "It'll be the last we hear from you because you'll die up there," Eileen snapped. "A lot of us." Bryce had a shrug in their voice. "Maybe most of us. But we can't live like this. Isn't that the same for you?" Lilac stormed off the couch to shut this shit off. Simone crossed her arms over the radio. "We need to hear them." "What for?" Lilac asked. "You think they have some survival plan? Let's say any of them make it across the mountain, the eastern hills, the shallows. Where to then? Diomarch was the first to go silent. Aig is lousy with rivers, tributaries. There's nowhere the Glories can't go." She drifted to the couch and sank into its cushions beside Arcadia. "This isn't survival. It's a slow death. A god's curse. Simone's hands trembled their way to the radio's dial and switched it off. Her head sank against them. Do the glories know what they're doing? Lilac scoffed. They want to kill us. Of course they know. But the land won't be theirs if that red scar eats it, Simone said. If they knew, wouldn't they stop? Even if it meant letting us live? Her hands slammed the table to either side of the radio. They come and we fight them, and they hurt us, and the gods push them back. But has anyone talked to them? Has anyone tried? Lilac thought of Ada's bloodlust, the destruction that would have come to glories and mankind alike had she gotten her way. Maybe they could have found a common enemy in her, a common problem like the scar Medes had left behind. I don't think glories understand us, Lilac said. We don't understand them. A god might have figured it out, but the gods are gone. Anyone who goes to that sea is good as dead. Simone wiped her face and went to the bedroom. I'm going to pray on my next life. Maybe if I pray hard enough about what I want, I'll get it. Mom, please, I'm glad I got to see you again, Simone said. I'm sorry I didn't keep you. I'm sorry Lagoe disappointed you. I would have liked to be wrong, for your sake. Lilac didn't know how to fix this. What else was new? You don't know what you're saying. I'm trying to approach my death with the little bit of dignity I have left, Simone said. She forced a smile through a creased, worried face. I think you should too. She closed the bedroom door. Dignity? When had such a thing helped anyone? It wouldn't save the people Lilac loved. That sort of pride was what kept Simone's disdain for Lagoe lit across the decades. But what else was there? Forgiveness? A goddess didn't ask forgiveness because there was no right or wrong, only what a goddess did. Even in some reality where Lagoe would ask forgiveness, Simone wouldn't give it. Why even consider these things? Lilac knew. The same reason everyone in Merchant's Field tuned into these radio conversations. It was easier to focus on somebody else's problems. The city's doom. Simone hating Lagoe, mum versus mother. What wonderful distractions against the relentless gnawing in Lilac's gut. Arcadia sat beside Lilac on the couch and stared at an empty wall. The trouble wasn't about feeding her, clothing her, bathing her. Lilac knew what she needed to do, even if it meant ruining this meagre peace. She had called Cecil a liar and a coward, but wasn't she the same if she kept quiet? Had she let him live, maybe things would be easier. But she couldn't trust someone who had done what he did. There would always have come a time when he would put himself first. They were more alike than either would have admitted. Her choice was either to go on Cecil's way or try honesty. She had nothing to gain except to scrape the coarse feeling off her heart. Lagoe would have called this an irrational path, where the gains were so small, the losses so great. All the more reason to do it, because Lagoe wouldn't. Lilac turned to Arcadia and laid a hand on her leg. Can we talk? Arcadia went on staring at the wall. It was almost a mirror, casting her haunted eyes back at her. The night you brought Alex and Cecil, after that dinner, I told you I knew what I wanted, Lilac said. This might not be a world where I can have it, but it's you. I want you. And I want a relationship with you that's bigger than secrets. You brought me back after the worst thing happened to me. And then I thought I'd lost you again. And then again. It's like someone's shoving me, saying, Hey, Lilac, do you mean it yet? How many chances do you need? I think if I don't open up, then I really will lose you. but to do that, I might lose you anyway. Now Arcadia turned to look. Lilac, I need to tell you something. And then Lilac told her everything.
Neon lights flash in my eyes, digital dreams in the night. Circuit boards ain't no surprise, electric hearts in this flight. Data streams like rivers flow, silicon streets we roam. Binary beats start to glow, holograms calling us home. We thrive in the cyber skies, dancing on electric tides. No limits, no goodbyes, just endless cyber vibes. Pixelated stars up high, quantum love won't deny. Clouds of code passing by, hoverboards make us fly. We thrive in the cyber skies, dancing on electric tides. No limits, no goodbyes, just endless cyber vibes. Futures now we break free, lost in this tech fantasy. Living like a wild spree in the cyber symphony. We thrive in the cyber skies, dancing on electric tides. No limits, no goodbyes, just endless cyber vibes. We thrive in the cyber skies, dancing on electric tides. No limits, no goodbyes, just endless cyber vibes. Lost in this tech fantasy, living like a wild spree in this cyber symphony.
Chapter 53. Lilac felt sick by the end of it. Every terrible choice, every miserable action, every horrific consequence, from Vince and the twins, to glories and godly lineage, to the murders and chases and sacrifices, and the confrontation beneath the holy psychopomp tree. Lilac was shaking so badly, she nearly fell to the floor. "I don't make any excuses," she said, her voice hoarse. "I lied to you, kept secrets, and you suffered because of me. If you were in my place, you'd have made better decisions. We all hurt you so much when you shouldn't have been mixed up in this in the first place. It was never supposed to be so complicated. It's my fault. I love you, Arcadia, and I'm so sorry." Lilac swallowed when she was done. She hadn't cried at all. She wasn't sure if that was good or bad or insignificant, but everything was out. It was done. Arcadia said nothing. She showed no emotion, asked no questions, but Lilac could tell she was listening, those bright eyes darting back and forth. Spilling out the truth was not a request for forgiveness. Lilac didn't deserve it. Whatever good had come of her actions couldn't balance the pain she'd caused. To say so would sound like she was desperate for Arcadia's comfort, and even if she was, Lilac hadn't confessed for herself. This was for Arcadia. A hand ran down Lilac's long hair, fingers catching on auburn tangles. Another hand joined it, and both palms cupped Lilac's ears. Arcadia leaned close and kissed Lilac's forehead. Lilac's eyes welled up. She tried to turn away, but strong hands stilled her face, bearing her tears. "You haven't... not since... sorry." She forgot what she wanted to say and kissed Arcadia's cheek. Arcadia's smile was weak, but Lilac took what she could get. She would have given up these kisses, these hands around her face, these arms encircling her body, everything that flowed tonight to pull Arcadia out of this haze she'd lived under. To see old Arcadia would mean Lilac hadn't broken her. That would mean the world. But this was the night they had, and Lilac focused on Arcadia in the dark and took in lips at her neck and a hand between her legs. She gave kisses upon a gunshot-scarred chest and fingertips on bristly hair and every sight and sound and touch between them. She let the moment come to life and keep her thoughts from turning over puzzle pieces and clawing at solutions. There was sweat and pleasant noise and peaceful darkness, some endless beating through Lilac until she was shaky and exhausted, and she fell asleep without meaning to. Chapter 54. Insomnia had haunted Arcadia for several nights now in this hopeless apartment. She lay motionless until slow breathing slid in and out beside her, and then she reached for Lilac and stroked her back. Lilac didn't stir, exhausted in body and soul. When her confession began, she had probably expected Arcadia to hate her, and the stress had drained her last energy. Hating her was impossible. In the face of everything they had lost and were still losing, for Lilac to risk what tiny happiness remained was an act of absolute bravery. Arcadia wondered what such bravery felt like. Failure was always easy to grasp. Lilac had also made tonight's burden far heavier. Arcadia had planned to explain what she meant to do, as she'd already told Eileen in private. Instead, Lilac had steeled herself to tell all. Perhaps it was a night for decisive actions. Other people across the city might put on determined faces and harden their hearts, committed to making brave confessions and works of redemption. They could fashion a new holiday out of it for Valentine's survivors. A holiday for no gods. It would be a first. Arcadia covered Lilac in a blanket, dressed again in her most tattered uniform, her ragged kin in Valentine's ordeals, and then crept to the door. Lilac's soft breathing filled the apartment. If the truth came out, people would blame her. She would probably welcome their scorn, though the glories would have flooded the city nonetheless. She deserved forgiveness. Blame instead belonged to Arcadia for her silence and fear of doing what needed to be done. She wished she could wake Lilac and tell her it would be fine, maybe mean it, but lingering would only prolong the night. Lilac, Simone, Eileen, and the rest of the survivors had been hard at work while Arcadia had tried coming to terms with one awful night. Past time she did her part. The apartment door opened and closed, and Arcadia took to the rainy streets. No one wandered Merchant's Field. The rain fell too heavily, and flooding blocked the southernmost streets. No one would risk stumbling into that red scar where the South Temple district had ceased to be. Who to blame for that catastrophe? Alex? Ada? Medes? It was too much to fathom. Death wasn't a game, and blood wasn't currency. Everyone in AIG needed to understand that. Death had weight. If Lilac was to blame for anything, it was for falling into the same dreadful pattern humans had taken with the gods since they left AIG 10 years ago. No, since the dawn gods first descended from the heavens. Someone had to say, enough. Arcadia sloshed through the central temple district's floodwater. Hard to believe a dawn god had descended here, but the temple told its own story, as did the jewelry, photographs, and all manner of man-made detritus floating around the temple's marble ruin. So much upheaval since Arcadia had unknowingly chased Lilac here and marvelled at ceiling murals dedicated to Valmidian, or Ada, Arcadia supposed, since the entire city had been altered to hide the god's shame. Had minutes passed since then, or centuries? No temple remained to mark the passage of time on its walls. Arcadia detoured briefly into the North Temple district and almost made it to Radiance Hotel out of habit before swerving toward Old Town. Her path slipped past the police headquarters, a once pleasant diner, the ACE Investigations Office, each site worn by flooding. Gods, poor Alex. Arcadia didn't blame him for shooting her. She'd been confused then, but the way Lilac told it, Alex had thought he could stop a greater atrocity. He'd been oblivious to Medes and her insidious conviction, much like Arcadia herself. She wished she could tell him not to worry, but to reach out even in thought would be too much like what Medes had done, violating the laws of nature and death. If there was a future, Arcadia would grieve for Alex then. Tonight's work was not about death, but about life. Arcadia waded into Old Town, starting from the north and heading south, the same path as her flood-fighters' hopeless evac team. Ruined homes hid in darkness, but she could tell their sorry states. She'd approached many of these stone walls and knocked on their wooden doors, selling worthless promises with empty smiles. Somewhere, June Green's house crumbled. Arcadia hoped she and Junior hid among the refugees in Merchant's Field. Not far away lay the ruins of a house where Lilac had painted Lugoi's star on the wall in blood. She'd been desperate not to let Valentine turn out like her daughters. Maybe, despite the murders, her work too was about life. These houses had borne the brunt of the Glory's assault, while people like Lilac had taken it on their souls. No more. Arcadia reached the stone barricade, weathered and cracking, and climbed over the top. The sea filled the floodplains. There was little light, the clouds having hidden tonight's moon, but Arcadia didn't need it. She saw every white cap and splashing wave. Distant wails sounded warnings. "There are glories here," they seemed to sing. "Turn back, you won't escape them again." Arcadia would have thanked them if she could, but she already knew the glories were here. She saw them clearly upon the rolling darkness, little more than sleek black shapes in the distance, bobbing up and down, watching, waiting. Maybe they knew what she had come here to do. The whales sang their warnings again, but Arcadia would have to disappoint them. She wasn't going anywhere. Her luck had run out that night she let one glory get away, and nothing since then could ever be the same. She slipped down the battered side of the barricade into the sea's salt and spray and let the waves take her. Chapter 55. Lilac woke alone in the morning. Arcadia had wrapped a blanket around her and vanished. Not to the bathroom, not to the kitchenette. Lilac expected to glance out the window and spot Arcadia wandering the street below, as she did most days, but there was no sign of her. Not in the bedroom either. Lilac found Simone seated cross-legged on one of the beds, her head bowed as if she'd been praying. The other bed looked untouched since Lilac had made it yesterday. "You haven't seen Arcadia?" Lilac asked. "I haven't left the room since last night," Simone said, I thought of fasting, but if bigger sacrifices can't bring the gods back, I suppose skipping breakfast isn't going to change anything. No, you need to eat. Lilac remembered then that Arcadia hadn't been eating. Was fasting the reason? Arcadia was too weak to go wandering Merchant's Field half-starved. Lilac had to find her. There was no Arcadia to find. Lilac searched up and down each street, asking passers-by if they had seen Captain Meehan, and then she set her sights on Eileen Summers. She often woke up at dawn to start organising the day's work. "Captain Meehan is busy," Eileen said when asked. Lilac stood close to her. "I'm not some random well-wisher looking to praise her. She lives with me. Do you understand? I can't find her." "Ms. Antonis. Right." Eileen shut her eyes and sighed. "She didn't tell you." "What didn't she tell me?" Lilac asked. Eileen's eyes fluttered wetly. "She went to see the glories." "To see..." Lilac stumbled back. "Where? On the floodplains? The river?" "I don't know," Eileen said. "She told me she'd be back before dark." "She won't be back at all." Lilac's trembling hands curled into fists. "You should have stopped her." Eileen looked incredulous. "Stop her? How? There's fire in her eyes like I haven't seen in weeks, and this isn't something she went to do on a whim. She's been gearing herself up for it," she said. "I couldn't have stopped her if I'd tried." Arcadia gearing herself up? For what? Simone's nonsense about talking this out? Except Arcadia appeared to have had the idea since before last night. What did she think she could do by throwing her life to the waves? Lilac had taken for granted that Arcadia would passively accept all these changes, as if she wasn't an intelligent person with her own thoughts and intentions, and the will to act on them. While Lilac had rattled off her confession, Arcadia had been working out ways to help. Lilac could figure out her next move in moments, but that didn't mean no one else had thoughts in their heads, especially Arcadia, who had made up her mind to save as many people as she could. But not herself. This was suicide. Lilac crumpled on the curb beside Eileen's boots. What does she think she can do? Why does she have to be this way? Arcadia's good like that. Eileen looked to the sky. Even before she was champion, she was special. Lilac couldn't argue. She might want to escape Cecil's dissection of her soul, but when it came to being a genuinely decent person, Arcadia was the real thing. Even Ada had seen it, if only to exploit it. "I have work to do," Eileen said, and then lowered her voice. "But if anyone could come back from this, it's her." She slipped away without another word. Lilac didn't move. The curb warmed as fragments of sunshine poked through the clouds and then cooled as they vanished, the rains coming again for a new storm. The day stretched on, and she tried to fill it with helping fortifications, digging trenches, and scouring for supplies. But outside Bay Ridge, the city had been picked clean. She thought of praying with Simone, but it seemed pointless. If the gods wouldn't return earlier, they certainly wouldn't come back with the Red Scar devouring the city. Even Cecil might have been wrong about Livian. The god of instinct wasn't well regarded for a strong sense of responsibility. At best, he would have impregnated 6 mortals on the chance one of the children might become a god and then left the ascended parent to solve Aig's problems. Ever the wanderer. Dusk came fast in the overcast sky. Still no sign of Arcadia. Lilac bothered Eileen again, but she didn't know anything more than this morning. When the sun finally set, Rain ebbed to a drizzle, as if to whisper a message in Lilac's ear. She left Merchant's Field and travelled into Valentine's dimness with only a slender half-working flashlight. Over her clothes, she wore the Covenant robe, partly for the hood to guard against rain, partly because it felt right to wear it as she crossed the temple plaza. The refugees had disconnected the streetlights in Lee Village and the North Temple District to conserve power, but they left the streets lit around the temple's foundation out of respect. No one knelt in the shadow of the ruins tonight. No bodies remained either, not Cecil, or Alex, or anyone Lilac had sacrificed to Exalis, either swept off by the tide into the Red Scar or dragged out to sea. Too many ambitions had risen and died on this spot. With no sign of Arcadia, Lilac headed to Old Town, where her part in this had begun. The lights had gone dark here before anywhere else. The waves had brought down every house, leaving the neighbourhood an unrecognisable smattering of broken stone hills. Lilac couldn't have drawn an X on a map of this new Old Town with any certainty. She sat on the edge of a hefty ruin and let the rain fall across her robe. This wasn't suicide. She would leave when the tide came in strong enough. The rising water would tell her Arcadia's fate. She only hoped the telling would mean she spotted Arcadia striding through the streets, worn and hurt but alive, having shown what a human can survive, especially when it came to the glories, and not because a body floated by dressed in a green uniform. The tide should be deeper by now, Lilac noted. She took it for a good omen. She had come out here, dressed like this, almost as repentance. Old Town was where she'd made her choices, where people had died by her hand to summon a goddess. If the twins had lived, things might have been different, but they had gone to the glories too, in their own innocent 3-year-old way. Lilac's choices had eventually dragged Arcadia toward death, once most of the way, and then all the way. That made it the place where repentance mattered. "You came back each of those times," Lilac said, hugging her legs against her chest. "I like to think that's one of your habits, like cutting your hair so short, like helping people. Something you can't help doing." Her thoughts drifted as she waited for the seawater to spill over the remains of the floodplain's wall and into Old Town. Good and bad crisscrossed over her life, regretful choices leading to love, and love leading to regrets. There was no point in dwelling on the contradiction. The maybes and would-haves couldn't coexist with real life. Even Cecil had known that, before Lilac killed him. No right without the wrong, and no wrong without right. "What do you do with that?" Lilac asked the night. "It's maddening." Her only consolation was that she could never change the way things were. Those choices floated outside her grasp. She laughed to herself. The tide should have surged through Old Town by now. Its absence was bizarre. Every night over the past few weeks, the sea had come to Valentine. Lilac hopped onto the muddy street and landed in shallow, stagnant water, the ebb and flow of waves absent from its surface, as if the sea had remained where it belonged. But it had to be coming, didn't it? She splashed through Old Town, her dingy robe dampening at the bottom, until she reached the floodplain's barricade. Her flashlight showed her a stone wall turned sieve against seawater, but no wave flowed here to worsen the erosion. The gate was long gone, washed away to places unknown, and water should have come flowing through since before sunset. There was no rushing roar. The flashlight showed the gateway damp, but clear. In the daylight, you could stare through that opening, across the waterlogged floodplains to the waves now covering the beach where Sarah and Daphne had disappeared. They wouldn't be coming back from there, but they were children. Breaking a mother's heart was what they would have done had they lived too. Arcadia wasn't a child. She had no right to break Lilac's heart. She would come back. She had to. Lilac stuffed the flashlight inside her robe and clambered up the barricade's holes to its top. Braver souls had stood here alongside Arcadia while a storm ravaged Old Town. As Lilac crested the stone, the clouds thinned and let the sky breathe thin moonlight across the water. Rolling waves broke apart its shimmering reflection. The tide had only come in far enough to keep the beach and half the floodplains drowned. Old Town should have been drowning too, but the sea had receded. This made no sense. Not far from the barricade, Lilac noticed the moonlight bend where a towering figure waded toward Old Town. She ducked on her haunches, ready to drop into Old Town's mud. It had to be the Glories again with some new weapon, or an enormous sea creature from the depths. Except sea monsters tended to slither and swim. This figure walked from the floodplain's water on mighty legs, taller than the 12-foot barricade, yes, but less like a sea monster, and more with the gigantic size, gait, and grace of a god. Another few steps, and the figure had almost reached Lilac. The head crested the barricade, and Lilac couldn't help but think of bald Lagoe. No, the goddess of reason hadn't severed 8 of her heads, reeled in her dragon necks, and come stalking out of the sea. This figure didn't come naked as Lagoe either. A gown of sea green and white flowed as if the figure came draped in moonlight upon the sea. The head had hair after all, shorn short as always. Her face wore a secret smile, familiar and cherished. Lilac craned her neck over the barricade and gaped in shock. Arcadia? She had always loomed by inches over Lilac, but now Arcadia's mammoth height made Lilac feel tiny, almost verminous. She met Arcadia's eye level at the barricade's top, but only came to her knees when she slid down the floodplain side of the stone. Raindrops flitted from her robe and hair, off her skin, and the water on the ground seemed to evaporate in a cloud around Arcadia's steps the way floodwater had retreated from Ada's sanctuary. Lilac fell to her knees. A goddess! Arcadia reached down for her. Don't worship me. Her voice boomed over rushing waves. Massive hands grasped Lilac's sides tenderly and helped her to stand. Harsh heat breathed off her great abdomen as if she had swallowed the sun. The skin there almost burned, but Lilac reached for it anyway, soaking in the pleasant warmth. Her fingers felt compelled to touch. Arcadia's middle pulsed, and it reminded Lilac of a small coral stone, or the altar of the holy tree, or a child's heart. You came back, Lilac said, gazing up at Arcadia's face. I knew you'd come back to me. Arcadia glanced at her own hand as if noticing it for the first time. She was forever now. She would always come back. And you're not alone. Lilac drew her hand from Arcadia's burning abdomen and settled for the softer warmth of Arcadia's hand. How? Medes, it has to be, Arcadia said. Some of her divinity planted inside me. She's the other mother. Did she mean to? Lilac asked. I doubt it. Arcadia lowered her hand, interest in it lost. Blood between her coral stone and me, the resurrection, her coral stone shards beneath the tree. I don't know which way, but she put a godliness inside me, and now there's something else. Someone else. Lilac understood. With Arcadia having taken so much of a goddess into her and having not died in the holy psychopomp tree, it seemed inevitable that divinity would mix with flesh and fill her womb. Medes should have known better. It had happened to her before anyone else, long ago. "Does Medes know what she's done?" Lilac asked. "What she's made you?" Arcadia shook her head. "Only you, me, and the glories." "Why did you go to them? To show them?" Lilac kissed one of Arcadia's fingers. Two of them together were thick as her forearm. "They'll leave Egg alone now, right?" "They'll let Valentine be." Arcadia had a morose look in her eyes. "I thought last night would be the end for us." Lilac pressed her head into Arcadia's palm. She smelled different now. Some of the old Arcadia was in there, but laced in a new windswept scent Lilac couldn't name. "But you listened. And then you were gone in the morning, and when Eileen told me why, I panicked." "She shouldn't have done that," Arcadia said. "I thought this was how you'd leave me," Lilac said. "I am not Lagoi." Arcadia's stoic visage blocked out the moon. "I won't leave you." Her great hand slid down Lilac's waist, plucked her gently from the ground, and seated her atop the floodplain's barricade. Arcadia pressed her head toward Lilac's body, and Lilac wrapped her arms around that mighty face. "I'd put a child inside you if you weren't a descendant," Arcadia breathed. Even her whisper shook Lilac's bones. "Must be hard, living past everyone else. The longer you live, the better chance you'll see consequences of what you do, ones you never expected. And you blame yourself for more than your share already." Lilac studied Arcadia's tremendous eye. "I've made this harder somehow, haven't I?" "It would be easier except for what you told me last night about your girls and the glories." Arcadia nodded against Lilac's chest. "But I didn't know any other way." Why would this bother Arcadia now and not last night, when the glories were a real threat? Because Arcadia had been an ascendant even then, before this moment, unknown to all the world, even Lilac. Because Arcadia had some plan to handle the glories, and something about Sarah and Daphne had unsettled it. Not enough to change it, but to disturb Arcadia's heart. "What happened with the glories?" Lilac asked, her voice calm. Arcadia lifted her head, and those eyes dazzled with distant deserts the glories could never touch. "I showed them who I am, what I am. I can't fight them across the Holy Land, not in a way that would help or matter. We couldn't talk to each other easily, but I needed to make them understand." Lilac almost laughed. "Of course you did. You're you." "We made an arrangement best we could." Arcadia clenched one hand over the barricade. "They won't come to us. We won't go to them. I gave them a promise in body and soul, like only I could give. And I gave them half of Egg." Lilac's heart twitched. Her thoughts dredged up those voices on the beach, so much like Sarah and Daphne that they'd almost fooled her, almost drawn her to death as well. She thought of the city and the sea and everything she had done, and she thought of the glories, bereft of even a scrap of the Holy Land, nothing from the Dawn Gods except their mercy for 5,000 years. And now this, because the only goddess they had to deal with was Arcadia, the goddess of... What? A goddess of mercy, at last? Homes were flooded, children dead, a continent abandoned by the gods, but now there was something to hold on to.
Cut a line down the Holy Land from Shadow Mountain, Arcadia went on. Tychos, Phobos, and everything west of them is ours. The east belongs to the Glories. They have the land, the sea. We swore a consecration in blood and power.
Lilac waved a hand. I don't want to know the details. I can't take it. Arcadia climbed onto the barricade and sat beside Lilac. A creature of her size should have crushed the stone, but a goddess could weigh whatever she wanted, and she began to shrink at Lilac's side. A goddess could do almost anything. Arcadia reached out.
Lilac, it doesn't mean...
You don't owe me excuses or explanation, Lilac said. I don't exactly deserve them either. You did what you had to do. She steadied herself. She had done plenty of what she thought she'd had to do too, and now it was Arcadia's turn. More importantly, Arcadia would do better. I understand. Really. I'm on your side. They both turned west, where the sea lapped at the floodplains. In many places, grass had washed away to soil. Eventually, the waves would form sandbars, new beaches, but not here. The tide would recede a little more each day, and only the rains would water Valentine. Are you going to tell the others? Lilac asked. Everyone in Merchant's Field?
They'll know we're safe,
Arcadia said. But about Egg, the future. Arcadia grew quiet. She and Lilac looked down at her abdomen. She was smaller now, but she could only shrink so much of her greatness when a divine world grew inside her. The Glories will leave us be, Lilac said, and half a Holy Land is more than any other god left us. You're the only one who cares, you and the one inside you, when they're old enough. We'll send people out, get people moving from the east. Maybe this should have been done a long time ago, like Mom said. Maybe there could be peace.
Or maybe Ada was right, Arcadia said. Maybe we've damned the world.
Part of Lilac lingered on Sarah and Daphne. They couldn't be disappointed in their mother. They had been 3, would always be 3. Vengeance and hatred were their mother's vices, and she would lock them down if it meant saving Egg. She wasn't going to let herself be what Ada or Cecil had said about her anymore. I don't know if Ada's right or wrong, Lilac said, but I know you're already a better goddess than she'll ever be. Arcadia's eyes searched the oceanic darkness as if she could see the nighttime horizon, or perhaps the glories beneath the waves.
We'll let them be. They'll let us be, she said. I think in most ways we all want the same thing. A chance to live, love, raise our children. She turned Lilac's way, her eyes no longer haunted. You told me we had a second chance, remember? You want us to be serious? What's happening to me is as serious as it gets. I'll understand if you want to walk away.
Lilac started to laugh, wiped her eyes, and then laid her head on an immortal's shoulder. I'm not going anywhere, Captain. Her hand found the hot place on Arcadia's abdomen. And this one? You'll be a mother someday.
Yes, Arcadia said.
Will I be this one's mother too? Lilac asked.
I want that.
Arcadia leaned close.
But do you?
Arcadia's middle burned again, but Lilac rested her hand there a moment longer anyway. Inside grew a child who could never die. Oh yes, she wanted to be this child's mother. She wanted to be priestess to Arcadia, though she couldn't give blood. High priestess, then, leader to the covenant of Arcadia, goddess of mercy. There would be more work to do. First, everyone in Merchant's Field had to know they were safe. Someone needed to radio the hills before the travellers there made a terrible mistake. Survivors could then spread back across Valentine and put the call to neighbouring western city-states, share the good news, get word to the eastern city-states and draw as many people as possible. They would come. There was a goddess in the Holy Land after all, one who would never leave them. There would be questions of what came next and how to heal, a new covenant to build. The new goddess would need a temple for her and, many years later, a temple for the child. The world ahead held limitless possibilities. And from that future, for the city, for Aig, for this family, the paths were so limitless that no amount of turning them over and over in thought could tell Lilac what might come, what best roads to take. But she wasn't thinking about that right now anyway. She was thinking about what they might name the baby. This recording of No Gods for Drowning was presented by Dreamscape Media, LLC. Narrated by Jody Harris. Produced by Michael Jones. Text copyright 2022 by Hailey Piper. Sound recording copyright 2022 by Dreamscape Media, LLC. This recording may not be copied or played for an audience without the written permission of Dreamscape Media, LLC. Thank you for listening. Please check dreamscapepublishing.com for Dreamscape's latest releases.